Did you break it out again?
Probably got to drop a few LBs if I'm going to get back in that cabana outfit, to be honest
Oh,
with
the
you.
honeymoon body no longer
Kind of
exists.
a tight buttoning of the cabana shirt. So no, that one
Yeah,
stayed
well,
home.
Who says you got to button it
That's
up?
a good point. Just let it hang out.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay.
You're on vacation, John.
How was it for you guys?
It was great. Weather's about 80 degrees every day. Sun shining. We're right on the beach. I mean, you walk right out and it's the ocean.
Yeah.
And they've got a beachside bar. So many morning mojitos, including Sunday when they faced off for the gold medal, U.S. and Canada.
A week ago Sunday. That's right.
Yes.
I can't believe you're gone for a week, and it feels, when you're back home here, it feels like a long time.
Right.
I'm sure for you guys, it felt like it went super fast.
Flew by.
Yeah.
Tell me it was like 15 degrees and brutal while I was gone.
Well, we had moments like that.
There was a couple mornings I woke up and I was like, it's cold.
Yeah. Well, so we had some clear nights, which obviously make it colder, but we had some really nice days.
We did.
I hate to tell you that, but
I don't want to hear that.
yeah, we had a couple of days where it was upper 50s, probably depending on where you were.
No,
might have hit 60.
you're messing with me.
No,
There's
I'm telling
no
you, we had.
Friday
60?
was awesome.
Oh, yeah,
We were out
yeah.
bike riding with the kids, took them for a walk. Everyone in the neighborhood was out running around. It was
Oh,
great.
yeah.
Greg's nodding his head. It was 60 degrees one day while I was gone.
Yep. You picked a great week to be gone.
Come on. No, I want to hear you guys go, oh, Jim, it was the harsh winter that never stopped. It was terrible.
Nope, it was beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this. Coming back, you do notice, oh, I got to get up early again. Make sure that alarm is set.
Right.
Walking into work today. Oh, it's still cold.
You didn't forget on that first day to turn the alarm off, did you? Monday morning?
No. I was good there.
That's usually my trick.
What?
That the alarm goes off and I'm like, what the heck? Oh, wait, that's when I normally get up.
Oh, like on vacation? No,
Yeah,
we've gone over
yeah.
this. I think you made fun of me for this.
I'm sure I did.
I said it every single day. It's not like a recurring.
you
I said it
do?
every day. It's part of my
Going to
routine.
bed.
Yeah, I make sure I've set 2 alarms,
Wow.
staggered time. I manually do it, so it's part of that wind down checklist.
You know, you can take a little pressure off, which I probably told you before, and just have it repeat
John, I know.
Monday through Friday.
I know.
It's a very simple process.
But this control, that's why I haven't overslept. I haven't missed a show.
Well,
it works.
It
Can't argue with that. It works.
It's going to go off anyway.
Probably.
Hey, you do you.
Probably.
All right. Yeah, you do you.
Probably.
You make life as complicated as you want to make it.
Anyway, you guys are well past it. Can I just share that Sunday, U.S. Canada? So we went to the Cayman Islands, second year in a row, second time in the same time of year, and a lot of the same people were there. So last year it's 4 nations, and the Canadians win. Now this is British territory, so plenty of Canadians vacation there. So the same crew at the bar, they got to celebrate Canada winning the 4 nations, had to leave in despair and agony as USA wins the gold in OT.
Nice.
It was incredible.
It had to feel
It
good.
did.
Yeah, because it's obviously it's a bigger deal to win the gold than it is the 4 nations.
You take a victory lap, you're feeling good, playing Freebird at the beach. It was a great day. So,
Sure, you weren't smarmy about any of it.
well, you know,
I'm glad they got a chance to deal with it versus us.
here's the problem too. Canadians, like at least the ones I was around, they didn't want to trash talk much going in, and they certainly don't dwell like. Well,
They're very nice.
They're very nice, so they take some of the fun out of it. They're like, oh yeah, it was a good hockey game, real competitive.
Yeah,
No, I don't want to hear how competitive it was. You lost.
What they say about the 3-on-3.
There was no bitching at this particular location, but I know
Okay.
the internet was very upset with
Sure.
how dare they settle it with 3-on-3. Signed the team with McDavid, McKinnon, and Makar on the ice.
Right.
Come on. Anyway, I'm a week old. Nobody cares about this.
No, it's good to hear your perspective and where you were, and I'm glad that you guys had a good time. Anything not go according to plan?
So last year we did the Stingrays.
Yeah.
They're famous for Stingray City out there, where you can actually like touch the Stingrays, and
That's right,
It's not
yeah.
like a Steve Irwin situation. Nobody dies.
Yeah.
Jinx.
So we did it last year, And I would have done it this year.
That would be counterproductive to the business model.
Yeah, I think it would crater that
I
industry.
mean, they are wild animals.
Right, yeah.
You don't have control over them.
Bound to happen at some point.
So maybe I would have been pressing my luck, but I would have gone back out. But that day, it was really windy and choppy, and they weren't taking people out. So
Rough seas.
Rough sea. So I did not get the Stingray experience 2 years in a row. But other than that, I mean, nothing to complain about. I mean,
And you go with the Outlaws.
the in-laws, I would say, but maybe
Sure.
for you, it's the
Yeah.
Outlaws.
No. It's what I just enjoy calling them that. They go with it.
It's a good blend of we go do our own thing, but some dinners we meet up and
Yeah, how often are you with them?
Well-
like on a daily basis. You do something with them every day, right?
something with them every day. But you have your own time. I mean, it's island time. You go do what you want to do.
Sure.
and
Yeah. You're laying at the beach with
Yeah.
your father-in-law and your mother-in-law, and
Yeah, I'm applying sunscreen to them, John. It's
you just went full Stoney on that one.
no, you go do your own thing and you
She
meet
have a
up for
sister?
dinner. She did, but she was not on this. She does.
I was going to say,
oh my gosh.
dang.
Stingrays, what happened?
She does have a sister.
Okay.
Was not on this trip.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. She does, but just
Is
not
very
on
much alive. Don't want to alarm anybody.
Yes.
We are broadcasting out in West Michigan. She's alive. But yeah, good times. Excited to
Okay.
be back and ready to go and getting adjusted back to mornings.
And it was chilly this morning.
Yeah. Welcome back.
Yes, ice covered.
Let's get into the Pistons. Played yesterday.
Not ice covered.
Won yesterday. Well, ice cold from 3. Still
Well,
won the game going away, right?
yeah.
I mean, by the time that fourth quarter came around, they had wrestled control of the game and put the thing on ice.
It kind of feels at this point of the year when you look in there, what were they down 3 or something at half? I know they were down a little bit.
close, though.
It kind of feels like they're just playing with their food.
A little bit.
Especially with Orlando, they're just kind of like, I wasn't able to tune in until the end of the first half, and then I'm watching it going, not really concerned, but you're just like, well, I don't know, and then all of a sudden they pour it on in the third and obviously the fourth.
Yeah, I mean, I like how you put it. They were down, it was like 39-30 or something in that second quarter, and I was
Yeah.
not like, oh, no, they're in trouble. You're right. They're going to make a move. They did. They rebounded the hell out of them. I mean, that's the thing. When the Pistons don't shoot well, and they're not a good three-point shooting team, the other stuff always shows up.
Yeah.
Blocks, steals, transition. Here's Cade with a dunk, right? Like, grab an offensive rebound, extra possessions. Like, those things show up on a nightly basis. If you defend, if you rebound, if your best player is your best player, and Cade was really rolling. And the other guy who was going, and you saw the end of the game, Tobias Harris.
Yeah.
We talked about him. Can he be a number 2 option? I don't know about in a 7-game series, but last night he was. And they were able to get the Boncaro, and he was able to hit shots over Boncaro. I mean,
Yeah.
once they locked in, they won the game. And it's on the road. It's against a playoff team.
Yeah, you keep watching what they're doing from behind the arc, and 13%,
Did you have the tally? Was it like 4 of
30.
Yeah.
I mean, there are high school teams that don't shoot that bad.
You're not supposed to win games when you go 4 of 30 from 3.
You're certainly not supposed to win it by 14.
No. I mean, listen, it's an issue. Did you guys talk last week when the Spurs came into town?
Yeah,
I mean,
we
it's
talked
an
about
issue.
Wemby, and we talked about the fact that 6 of the top scorers for OKC weren't playing, and the fact that they can't. And Kevin Herter's another DNP. That trade is clearly it wasn't to add a shooter. It was just
To dump
move up
Ivy.
drafts, 7 spots.
Yeah. And move on from Ivy, who hasn't
Right.
exactly, found his footing in Chicago. Yeah. No, that's one of those deals too. They actually, I didn't request it. One of the TVs that night did have OKC and Detroit on the basketball game. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll settle in here. But you're disappointed because it doesn't feel satisfying to beat G Leaguers. Anyway.
No.
We'll get a second shot at them in OKC before the regular season ends. Hopefully everybody plays in that one, including Isaiah Stewart, who will be back when the team plays tomorrow night. His suspension's over.
There we go.
248-539-9797. Much to discuss. Demo drama at 6:35. Reports about a trade. Does he want one? He made his opinion known on social media. We'll get to it at 6:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, It's not even close. The Ram Truck Month deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are phenomenal. For power, there's no competition. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And when you're talking about that comparison, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Completely useless. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, I've used this word already, phenomenal. Ram's Truck Month lease payments are exactly that. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's just that simple, and tell them I sent you.
Mark Champion on the call. Pistons beat the Magic last night by 14 points on a night where they made 4 of their 33s. You know, they're not a good three-point shooting team, but when you rebound and play defense, you go on the road and beat people by double digits. Mm-hmm. Pistons now have, they matched or passed last year's win total?
What'd they have last year?
Passed.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I can't remember.
Now they're at 45 wins, correct?
Right,
Yes, they
yeah.
had 44.
And officially-
44.
Yeah. So Boston got to 40-20 yesterday,
Uh-huh.
but they got to 20 before they got to 40.
Yeah,
So
it's,
does
it's
that
3 teams.
they're at the 40-20? Does that count
No, you have to get your 40th win before your
before your 20th loss?
Yeah.
Okay, so it has to be 40-19.
Yeah, so it's 3 teams, according to
Okay.
Phil Jackson, serious NBA title contenders. Pistons are one of them. Even with the shooting woes, still one of them. Michigan State hoops this weekend. MSU goes on the road. Kurtang hits a bunch of shots. They beat Indiana. Michigan, master of your own domain. They go into Illinois and win the game, and they are outright Big Ten regular season champs.
Yes, and the beautiful part about it is they went into West Lafayette, so I've got one up on Lucy. They went into Champaign. I got one up on my wife. I am master of my domain and Big Ten champ.
They will have to account for the loss of L.J. Kaysen for people who missed that headline.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, obviously, that L.J. Kaysen ended up tearing his ACL. We got that news report, I believe it was yesterday or maybe it was Saturday after the game Friday night. And it's a hit. I mean, he's a major contributor, but they do have other guys. That's what we had talked about early in the season when we were talking about, this is a very deep team. They usually go 9 deep. Trey McKinney kind of plays the same position, does the same thing as L.J. Kaysen. And even in the Duke game, they had decided to go with more McKinney versus Kaysen. Now, he did have 13 minutes. Some of it was limited because he got injured on Friday night. But, yeah, he's going to be unavailable for the rest of this season, and he's a sophomore. Who knows what this means for the start of next year.
Yeah.
But he'll have some time.
Let's say, who replaces him? The answer is McKinney.
Yeah.
McKinney's playing a similar role. He's scoring a little more, shooting about the same from 3, and he can take over the responsibilities running the offense with the second unit. Now, he's a freshman, but at this point in the season,
You're not a freshman anymore. You've
you're
had
ready
your
to take-
experience.
Yeah, you're ready to take on more responsibility. So it shouldn't sink the ship, but it does make him a little less deep.
It does. And it'll be interesting. Obviously, we'll get a chance to see. They got 2 more regular season games. They finish up, obviously, with that big game against Michigan State. And then it's going to be, the all the buys that put them into the 4th round of the Big Ten tournament before they actually have to play. And then we're going to have that discussion. We always do, like, what's more important, regular season title, the Big Ten tournament
it's always
title?
the regular season.
Yeah. But how much energy do they want to expend
Right.
in the Big Ten tournament versus how costly would a loss be in regards to their 1 seed? Now, I think they're pretty locked into a 1 seed.
I was going to ask you, or when Greg's off the phones here, because he's probably the closest thing to a bracketologist we have on the show. It would feel like Michigan's a 1 seed regardless at this point.
As long as they don't, crap the bed in these last 2 games along with the Big Ten tournament. But yeah, it kind of feels like they're locked in. They got Iowa. It's at Iowa. Then they're home against Michigan State, and then on to the Big Ten tournament.
I mean, if they lost 3 in a row, Greg, are they still a 1 seed, Michigan? Have they locked this thing up as a 1 seed?
See, the problem here, or the challenge we have here, is Florida really coming on, and who does Florida overtake? Is it UConn? Is it Michigan? Duke and Arizona look
Very
like
good.
They're
Yeah.
pretty good. I think Arizona might still have some challenges left in the last week. They're playing at a brutal Big 12.
Probably.
I think probably just one more. Just get that
just beat Iowa and then you're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. But I would be surprised if they're not a 1 seed.
Yeah.
I would disagree that Florida could hop them at this point, even with a win out by Florida and a Michigan lose out. I think the team that would win out and potentially hop them is UConn. Like if Duke, Arizona, Iowa State, and UConn all win out and Michigan loses out, then I think that world, maybe Michigan falls.
Yeah, and just so we're clear, losing out would mean losing more games between now and the end of the season than they've lost
All season long. Yeah,
So
which
I
is
think it's pretty,
unlikely.
pretty
Yeah.
safe bet they're going to be a 1 seed.
By the way, speaking of number of games you lose, Michigan and Michigan State would both have to lose their midweek game this week for them to combine for double-digit losses.
Remember, I set the bar at 9.5.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Hell of a season by both teams.
good
I know.
bar.
Is that regular season or conference tournament?
I think regular
It
season.
was
right?
regular season. It was projected at the regular season.
And it was seen as an optimistic number. But
Yes.
these two teams have been very good. Very good. And even MSU. I know like Indiana's not at their peak. It's Assembly Hall, but I mean, Michigan State had that thing locked up.
Oh, they had that locked up, 5 minutes into it. It felt like they were in complete control the entire time.
Let's get to the phones. We got Q in Detroit. Q, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to call in about the Pistons, man. It just irks my nerves when I hear the national media always talk about this team missing that player, that team missing that player. But nobody highlight that we missing Isaiah Stewart. Like, this is a top 3, top 2 rim protector in the league. A guy, if we had him when we played San Antonio, we probably would have beat San Antonio with Isaiah Stewart on the floor, honestly. Especially seeing the way New York played Wemby the other night. I just feel like the Pistons do not get the respect that they deserve. Everybody keeps saying, wait to the playoffs. Like, this team didn't play a tough 6-game series against New York last year. Like, I think this team is prime and ready to make a run for the finals. Like, honestly, I think they could beat anybody. Like, I truly do. And I just wanted to know how you guys feel about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Q, I think they can as well. I think, obviously, when you get to that Western Conference, which you're not going to face until, obviously, the NBA Finals, that becomes a different conversation. But throughout the course of the Eastern Conference, yeah, they should be favorites.
And absolutely. I mean, the team I'm most nervous about isn't the Knicks. It's not the Cavs, who I know they're going to see. It would be if it would be if Tatum got healthy, and we don't even know that, right?
Right.
And,
I was about to say, I don't believe in that one either.
yeah. So I feel like the
gonna be tough.
Pistons.
There's only 20 games left. It's going to be tough for them to come back
Get your
and be
sea
ready
legs.
for the playoffs to make a good run.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, Q. I mean, the Pistons are the best team in the East. They've earned that label. They've defended that label when they go toe-to-toe with these teams all season long. They deserve to be there. Now, in terms of this idea of, well, it's going to be different when the playoffs start, well, Trajan Langdon himself said that. So I think that's where some of that comes from.
Yeah.
Is understanding that 7-game series, different defensive coverages, trapping Cade, making life harder for them without shooting, without a secondary creator. Those are things that stick out in my mind as what could be their undoing. Those are things they have to avoid.
And I mean, if they're able to finish the season right now, they have the best win percentage. They're Oklahoma City's played 3 more games. They've got more wins, but they also have more losses. Mm-hmm. If they're able to solidify home court throughout the course of the playoffs, that could help when it comes to it. Obviously helps anytime, but it could certainly help if you're talking about small margins when they get to the NBA final.
Every little bit helps. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, by now, I'm sure you've all heard that Iran's top leader was killed on Saturday in a large military strike carried out jointly by the U.S. and Israel. President Trump announced the death, saying that it gave the people of Iran the greatest chance to take back their country. Iranian state media reported that the 86-year-old who had been ruling for more than 3 decades was killed in this airstrike that targeted his compound. During this attack, at least 3 American service members were killed, 5 others seriously wounded. U.S. Central Command also noted that several others sustained minor shrapnel injuries and concussions. The 3 who were killed were U.S. Army soldiers deployed to Kuwait as part of a unit that oversaw supplies and logistics. As far as I know so far, their identities haven't been released. They're waiting till their family members have been notified. But in a video posted to Truth Social, the president also said more American fatalities are likely to come. He also suggested that this it's been dubbed Operation Epic Fury, could last at least a month. In other local news, East Point police are investigating after a 1-year-old child was discovered inside an impounded vehicle at a local tow yard on Saturday. Yeah, so officials say a faculty member noticed this baby in the vehicle and obviously called police. The child was alive, was immediately taken to a medical evaluation, but said it's doing fine. Like
Yeah.
the baby is fine, but now, right, what's going on? How did this happen? Police say the car had been towed from another city, and everything remains under investigation.
Did the tow truck driver not look in the back seat? Like, there, a lot of questions.
Lots of questions. Okay, this is an interesting story. So when the cold front moved in earlier this month, a Southfield family wanted to have some fun, so they decided to build an igloo in their front yard. And I'm not talking like a little fort. Like they made colorful ice, they dyed
Yeah.
water and let it freeze, and they made this like
They
really
used like the
sweet.
disposable tin pans.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this-
it looked awesome.
It was really cool igloo, right? That not only did their kids love, there was 3 kids in this family, but other neighborhood kids came and played with it. But then when the weather started to warm up and the sun actually came out, they wanted to try to preserve it as long as they could. So they put up this, basically a pop-up.
Yeah, it looked
tent.
like a tailgate tent.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, basically. And they said they didn't have it out for days. They didn't even have it out for a full 24 hours, but they would put it out and kind of move it around
Just
so
to
that they
shade
could
it from
block
the
the
sun.
sun.
Did someone complain?
Well, somebody must have complained because they received this notice from the city that basically said, hey, you have to have zoning and building approval to have this canopy in your front yard.
I don't even think it was somebody complaining. When I read the story, it was somebody from the zoning office.
Exactly, but you would imagine, do you think they got notified because of a complaint?
Or they're
No,
just
they
driving
drive around and
around.
look for.
They do?
Oh yeah, they drive around and look for stuff at your house all the time.
And this is in their front yard.
yeah, we want to make sure we get our, a zoning permit fee.
Somebody was really crabby that day.
So what's the lesson? Build your igloo in your backyard? Like
I guess
So
so.
they let it. I'm guessing it kind of melted
melted,
away.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because it was basically you either need to go get these approvals or your igloo is illegal and it.
come on.
Well, it wasn't the igloo that was
the
illegal.
tent.
It was the tent.
Yeah.
It's
the
it's so
canopy is what
bizarre.
they
Like
kept calling it. Anyway.
just let some kids have some fun.
I know it was really cute. It was really cool. The Detroit Pistons and Cleveland Cavaliers were delayed 18 minutes in the third quarter on Friday night because of a blaring horn at the LCA. Goodness gracious! So the Pistons were leading 65-64, and the horn sounded to end a timeout, but then it never actually turned off, and the scoreboard basically malfunctioned. Is what it came down
did they
to,
stop
right?
the game or did they play through?
Oh no,
No,
they
they
stopped
stopped
the
the
game because
game.
the whole scoreboard went off and the horn was
Yeah.
going off continuously.
And employees there at the arena were frantically trying to get this horn to stop, but it did keep blasting. Eventually, they had to shut down the entire scoreboard. The game did continue, but it sounds like they had to use like a manual air horn.
That's great.
Oh, this is yeah. Well, what was even best is obviously Stoney was in for you all week last week, and he said he was going to the game. I'm like, I wonder if he was somehow down there,
Oh gosh.
and this is a Stoney event.
Like he screwed it up.
Oh yeah. As soon as I heard it, I'm like, Stoney.
Guys,
I don't
hands
think
on
he
the
had anything to do with
scoreboard.
it. Yeah.
I don't think so either, but
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, we got drama with David Montgomery. Will he be traded? What did he say on social media? And more importantly, how does this end? It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. And a lot of law firms come and go, but for 3 decades of experience, it's a true testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Oh, the classic. He said, who said what? David Montgomery, drama brewing in the Lions backfield. Let's get into it. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Greg behind the glass as we settle in on a Monday. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN says David Montgomery wants out. He has a reasonable contract, owed $6 million in 2026, and is 28 years old. That has value. Word out of Indy at the Combine, Detroit would like a decent day 3 pick plus possibly a 5th rounder in return. Adding Seattle would make sense if they can't keep Kenneth Walker. Well, that's all well and good. Everybody starts talking about that. Then Demo decides he's going to weigh in himself on Twitter. He posted on X, and he said, damn, Demo told you that? So now what, John?
Obviously not having the conversations throughout the course of the year, you know that he had to be a little frustrated. He didn't get the ball as much as he did the year before, didn't have as big of an impact, but the running game didn't have as big of an impact. I don't think it was necessarily Demo or overusing Jahmyr Gibbs. It was the fact that they couldn't block anybody on the interior of that offensive line. My read is that because you go back 2 years and Demo was fine with sharing time with Jahmyr Gibbs and fine with basically, hey, whatever it takes for us to win. And if Jahmyr's the guy that's going to have these explosive plays, then so be it. I don't think he necessarily wants out. Does he want more touches? Sure. Then go have a better offensive line. He'll get more touches.
Well, that's the thing. New OC, there's got to be an investment in the offensive line. He would benefit more than anybody. Because Gibbs is the guy that gets, the explosive plays, but Montgomery's going to get the crease and he's going to get what's blocked and then fall forward for a couple more. Yeah, he'd benefit with the new OC. He'd benefit with a revamped offensive line. How much of this is touches and yards, right? He had 775 in 24, 716 last year, so about the same number of yards.
Right.
How much of this is that, and how much of it's money, John? He's 28 years old. He's running out of guaranteed money in his contract. By the way, the 2-year extension he signed kicks in now. Is this about money, or does he actually want to leave?
I don't necessarily. I mean, it can always be about money. I mean,
his yardage is the same the last 2 years, so why is this suddenly an issue now? Well, I'm 28, and it's my last chance to get the bag, right? Well, you signed an extension, dude. You got a contract. Play the contract.
Well, yeah, but he's not complaining about the contract.
Okay, I think he's complaining, though. And I think he's playing dumb on social media. Do you think Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell say what they said last week if David Montgomery hasn't raised any concerns? I'll give you the quotes again from Brad Holmes. But for David Montgomery to act like the church, part of the choir here, Demo didn't say that. Maybe your agent did. Maybe you've made similar comments to insinuate that to ownership, to management, to leadership. Brad Holmes last week said, quote, "We love David. He's a great player. We'd love to have him. Kind of want to put last year in the rearview mirror and move forward. But obviously a player has to want to be at a certain place as well." Did Brad Holmes make that up?
Yeah,
Pull it out of his ass? No, I think that's coming from Demo's camp. Maybe not Demo himself, but don't play stupid on social media. You're unhappy. Let's find a compromise.
But I also think from his standpoint, he did sign the extension. It kicks in this year. If he gets traded, I don't think he gets any more money. He doesn't get an extension from his new team. Maybe if he goes and performs and he's there, he's RB1 and puts up over 1,000 yards, maybe there's a contract extension, but then he's going to be 29.
So what's this? He wants to go at 28 years old and get 300 touches inefficiently on a bad team so he can feel good? He's going to feel like he got hit 300 times. I don't understand this.
Well, there's a path for him to actually go to a decent team, because we have heard all along that Kansas City is going to be drafting a running back when they pick at 11,
9 maybe.
Yeah, it's somewhere
one
there.
of the two.
Yeah, I don't think they get the guy that they want.
Right.
Which obviously they want Jeremiah Love out of Notre Dame. I don't know that he lasts that long.
Interesting.
So if they don't, and they want instant impact, I don't think they risk going with their second or third choice if they don't think he's going to be the impact that they need, especially with the injury to Patrick Mahomes. Is he going to be back? And if he is, do they need to have a more dominant run game to take a little pressure off him?
Oh, there's no doubt they do.
Demo would be the perfect fit.
Okay, let's play this along. 5th round pick? I'm not doing that. I'm not trading Demo for a 5th round pick. Not with as important as the run game is for this football team. Not with one Gibbs rolled ankle away from being a completely...
It depends what the Lions' plans are. And I don't know that they have bigger fish to fry than drafting a running back.
Right, I don't want to add needs to the list. RB2 would instantly become a need if they trade David Montgomery for a 5th. Now, you want to backfill by taking a back on day 3? Okay, cool. Save a couple $1,000,000 in total here moving Montgomery.
Yeah, but it's not the impact that you need from salary cap relief.
I want the guy back, and I want him to play out of the contract he signed, and I want him to play on the role that he was happy with 2 years ago, which is the same role he has today. I don't know how this ends, John, but it should end with David Montgomery playing for the Detroit Lions this season. Otherwise, I save a handful of cash, and I got a day 3 pick. I got a 5th round pick. What am I doing with it? He makes a better impact than $2 million and a 5th round pick.
Well, I agree he does. But this is one where I understand what Brad Holmes said, and I just don't believe. I think there are people that are making this more dramatic, and I'm not going to bite on that one from what it actually is until we know more. Do I want him back? Yes. Do I think that him and Jahmyr Gibbs are a great 1-2 punch? And there are games where I think he gets the ball before Jahmyr Gibbs? Certainly. So I want him back.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. How does this play out? What's your read of the situation? Text coming in saying, Lions need to keep Monty. He's the heartbeat of the offense. Derek in Wyandotte. You're making a face.
I don't know that I'd call him the heartbeat of the offense.
How would you describe him?
I think he may be that solid rock of the offense. Something that, hey, you could count on when you got to get tough yards, between the guards.
Yeah.
Would I rather hand the ball to Demo than Jahmyr Gibbs? Probably.
I could call him the sledgehammer of this offense. I think he's great in blitz pickups, picking up linebackers and stopping them in their tracks, like you mentioned, between the guards, short yardage, move the sticks, punish a team. I mean, my favorite game of his last year's, not hard to point out, it's everybody's favorite game from the season. It's the Baltimore game, where he was bludgeoning them in Baltimore. He has a role on this team. He has value to this football team. Whether you call him the heartbeat or the pace setter or the sledgehammer. Yeah, I agree with Derek, though. He has an important role on this team. Guys, you have to stop assuming he was frustrated. He's never once said he was frustrated. It's all nonsense from talking heads. Is Brad Holmes a talking head? Coming for our job, too. I mean, I read you the quote. Obviously, a player has to want to be at certain places as well. Those conversations are still fluid. We'll see how it goes. Is he mentioning that with any other players currently under contract?
Well, I don't know how many times he was asked about any other players currently under contract.
But this came up in the postseason press. This came up last week at the Combine. I don't have the Dan Campbell quote in front of me, but I believe he said something to the effect of, give him space to make his decision. What decision is there to make? You're under contract. Your extension kicks in. You get 700 yards the last 2 seasons. Why is it an issue now? Where is this coming from? Well, coming from... Is Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes making this up to give us content? I think they're very nice people. I don't think so. I think this is coming from David Montgomery's camp, and now he wants to say, well, Demo didn't tell you that. Who's Demo's agent? Did Demo's agent tell him that? Where's it coming from? Because let's really get to the bottom of it then. I think he's playing dumb on social media.
He very well could be. But I also think that there's more drama in this situation than there needs to be.
I would agree.
So I don't know if he comes out or if there's some joint statement. I don't even think that they care to make a joint statement in regards to the sentiment is false.
I would not trade him for a 5th round pick. That's what Jeremy Fowler threw out there from his chats at the Combine. Does Demo want to be here? He also could have just said that. Demo's very happy in Detroit. I haven't heard that either.
No. It's just, I think it's interesting that I don't know why Jeremy Fowler would come out and say this. Obviously, he had some insight,
someone
and it's
told him.
probably an agent or it's somebody connected to his camp. I just don't understand what Demo gets out of this other than RB1 at one of 31 other teams.
I also want to address with Jeremy Fowler looking for clicks. He did his note. They always do this every year. It's him and Dan Graziano. They do notes from the combine, what they're hearing around the league. The Demo thing it didn't even get its own header. They didn't even use the Lions logo and write the blurb. It was thrown in at the end of something else. He wasn't putting this in there to get the headline image, click through. This was just, hey, I'm hearing stuff. I'm going to put it in here. I don't think he's making it up.
Yeah, but in actually saying that, I think it's less than what we're making it.
248-539-9797. We got Red Wings tickets to give away in the 7 o'clock hour. And yes, we are into the month of MARCH. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all those great moments in MARCH is at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are, of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
some response to the Demo saga. And maybe John's right. Maybe this is being blown out of proportion. But Demo felt compelled enough to respond to it on social media, saying, he didn't hear from Demo. Demo
maybe
wants
he was
to
trying
trade.
to calm it down.
Maybe. Tex says, guys, Montgomery thinks he's more important than he actually is.
He might.
Maybe. Jim and John, I agree 100% with you guys. Demo's problems last year were O-line related. Our run game issues would have been addressed had Ragnow not retired. And 2, Gibbs did benefit with Demo being there as a change of pace. Both need a restored O-line like 2024. Okay? Guys, I think Montgomery is the grounded star of the offense. Losing him would create a hole in the locker room that's hard to replace.
Well, we thought that in, what was it, year 2 of this bunch? Was it Jamal Williams? And
He had all the touchdowns?
Yeah, had all the touchdowns. Oh, we can't lose the heartbeat of the offense. He's a culture guy. And then he goes down to New Orleans and disappears.
Never heard from him again.
And we seem to just march right along. So I just caution everyone that literally everyone in the NFL, some are harder to replace than others. Everyone's replaceable.
Montgomery probably felt left out and underutilized. Once they started losing, he felt even more left out. It's very understanding.
I don't necessarily know that he felt left out. I mean, maybe he was frustrated because he wasn't being able to be as productive on a yards per carry basis.
But he was. 4.5 yards per carry is basically what he was in his first year at 4.6 yards per carry. His touches went down. He had over 200 in year 1, 185 in year 2, and 158 in year 3. His yards went from 1,000 to 775 to 716. So touches and yards have gone down. Touchdowns as well. I don't...
But that comes along with being a 1A and a 1B.
Right. Again, he had 700 yards each of the last 2 years. The difference is they went 15-2 one year and 9-8 the other?
Yeah.
And he didn't complain after the 15 wins, but now there's some unrest that the GM and coach have alluded to after a 9-8 season where they finished 4th in the division. I mean, if the O-line's better next year and Montgomery gets 10 more touches over 17 games, is he happy?
Well, and
you know what I mean? Like,
he may
what is
have
this
called
whole-
after Brad spoke. He may have called Brad and said, "Hey, I'm very happy here."
Right. Well, I hope so because I like him. I want him on this team. I don't want to. I mean, here's the thing. What if speculation mode? What if he actually isn't happy here? What if there is some smoke and fire? The Lions don't have to trade him, though. I know they
don't.
want to do right by the player, which is what they've said publicly. But, John, he's got multiple years left under contract. They don't have to trade him for a 5th-round pick. They can say, buddy, show up to camp and play football. Who do you actually think you are?
I agree. That's
You're
how
not
they
Derrick
should handle
Henry.
it.
Like, what are we
Right.
doing here? Show up and play football.
Well, and I've always been of the mindset, even if you're Derrick Henry or if you're any other star and you say, well, I don't like it here anymore, I want to be traded. Well, okay, let's pull out the contract and see how many years you have left. What did you agree to? All right, now we expect that we're going to hold you to that contract.
And we get situations where guys are on the last year of a deal and they're trying to leverage, hey, I don't want to throw my... Demo's got multiple years left on this deal. I don't know whose side you're on or if there's any
did
side
him a
to be
solid
on.
by giving him that contract in the middle of the season.
Early they extended him. They didn't have to give him that extension when they did. In fact, you know what? He probably regrets that they did. Because then he'd be a free agent right now.
Yeah.
Or he could negotiate more money if he thinks he's worth more money. 248-539-9797. Because what I don't want to do is create another opening. If you trade David Montgomery for the 5th-round pick that Jeremy Fowler speculated, John, it's just yet another thing they have to address. I don't feel comfortable going into the season with Jahmyr Gibbs and no backup.
Correct. Or a serviceable, reliable backup. You're always going to have somebody that's filling that role.
Right.
But not like Demo is.
Right, but we talk about, like, even with the Decker decision, hey, I want to come back. They've said we still need to address tackle. Everybody knows they need to address center. How many times have we talked about the defensive line? Safeties, plural, corner maybe. Alex Anzalone, you want to play 3 linebacker sets? If he's gone, like there are so many other pressing needs than RB2.
But it's a luxury to have an RB2 like him. He's probably a starter in this league. I think he is. He's one of the best 32. You can probably find something out there that can come in pretty cheap and do the job. I would love to have him back. I think he's affordable, and they shouldn't bust this up. They need this running back combo with a line that's still going to be depleted compared to what it used to be. But then I go to, if Jahmyr Gibbs is so good, you don't need a very good running backup. The best in the game don't have him. I mean, who's Saquon's backup?
Right.
You just go get a Boston Scott off the street and he's your RB2?
Yeah, I would stress, though, that this football team's identity starts from running the football, and we've dealt with some pretty rough injuries the last 2 years. The last thing I want to do is go into this year committing to running the football and something horrible happens to your first running back and you don't have David Montgomery.
But the Eagles go in with Barkley the last 2 years under the same thing.
It's a risk tolerance. And am I going to take that risk for a 5th-round pick? No, I'm not making that deal for a 5th-round pick. Now, John, maybe there's a sliding scale. This text says, no, not for a 5th, but I would for a 4th. Everybody's got a price. Would you trade Demo for a 4th? See, I still don't feel like I'm getting enough.
No, because, I mean, when you look and you know, okay, you got a first and a second. You're not going to spend a first and you don't want to spend a first and a second on a running back. You want to be able to address the offensive line or the defensive line or the secondary.
Right. Text says, could the Lions want to restructure Demo as part of the team's cap issues and he's not biting, so this is now leverage? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much money there is to save with Demo's deal. If you're trying to create a couple bucks, you're going to call Goff. You're going to call Sewell. You're going to call St. Brown.
Yeah.
Look, some of this could be leverage on either side, but I don't know that it's about restructuring. He's got 2 years left. Kind of feels like that's what it is.
Yeah.
Not sure why John is downplaying it. There were comments made in season. I told you guys he wasn't happy. The dramatic drop in usage at the end of the season doesn't feel like a coincidence. I want him back if he wants to be back, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him gone.
The issue that I have with him being gone is, and we always ask this question when everybody says, oh, I want a different quarterback. Okay, what's the path to your franchise quarterback? Well, the franchise running back is Jahmyr Gibbs. He's probably going to get a hefty extension, whether you agree or not with it, at some point this year or next year. But how do you go about replacing David Montgomery with the same quality, the same production, if you trade him for a 5th or even a 4th-round pick?
Text says, you guys keep saying you don't know whose side to be on. He's come out and said he hasn't requested a trade. So why do you assume you know better than what he's saying? No, David Montgomery has not come out and said that he didn't request a trade. He didn't deny that he's requested a trade. He said that Demo didn't tell Jeremy Fowler that. Right?
Right. And is Jeremy Fowler just going off of what Brad Holmes said?
Or David Montgomery's agent?
Could be.
And my point is,
there's a lot of possibilities, which we don't know.
Demo didn't say that is not a denial. I mean, Demo didn't say that. Could be my agent did. And now he's not lying. He didn't clarify it as well as this person believes he did. And he could clarify it more today.
He could.
248-539-9797. The Montgomery issue reminds me of when Ben Wallace wanted more shots, didn't re-sign with the Pistons, and went to the Bulls. Unfortunately, winning isn't enough for people, and they look for their own stat line. That signed Brian.
Stat line or money line. And we're not talking about gambling.
Right. Well, that's why I brought up. He's got 2 years left on the deal. I don't know what he's looking to angle for there. All right, we'll talk a little hockey coming up, give away some Red Wing tickets. It's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Pistons took down the Magic 106-92 on the road last night. Detroit trailed by 7 at halftime, but opened the third quarter on a big run, resulting in a 31-18 scoring margin for the Pistons. Detroit rode that momentum to a strong fourth quarter and the eventual victory. Karis LeVert credited the team's communication on defense as the catalyst for the shutdown performance after halftime.
Yeah, I think more communication was, the main culprit for it, and that got out to easy baskets on the offensive end. But like I said, it was communication. We talked about it at halftime. Coach challenged us to be better on that end, and we accepted the challenge.
The Pistons now have more wins than last season with 23 games still left to play. They would need to win 19 of those 23 to tie the single-season franchise record of 64 wins. Detroit heads to Cleveland tomorrow. Michigan State Hoops also won yesterday. The Spartans went into Indiana's Assembly Hall and left with a 77-64 road win. Jackson Kohler had one of his best games of the season with 21 points and 13 boards. Jeremy Fears Jr. also had 21 points and 9 assists. The Spartans are now 24-5 this year with 2 games remaining this week. They'll face Rutgers at home Thursday and head to Michigan on Sunday. The Wolverines are dealing with the bad news they got over the weekend that guard LJ Kayson has suffered a torn ACL. The team said he will be out for the remainder of the year. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We got Red Wing tickets to give away today, this hour, for their game coming up against the Vegas Golden Knights on March the 4th. Listen this hour. When you hear Gold members say, gold. When you hear that, call in, win your pair of tickets for Wednesday's showdown with the Vegas Golden Knights. Sorry, Wednesdays. Yeah, say Wednesday? Wednesday showdown.
Yeah.
Great. We are into March.
Oh, you said it. You must believe that they are going to be better throughout this March than they have the previous 3.
Have you seen the numbers on the previous 3 Marches, John?
Well, I did only because I saw you put them together, and I know that the last 3 Marches, they've started off in a playoff position, and they have ended out of the playoff position.
There's a reason I'm hesitant to say the word, and I've used MARCH. Like when you're around your dog and you don't want them to know you're going to the vet, or you're around your kids and you don't want to say something, so you spell it out. I do feel anxious about this month, and for good reason. In 2023, they went 5-10. Mm-hmm. In 2024, they went 3-11. Last year, with Todd McClellan, they went 4-10. And on Saturday night, McClellan's calling out guys on the team, not by name, but he wasn't mincing words either. Like, I am anxious as we get into the month of MARCH that they could take yet another nosedive. John, they're not a good 5-on-5 hockey team. A -19, which is 25th in the league. The condensed schedule means you're going to ask a lot out of Gibson, and I don't feel like they have a sturdy D-core in front of him. You're playing with fire right now.
Well, we saw what happens when Cam Talbot's in the net.
And Carolina's a hell of a hockey team, too. I think it's both. But yeah, I think some anxiety is there for Red Wing fans. Certainly for me, I won't speak for the entire fan base, but how do you guys feel? Like today, you should go beat Nashville, but I don't know. It's MARCH.
So let me start with this. And Stoney and I had this conversation last week. What's the reason that you believe they perform better but ultimately make the playoffs? And what's the reason you think they don't? So let's start with your reason why you think they don't.
They're not good enough 5-on-5. And that's going to come back to bite you as the season drags on. They play a tough schedule. They can't play Gibson every single night.
Okay.
Those are the reasons I don't think they get in.
Is there a reason why you think they do?
Well, if Gibson can steal a couple, right? A real, true number 1 goalie they haven't had in any of these. And the obvious. If the lights are on in someone's home. If a move's made at the end of this week. Right? I mean, that's a way to make sure you're a sturdier, steadier defensive hockey team. I focus on blue line. I know there's certainly guys to trade for at the forward group too. But if you become a better 5-on-5, 200-foot hockey team by making strategic moves to better yourself, it could be the difference in 2 points, 3 points, 4 points.
One might be all you need.
Yeah, we do. Remember where it did come down to the very end, and we had Aragos to spare, and we thought we were going to get in for a hot second. Yeah, I mean, a real deadline and a hot goalie could be the thing that powers this team to the postseason.
So the reason I thought that they would make it is actually their coach, Todd McClellan.
Okay.
And it's because, and I know that he was the coach last year, but he wasn't there until, just after Christmas, didn't have the training camp, didn't build up the relationships that you've got to have to be able to say things that you have to be able to address. And he publicly addressed it after the loss to Carolina. And this is part of the reason I think that they have a better March than they have the previous 3 years, is because Todd McClellan will say what needs to be said, and he'll say it in public. Here he was after the game. That's the reason I think that they perform better in March and ultimately make the playoffs, because he's not going to let guys just coast to the end of the season. He's going to address what needs to be addressed. It's not Todd Lalonde. It's not Lalonde who's just out there and he's a nice guy and he's everybody's friend. And hey, shucks, let's see if we can go win one tonight. No, Todd McClellan is going to address what needs to be addressed. And when you have guys that are out there just jerseys, just skating around, eating up minutes, it's BS.
Nothing against Todd. I like hearing that from the coach. The fact that he has to continually do this and it's not about one guy, it's jerseys, plural, scares the hell out of me as we go into the month of hell. That's the other way I look at this. And I say, good, he's going to say mush and he's going to push the right buttons. He's going to ride him. He's going to push guys. But if they got guys who need to be pushed, I don't think he can push them there himself.
Well, I think that's also a signal to his general manager.
Yeah.
Okay, we got some guys that are just jerseys. Let's either unload them or bring in guys that can actually produce.
Well, right. And look, the name that came up last week was Tyler Myers.
Yes.
6'8", big guy, bad team in Vancouver. He's got the no movement clause, so he can veto the trade, and he as far as of today, doesn't want to be moved. Elliot Friedman the other day said that as far as he knows, the Wings are the only team that's made a real offer, and he just doesn't want to move out east. Yeah. I think he's got a family dynamic that they've alluded to. Okay, if it's not Tyler Myers, who is it? Because another name that's been brought up on the blue line is a guy I would prefer. Oliver Ekman-Larsson of the last place Toronto Maple Leafs. Ekman-Larsson plays power play, he plays penalty kill. He's a left shot guy, but he can play the right side. He signed beyond this season. He was a member of the Florida Panthers when they won the Stanley Cup. Did I mention the Toronto Maple Leafs are in last place?
Yeah.
This is the guy who should and will be dealt at the deadline. He's going to cost more than Tyler Myers, but rather than just get a big stiff, how about you get a guy who can play a little bit and give up a little more and really energize this team, make you better in all situations? I would love to see him go after an Oliver Ekman-Larsson, just to name a guy. Mm-hmm. But yeah, if Yzerman went and did something this week, it'd really calm down the anxiety. Because otherwise I got my coach going, I got husks out here on the ice. I got empty jerseys. Guys don't want to play. Todd, this is the month of MARCH. I'm a little anxious that that's going to be the issue again this season. If Steve did something about it, and if they could, how about this, John? One foot in front of the other. Go beat the Predators today. Beat Vegas on Wednesday. String together a couple wins to get things going this month.
Yeah, because it's. And you mentioned things get tighter obviously in March, and it is a compacted schedule, and the schedule really does them no favors. They've got some tough games and some tough road games coming up in the month of March. They're going to need that extra ammunition, and whether it's on the blue line, whether it's up front in terms of guys being able to score points, play better 5-on-5, it really is. And I think they are in the perfect position to go out and buy go out and get something done. This one is 100%. And the reason I wanted to play that Todd McCullough audio is not just because he's talking to his team. I believe that comment is also talking to Steve Yzerman.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. We know he hasn't made those kind of moves, but they should.
Well, I mean, I believe this is the year. This should be the start of something. Make a move that you can then continue to build on.
So let me run with the Oliver Ekman-Larsson thing for a second, because I think he's a guy that could actually move the needle. Tyler Myers is probably a third pair guy, would probably be a second pair guy here just because you need a right shot. Oliver Ekman-Larsson, if you had to give up a first, are you doing it?
Yeah.
Okay. 34 years old, but Myers 36. Ekman-Larsson signed beyond this year, so not a true rental. Like, I just throw it out to say, like, these are the guys that you target. Not that it's one player or bust. I don't want to turn this into a Bregman bit where if you don't get my guy, I'm upset. Like, but they do need to do something. And I think they are attached to a lot of people in rumors, but I don't want to hear about, like, price is too high. See, Edmonton's willing to give up more than us. Not again.
Easy.
Not
there.
again, John.
Easy there, buddy.
Not again. 248-539-9797. How would you describe your feelings on this, the second day of MARCH? 248-539-9797. Text coming in. I think this is a very shaky hockey team with a mediocre roster. I don't have any faith in the front office to improve at the trade deadline. I don't think they'll slip all the way out of the playoffs, but I think there is still major slippage before the end of the season. Well, they don't have a lot of room. 5 points right now?
Yeah, 5 points above, was it Washington?
Yeah, so major slippage means missing the playoffs. Tex says, Larkin being bricked up from the Olympics gold will be the difference maker.
Well, we saw that in the first night.
He won them that game against Ottawa.
Ottawa, yeah.
I'm sorry, is bricked up a good thing?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't know what that means.
You don't? Rieger's got a pill for it. I do like that he's getting love. Larkin, not Rieger. That Larkin is getting some spotlight and some love and some attention because I feel like he's been slept on. Damn good hockey player. But
Still talking about Rieger?
Rieger slept on?
Yeah.
No, because this team doesn't make the playoffs. People don't realize the player that he is, and he can't get them there by himself, which is what he talked about last year at the deadline. So
Correct.
Do something for your bricked up captain. Mm-hmm. It's 97-1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminine Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors. Forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. This isn't just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. All you have to do is call 855-65-CRASH or visit them on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Red Wing head coach Todd McClellan, love that he said it, hate that he had to. Right? I love that he'll say it and call guys out. I hate that he's talking about multiple guys being passengers floating around on the ice as they get ready for a second half run here.
You just had a coach in town say, guys out there are just jerseys. Like, it's pretty insulting.
Well, it's insulting, but it's true, right? I mean, he's not saying it to say, like, he means it. So that's a problem. I mean, they did not end the first half well. They're 1-1 coming back, but this is what the coach is seeing with his own two eyes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes me anxious as we get into the month that is the nightmare month. I mean, over the last 3 years, they're 12-31 in the month of March, and that's including the season where McClellan was here, and they went 4-10 last season.
Trade deadline aside, it does feel like this team responds when Todd McClellan addresses it. Now, I don't know how often he's addressed it. Now, okay, it's only 2 games back from the Olympic break. Obviously, he was addressing it over it when they had their mini training camp, blah, blah, blah. How much has he addressed this individually before he's actually said, you know what, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to go public with this?
Yeah, I don't know, John. It's a good point. I mean, we don't know what happens behind closed doors. I just know publicly to have the coach be...
Well, my point is, I don't think he goes public as his first weapon.
Right, but that almost makes me feel worse that this is probably something he's repeated to them over and over again, stressed to them over and over again, and feels I have to say it publicly because these jerseys aren't playing hockey. Remember when he first got here? Play effing hockey?
Yeah.
It's still not apparently sunk into some of these dudes, and they are still in. They have a cushion. They have a deadline. The odds would tell you they're going to make it. I got to tell you, it's far from a guarantee, and I would love a few things to calm down the anxiety. One, a few less jerseys, a few more hockey players, a move from Steve Yzerman that isn't just, hey, get a stiff like Tyler Myers, but like an actual move, the needle move, and get this team in the postseason.
So we got some candidates on the text that just came in about who are the, quote, jerseys.
I'd love to hear this, yeah.
Cough, cough, Patrick Kane.
I don't... Look, I know he's not a 200-foot player anymore. I don't think the coach is calling out his veteran
names?
leader.
More. I think we expected these. Comfer and Rasmussen.
Oh, yeah. Comfer, Rasmussen, Finney. I'm looking at guys that he's not talking about Larkin or Raymond.
He's basically calling them floaters or ice time consumers.
Yeah. Well, he's not talking Sider, Raymond, Edvinson, although he had a bad turnover the other day, but he's not talking about Edvinson. He's talking about the guys who are filling out the third and fourth lines, the second and third pairs.
Which is why I believe this is also and maybe he's had conversations with Steve Yzerman, and Steve Yzerman is not responding the way that Todd is hoping he'll respond.
What about ASP?
I think they know what they have in him. He's a very young player. It's why they shelter his minutes. The minutes have been dipping as the season's gone on. They know this is the most professional hockey he's played in a calendar year. I'm not trying to bury a rookie. Let's just call it what it is, though. They know they have a guy they have to hide him on the ice, and they don't want to put him in the D zone for long stretches of time. Like, they know that's an area they have to upgrade. It's just, are they going to follow through and do it? Because that could energize this team. If Larkin said it a year ago, and you're saying Todd's angling for it this year,
how do you see it any other way?
I agree. Then the person who has to see it, though, is the guy who makes the phone calls.
Well, the reason I brought him up is with a young player who doesn't have a track record, it could be an indirect way to inspire him to get more minutes.
Sure.
Because he already knows what he has in a few of these other veteran bums.
Text says Stevie will get it done this year. Coaching definitely let it be known that there are bums collecting checks. Moves will be made this week. Get both the defenseman from Toronto to go with Austin Matthews from Toronto. He's being chased out after the Olympics.
Did you hear that last week?
I know they weren't happy with him.
No, so Mike threw it out there.
Okay.
About throw the, go. This is a chance to get a star.
Okay, so the idea here is if he's if he's available, yeah, of course you're going for him.
Thing is,
Toronto's in last place, but are they going to trade their best player? I don't see it.
You'd be giving up a lot.
Sure, what's a lot? I'm getting firsts don't matter to me, so
multiple firsts and at least a couple
young Danielson, Carter Bear,
ASP.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I know they like him, and he's the first-round pick, and he's kind of sped up his development to get the National Hockey League as quickly as he did. But, yeah, I mean, we're talking Austin Matthews here. All of a sudden, is Larkin your second center? Isn't that what everybody thinks he is as a second center on a title team?
Yeah, no, I mean,
How much better is this team up the middle at that point?
I don't think a move like that.
No, I don't.
I think that's an off-season move.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. Austin Matthews, Oliver Ekman Larson, we'll plan the parade. Like, yeah, I'm on board. I just don't know how real it is. McDavid available too, or is that okay?
There are Pettersson rumors out there.
If you'd like to talk about it for a second, I don't know what you make of him, because he's a player who feels like a shell of himself, but he's still relatively young. He's like 26 years? No, 26 years old. 27.
Yeah, I think so. 27. Yeah.
Yeah. Former 100-point season, right? But his contract's bloated. They are not going to retain any salary. So to me, that is, I'm buying super low. Like, I'm not gutting my system for Pettersson.
Well, and is he another guy that's just adding another jersey?
Well, that would be
for
the risk.
What he's making.
Your highest paid player he would be. Mm-hmm. And if he's truly a lost soul in the game of hockey, are you putting him on this team? That's certainly a concern I'd have. Do you feel like your culture is that of a bunch of guys who play really hard every night?
And you just don't have enough talent, but you got some guys that are just giving it all they got?
No. Look, they've got the cap space. It would be bold. I would be very curious if they made the move. It would tell me that Yzerman sees a player who has a second gear that they could unlock. But that's a messy one because of the money. They don't want to retain. They have to rebuild. They know they have to rebuild. How they navigate him is going to be fascinating.
See, I think a win today could potentially make the Predators a seller. They're only a few points out of the playoffs, but you know, their big free agent swing a couple years ago has not worked out. There's some intriguing names there.
Yeah.
What, are you going to finally get Stamkos?
Well, there you go. Nashville's 2 or 3 points out of the playoffs. Going to be a tough game. Go Wings. It's from a text. Yeah, they're hanging in. Nashville is. Is Stamkos the type of player they would be looking to add? Like, he scores. This team needs to score 5-on-5. Is he more of a power? I haven't looked at his numbers, but at this stage, is that more of a power play guy as opposed to a back-checking postseason push?
Probably the former.
Yeah.
He's got term.
Yeah, we know that. They gave him a 4-year deal that we didn't want to hand out, right? Wasn't that the whole deal?
No, I think we're doing fantasy GM stuff.
Yeah.
To me, I would expect a moderate trade for a third or fourth defenseman.
Yeah, probably. Probably the Tyler Myers thing or an equivalent. Right?
I mean, when you have your coach saying what he says, you go get them something that's going to help them, but you don't do something drastic because there's far bigger issues that can't be addressed now, need to be addressed in the offseason.
So I said I have some anxious energy, some anxiety. John, how would you describe as they're about to play their first game of the month tonight?
Well, I think their leadership, and I'm not talking about, I've mentioned this, I have a lot of respect for what Todd McClellan is doing. And I think he knows with this team, because he was there in training camp, he's had that extra time without Larkin, without Lucas Raymond, but just to be focusing on the guys that, and a lot of them just jerseys skating around. I think he's in tune to what will motivate these guys.
Right.
And I think this is part of the plan. I do think March is better. I don't think March is going to be anywhere like it was the first couple months of the season. It's going to be tougher, as we know. But I do think that they come out of it in better position than they have.
Well, this texter will be happy that you said it because he says, I can't stand Costa spelling the month all month long. Please make him stop.
I got to tell you real quick, I'm not a fan of the bit. I didn't send that text, but...
Yeah. Well, thank you. Every time he says the month of March,
Tom,
I point it out. Hey, you said the month of
Can
March.
we just say March?
With all due respect, I'm not a fan of their bit. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So the U.S. and Israel bombed Iran this weekend. President Trump announced that 48 high-ranking officials were killed, including Iran's top leader. At least 3 American troops were killed and 5 others were seriously wounded. Trump suggested yesterday that Operation Epic Fury could last about a month. Now, while all of that went on over the weekend, you know what I saw trending on my social media?
What?
Jim Carrey.
Oh, his doppelganger?
Yeah.
Well, hold on.
Not doppelganger. No. Was he cloned, John? Right. Yeah. Was he cloned? So last week he was at this French award show. He received a Lifetime Achievement Award. He accepted the speech in French, but it was his appearance that everyone has been talking about. And it wasn't that he was unrecognizable, right? Like it looked like him.
Yeah.
To me, it looks like he's had some work done. And he's older, maybe put on a little bit of LBs. Like he just, it looks like him, just different, right?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people think that he's either been replaced by an imposter or he's been cloned. That's what I saw trending on my social media over the weekend. So we might have seen something a little different. In other news, a 6-year-old child is recovering after accidentally shooting herself inside a Detroit home on Sunday morning. According to police, the child found an unsecured gun inside the home, started to play with it, and shot herself in the shoulder. She was taken to the hospital by EMS, is expected to be okay. Obviously, lots of questions remain, but it does sound like a person was brought out of the house in handcuffs. The Pistons and Cavaliers had to deal with a very noisy disruption during the Pistons' overtime win on Friday at the LCA. So during a timeout in the third quarter, the horn sounded, right, to signal the teams to return to play. Yeah. But then it never turned off. It blared for 13 straight minutes, delaying the game. Gosh, you guys, this sound?
Oh, yeah.
13 minutes.
Yeah, but
13 minutes that went on.
Yeah, but Mark's spot on. Why did it take 13 minutes? Unplug it.
I don't think it's that simple. So whoever controls it, I don't know. But anyway, the crew there was working feverishly to try to get the sound to go off. When it did, I almost said audience. The crowd went into, loud cheers. And then after 18 minutes, play returned with the scoring crew using a manual air horn. So that was fun, right? Yikes. So even though Sherrone Moore is no longer affiliated with Michigan's football program, he is making headlines yet again. So it was reported on Friday that former Michigan assistant coach LaTroy Lewis has been accused of sexually assaulting a woman that he met on a dating app. This alleged incident occurred on December 5th of 2024. And the woman's attorney says that she told Moore about what happened.
Yeah. Okay.
She went to him and was hoping that he could, I guess, help her or tell someone else or guide her what to do. And the lawyer says that he refused to report this incident and ultimately weaponized it against the woman.
Oh, come on.
And the lawyer says that Moore sent the woman lewd and sexually charged text messages after the incident occurred.
So she tells him, I've been raped.
Yes.
And that's how he handles it.
According to her lawyer.
Well, there's clear protocol in place that if this is the case, if he didn't follow, you take it to your superiors when somebody underneath you has something was reported on them. Like, okay, so that's the first thing. And then I don't know what to believe or not to believe, but the messages that were sent to her
from Moore
that are being reported to be sent from Moore are absolutely disgusting. I cannot believe it. I mean, I say it because it's so far out there.
Yeah. Now, Moore's attorney is denying these allegations. Lewis has been fired by the Atlanta Falcons. He is being investigated by the Ann Arbor Police Department.
What I don't understand is he could have done something. He could have fired
Correct.
that coach. Like to say I can't
or
do
went
anything.
to his superior. Like,
Correct.
tell
Yeah,
someone.
like you said, chain of command.
Yes.
Yeah.
Both.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Tigers had their first televised spring training game yesterday, and I think we all had the same observation. It's next, 97.1. All right, getting back in the swing of things, tell you about Shaner Roofing, because if you're in the business of replacing your roof, or if you need new windows or siding, those are big decisions. And when it's time, you want a company you can trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. They're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. So here's what sets them apart. Shaner's local, family-owned, and they treat every customer like family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. And maybe you've heard that about other places, but they're not going to be around for 30 years. Shaner is, and they stand by their work. Lifetime transferable warranty, 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of happy homeowners. and that reputation is earned through decades of doing the job right. If you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust. The voice of Dan Dickerson, Tiger Spring Training. Yesterday's game was televised or streamed, I guess.
Yes.
You could watch. And I think we all had the same thought when that game started. Is this the opening day lineup?
Well, it sure felt like it. One, Skubal was on the mound.
Yeah.
And then this was the lineup. Leading off, Kerry Carpenter. In the 2 spot, Gleyber Torres. Green at 3, Torque at 4. Dylan Dingler was in there because he's still working back from that arthroscopic surgery he had on his elbow. He was the DH. Colt Keith.
Yeah, man, this sounds like the starting lineup.
Javi Baez in center.
Okay.
And in the 8 spot, Kevin McGonigal at shortstop, and followed up with, obviously, Jake Rogers behind the plate.
Now, on opening day, I imagine Dingler will be ready to catch, and they'll have somebody else DHing. But that feels like the opening day lineup.
It sure does. And, I mean, if you were sitting there wondering, well, is Kevin McGonigal ready? Well, in the plate appearances so far this year, he's got 6 hits in 15 appearances, 2 doubles, 1 triple, 10 total bases. He's walked twice, struck out 4 times, and 1 stolen base. Right now, he is hitting 400. Now, we all know this is spring training.
Of course.
The issue is, and everybody says, and I think Dan even mentioned this on the broadcast, is yesterday or the day before, or the game before, hey, this is spring training pitching. So how reliable are the numbers for Kevin McGonigal? Well, everyone else in that lineup, is also facing the same spring training pitching.
And they're all not hitting 400.
Correct. And ironically, as you pointed out this morning, that as A.J. Hinch was mic'd up and talking to the broadcasters, he flashed a little leather.
Yeah, he turned 2 double plays early in the game, including one while Hinch is hanging out, and he said he's an impressive player, John.
He is.
Said a lot without saying a lot. And they've pointed out that there's a level of attention on McGonigal. He's under the microscope. But, John,
he's handling it.
He's passing.
He knows there's a level of attention. He knows he's under the microscope, and he's still coming through.
He's passing every test. And by the way, what is the option at shortstop? Do you know who played the most games at shortstop last year for the Tigers? Take a guess. Wasn't Javi Baez. It wasn't All-Star Zach McKinstry.
Sweeney?
It was Trey Sweeney. He played, I think it was 82 games, give or take. So what is the plan at shortstop? It's if McGonigal grabs the reins, it's his job. Well, what I would say is happening right now is a young player is grabbing the reins.
Is he ready defensively?
Again, I think that's a question, but he turned a couple double plays yesterday.
Yeah.
And Hinch noted, hey, the baseball instincts are there.
So for me, it's becoming I do have defensive concerns, but you got to have growing pains as a rookie.
By the way, they were terrible defensively at shortstop, so it's not like they're opposed to doing that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the only reason they wouldn't have him on the opening day roster right now is service time.
Right.
I think he's proven he earned it. I don't know what minor league at bats are going to do for him.
So Harris's thing, and it's been repeated a lot because I think it was intentional. He said it's not an or, it's an and statement. He has to be able to help the team, and it needs to be the right decision for his development. Not an either or, it has to be both. Can he help the team at short? I just got done telling you they don't have a shortstop. Yes. Is it good for his development? Well, that's I'll put a hand in the air and go, I'm not an expert there.
Yeah.
But what
I
we
don't know
want him
what
to do
the parameters are for that to be true.
You want to do a month in Toledo to feel better about it? Are we manipulating service time? If he's really this good, he'll be a Super 2, not to geek out, but like it won't matter.
Right.
And if he wins Rookie of the Year, you get a draft pick. So, yeah, man, you want him to get Major League reps? You want him to see Major League pitching? I know one way to do it. Put him on the Major League roster.
And I understand that when the regular season starts, pitching is going to be different.
Of course.
And certainly he could go in the tank. It could ruin his confidence. And maybe you just don't want to have that moment where you have to send him. Well, at some point, he's going to have to get that first at bat in Major League Baseball. If this is what he's doing in spring training, it's what he's done throughout single A, double A. You send him down. Do you expect that he'll do the same thing in triple A? Yes. Mm-hmm. And so at some point, you got to bring him up.
I think what everybody's excited about, too, is it's not just he's the number 2 prospect in all of baseball. It's the profile. He's a guy that makes contact.
Yeah.
He's a guy that draws walks. And when he makes contact, they're not little dinky singles. I mean, you get into the weighted runs created plus. He was the best player in minor league baseball last season. Like, he's going to do damage. You mentioned some of the extra base hits in the spring. So if I'm not going to strike out wildly, if I'm going to take walks, and I'm going to do damage, hard contact, make a lot of contact and hard contact, that's the profile. That's what we've been begging for. That's what this team is allegedly going to be built on, so he becomes the face of it. And the idea that we could get that sooner is exciting. The idea that he would force their hand, play so well to get himself on the Major League roster, because I don't think this was a given. the fact that he could make this happen is exciting. It's not going to happen because they feel like they have to. They're going to do it because it's the right decision.
And if there's a prospect, or if there is a time where I think manipulating service time makes absolutely no sense, it's Kevin McGonigal. You mentioned the Super 2. Like, he could be that guy, and then the service time is irrelevant. But with the prospect of no baseball next year, or at least a much abbreviated baseball season,
Good point.
I think the timing is perfect that he is just on the roster to start the season, and you've already made the investment in your pitching staff. You didn't go out and get yourself that added bat that we thought that we all talked about. We've talked about for a number of years now. And maybe I don't want to say you lucked into it, because this is a Scott Harris draft pick.
Right.
This is a pick that he has been able to develop and bring along. But maybe this is the reason that they didn't. Ultimately, they know what they have in Kevin McGonigal. It's going to be cheap, good production.
Yeah, I mean, they said that he would factor into their offseason plans in October. Now, it's a lot to put on a 21-year-old, which is why we discussed adding proven bats. But, John, if they spend on pitching, it positions them better for 7-game series, which is where they want to be. And if McGonigal is ready earlier, then, yeah, I mean, I don't want to say they got away with it.
Well,
but it would feel like it all came together as it needed to.
Let's add a little realism and hit the pause button on that. This is not going out and adding Bregman.
No
one should expect for Kevin McGonigal to be the savior, to be hitting 320 when he comes in as a rookie. Let's make sure that we adjust our expectations. Now, can he be a really good bat-to-ball type of player?
Right.
Could it be that over the next few years, he develops into something like that? But he could be a huge asset this year, better than a Trey Sweeney or even Javi Baez's bat at shortstop.
I like how you put that. I mean, they had him 8th yesterday in the lineup. The idea is he's not coming in to bat 1 or 2, which is where those big free agent bats would have been. That's not to say McGonigal long-term isn't this team's number 2 hitter.
Right.
Like, I think that is where he is eventually supposed to be, is hitting at the top in that 2-hole. But right now, yeah, the ask is be better than Trey Sweeney and be better than Javi Baez. And what are you laughing at? What did I say?
Nothing.
The 2-hole?
No, just keep on moving.
Okay, sorry.
You don't have to. Every time I smile, you guys don't have to react to it. I'm being the grown-up here. I can react without anybody having to say anything.
I know, but I look at you and I talk and I get feedback. And sorry, guys, not to derail us. McGonigal making a case to be on the Major League roster. Did we just see the opening day lineup? 248-539-9797. John, here's the other thing. Who doesn't make the team if McGonigal's here? Like, what is the corresponding move? He's not on the 40-man. Like, who gets squeezed off of this team? I think that's something we can explore a little bit coming up next, because if he finishes the spring playing this way, he becomes an MLB player to break camp, they'll gladly make a move, but I'm curious who it impacts most. Like, in yesterday's lineup, Parker Meadows wasn't in it.
Right.
Javi was in center. Matt Vierling wasn't in yesterday's lineup. Jemai Jones.
I think Vierling is on the roster.
No, I know. I'm saying start to trickle down, and okay, that's a bench spot I'm going to reserve. Mm-hmm. We haven't really heard much about Perez in the spring. I know Jemai Jones gives them the platoon bat they like. So dig a little deeper. We'll talk about it coming up next. But you guys, if you've been paying attention to McGonigal in the spring, if you had a chance to peek in and watch a little bit of yesterday's game, he's making a case to be on the Major League roster. It's 97.1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that. It's not even close. The Ram Truck Month deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, there's really no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And from the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Can't get anything done. The full-size Ram 1500 is also built right here in the great state of Michigan in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has the 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, Ram's Truck Month lease payments are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's just that simple, and all you got to do is tell them I sent you.
We all had the same thought. Tigers lineup yesterday sure looked like an opening day lineup. You got all the regulars. Tarek Skubal's on the mound.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin McGonigal playing shortstop. Javi.
Well, it was even the bullpen.
Yeah, they used all the high leverage relievers, right? It was first it was Jansen.
You're welcome. Then it was Finnegan,
Yep.
Vest, and the Jesus.
who, by the way, has had like a really nice spring.
Yeah.
But yeah, like all the regulars are in the starting lineup, and Kevin McGonigal's playing like a regular. And this was not going to be handed to him, and he still may not make the team. Although, John, we're running out of reasons for why he shouldn't be on this team. Their shortstop last year was Trey Sweeney. He played the majority of the games at shortstop. I would much rather have Kevin McGonigal than Trey Sweeney. And in terms of does McGonigal need more time, he's hitting the cover off the baseball. I don't know that he needs more time. He's turning double plays, 2 of them early in the game yesterday. So then, okay, he replaces Trey Sweeney, and then Javi plays center, and Parker Meadows gets squeezed a little bit here. But you know what? Parker needs to hit better.
Yes. I mean, he's still trying to find the ball.
By the way, in the spring, and again, it's spring, 071. And he wasn't good at the end of
Well, that's what he was. I mean, okay, so last year he had the whole nerve issue.
Yeah.
And didn't get spring, but then came in and just couldn't find a rhythm. And it's not, I mean, and you go back 2 years at the end of the year when he was a little bit more electrifying.
He was great in that postseason, 2024.
Right. But even at the regular season, he wasn't light, he wasn't knocking the cover off the ball.
No.
And so I think the better way of putting it, we kind of got to this in the break, because you asked the question, like, whose roster spot would it cost?
Yeah.
I don't even know if I want to go down that road.
Sure.
Who's going to be there if they send McGonigal down?
So I've got last year's playoff roster in front of me.
Okay.
Dingler and Rogers, obviously.
Yeah.
Infielders, Baez, McKinstry, Sweeney, Torque, and Torres.
Okay.
Well, Sweeney would, first of all,
so
Sweeney's
one for
hurt,
one swap.
And Sweeney's hurt right now.
Right.
And then you get some guys who are flexible. So in the outfield, they had Karp, Green, Ibanez, who's no longer with the organization, Jahmai Jones, Justin Henry Malloy, who's no longer with the organization, Parker Meadows, and Wenzel Perez. So, I mean, there's a couple spots they got to fill from last year's playoffs. I know Vierling will take one of those spots.
I think when you go through that exercise, it feels like it's almost a no-brainer.
Yeah, like I know the beat writers will, maybe it'll be this week, they'll start putting out there, like, here's what I think the opening day roster would be.
Yeah.
I'm dying to know who the names are that aren't McGonigal.
Yeah.
That he's not going to get on the roster and because of.
So I think Sweeney's definitely an option. The best I can find is that he still has options left, by the way.
Sure.
Parker Meadows has one option left. That I do know. To me, it's the Vierling dilemma, and where's he going to play? Is he going to be your backup center fielder to Baez? Then you don't have a lefty bat at center field.
Oh, see, I didn't mention Cole Keith.
Yeah, and
Right.
and so Vierling would probably split center, maybe some other outfield, and
off
third
day
base.
Third base, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think they want to give Keith a position, give him a home, give him a chance to settle in.
And I think they want Jones and Perez. So I think it might be Meadows and Sweeney.
Yeah.
And you got to consider the pitching staff too. And then earlier in the year, they tend to carry maybe one more bullpen arm.
Who's your off day center fielder? Like Javi's not playing 162 in center.
No, it's Vierling.
Oh yeah, duh. Yep. So it
They
makes
can
sense that
still
Parker
stick-
Meadows would be the guy that gets squeezed out at least to start the season.
And you could, in a situation, put Green there.
Right. Yeah. We know they're hesitant to do it, but in a pinch, yeah. 248-539-9797. Speaking of center fielders, you see old man baseball is very upset with Max Clark.
Oh, a little too much mojo?
Oh, yeah. Rocking his entire signing bonus, as one commenter noted. The chains. So can I just read you some excerpts of, like, again, angry internet people who don't like it? He has not had he's not had a McGonigal spring, so this invites this.
He's somewhere, 170 or whatever he's batting?
Yeah, look, he's a young player who's not going to make the major league team, but is still a top prospect with some promise. And you would think that this guy is just out of touch. So he came onto the field with multiple diamond chains and messed up 3 plays in a row, according to this YouTube video that racked up nearly 500,000 views.
Right, that was the sun in his eyes.
Yeah. Quote, drip doesn't help you catch fly balls. The top comment, wears diamonds, plays like cubic zirconium. He's wearing enough eye black for the entire team, another commenter noted.
So he obviously puts himself out there.
Yeah.
He wears the jewelry. He wears the eye black. He does the you could call it face paint at that point.
Right.
And we don't see that. We see it all the time in football.
Yeah.
Guys use it. I mean, Hutch does it.
Yeah.
It's
becomes a branding thing.
right. And so I don't think there's anybody sitting there going, yeah, Max Clark is going to be on the opening day roster. No, he's going to spend a lot more time and maybe the entire year down in AAA.
But you're more of a traditionalist. Does it bother you?
Trust me, in baseball, I have put a lot of that aside. Do I want to see guys wearing chains? No, I don't, because I think I don't know how it benefits you playing the game. I don't care what game it is. You have that bouncing around your neck. How can that possibly help? It's got to be somewhat of a distraction. If he can do it, everybody has their own style, then so be it. But then you better go out and produce.
Well,
you're putting yourself out there.
That's all it comes down to. If the guy didn't hit, period, they'd find something to pick out about the guy.
Sure.
As long as it's authentically who you are, I'm cool with it, man. Like, if it makes you comfortable, if it's you in your own skin, look, I have no issue with it. I, like you, would find it hard to play baseball weighted down.
Well, I mean, just with that, if you're running after a fly ball and that's bouncing around.
Whipping around, but
yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't bother me. I know old man baseball does not like Max Clark with all these distractions.
Well, they don't like the bat flips. They don't like the stare downs. They don't like any of that stuff. So it is. I mean, hey, there's, like you said, if you don't produce, there's going to be somebody that finds a flaw in whatever it is that you're doing.
248-539-9797. We have a winner for those Red Wing tickets. Jake in Warren. He's going to go to the game against the Vegas Golden Knights on March 4th. For tickets and event info, visit NHL.com/Red Wings.
All right. Wednesday night.
Little
big one.
Yeah.
Returning home.
Yeah, they'll be back home. Be their first home game since the Olympic break.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure there'll be a nice reception for Dylan Larkin.
There should be. And I believe they're also going to recognize Patrick Kane. The timing is perfect on this as the all-time leading scorer among American-born players. So, I mean, the timing is perfect for this. It's a cool game to win tickets to. Jack Eichel will be there, a USA teammate.
Are you going to be there?
I will not.
Oh, gosh. Just almost had the perfect night. Could have gone with Jim Costa.
No, some people probably feel good that I'm not going to be there. I'll be there Friday night, right after the trade deadline. I'm sure things will go swimmingly. 248-539-9797. Little Max Clark, little Kevin McGonigal, some Tiger baseball to throw in the mix for you guys.
It is a lot of fun to watch a player like McGonigal continue to develop because it's exciting. And whether or not he's up for opening day, I think he will be. Mm-hmm. I hope that he is. And some of that is just the fan coming out because you want that excitement of this young prospect that we've heard so much about, number 2 in baseball, and such a big development for the Tigers in a position and a bat that they could desperately use.
Yeah, no kidding. So we've got calls to get to, text to read, talk a little Tigers, getting people excited for baseball season. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mike Morse Law Firm. We had wins yesterday for the Pistons and Spartans. Cade Cunningham and Detroit were in Orlando to face the Magic as they rolled to a 106-92 victory. It was the 10th time the Pistons held the team to under 100 points this season, and it was thanks to a second half in which they gave up just 35 points in total. The Pistons really struggled from three-point range in the game, going 1 for 18 in the first half and just 4 for 30 in total. Cade Cunningham did have 2 triples last night. Detroit shot 54% from the floor in the second half, while limiting Orlando to just 31% in that same category. Now the Pistons are 45-14 and hold a 5.5-game lead over the Boston Celtics in the Eastern Conference. They'll face Cleveland tomorrow as the Cavs welcomed back James Harden last night. Michigan State Hoops also won at Indiana yesterday, 77-64. 21 points for both Jackson Kohler and Jeremy Fears. They combined for 42, 17 rebounds, and 11 assists. They made 14 of Michigan State's 25 field goals. 2 regular season games left for the Spartans. They have Rutgers at home this Thursday. Then they'll head to Michigan to close the season on Sunday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
like chum in the water. You knew we'd get these responses. We brought up Max Clark and the bling, the eye black. Oh, John, people hate this.
Yeah, it says on Twitch, if Max Clark watched Major League 2, he'd know wearing all those gold chains slows you down.
John.
That's a great reference.
He's all about himself, from an unnamed texter. I don't like his personality, from another. Just looked up a picture of Max Clark. Typical Gen Z mindset. Look at me. This is me. I am me. He looks like a clown.
Sure, you're going to have a lot of those. Don't we like our professional athletes to have some character, to have a little
personality?
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't all have to.
They have to fit into a box, and they say all the right things. They do all the right things. It gives. I mean, that's just. Let's root a little bit for radio. Come on.
Why can't he be like Kevin McGonigal? Look, and McGonigal's a better player. You think it's a coincidence? He doesn't have all those chains weighing him down, John. He's just business, blue collar, hardworking. Is that what we're going to do here? We're going to vilify Max Clark because he's too flashy? Look, he's got to make the play in the outfield. Catch the ball.
Right.
But whether he was wearing the chains or not, if he doesn't make that catch, people are going to be critical of him. The thing is, you just got to play well. You can't worry about what other people are going to say about you. And as long as it's authentically who you are, go be you, man.
Yeah.
Hot take for the Tigers. Max Clark is an arrogant, young, talented player. He's going to be a bust. I'm calling it. I've seen enough. Trade him now, Harris. Another says, don't like Max Clark vibes. Okay. All right. Cool.
If he had caught the ball, are we even discussing his chains or his face paint?
No, we're not. Like, I reference this. This is a video got almost 500,000 views. This is from Made the Cut, Greg. If we could play this for people. This is what people were saying about Max Clark. So there you go. Was that like the nerdiest presentation of Max Clark you've ever heard?
It sounded like it was AI.
That's Made the Cut.
Yeah.
Anyway. 248-539-9797. Getting some people's feedback on whether or not you saw the opening day lineup, whether we expect Kevin McGonigal to make it. It's still only 7 games into spring, but John, this is a player grabbing the reins. And if he has another 7 games like this, he'll be well on his way to making the team.
Here's what I like about him. He knows a lot of people around baseball, not just Detroit fans. When you are the number 2 prospect in baseball, there's going to be a lot of people looking at you. And I'm sure he is very aware that the Tigers didn't add a right-handed bat. They didn't add that guy at third base or at shortstop. And now with what he did in the minors the last 2 years and his explosion on the scene, he knows all eyes are going to be on him every time he walks to the plate. And I don't think there's probably not a lot of people going, oh, let's check out his glove. No one cares. I mean, we do when in 162, but in spring training, they just want to see, can he bat the ball? Is this for real? Mm-hmm. He knows that pressure is on him, yet he's going out there and just doing his thing.
Can you handle major league pitching? And I know there's an asterisk because this is spring training. Like, guys might be going out there saying, I want to work on my cutter. I'm going to throw it way more than I would in a game. Like, I'm not going to worry about scouting reports. I'm not going to worry about pitch count. I got to get my feel for this pitch, right? Or I'm working through something mechanically, not even a specific pitch. I want to get my arm angle just right. And you're tinkering. So it's not a perfect, simulation of what Major League Baseball would be. At the same time, other guys are trying to hit him, and no one's hitting him like Kevin McGonigal is. So he's making the case. 248-539-9797. Max is young. At this stage, talking Max Clark, at this stage, the boost in confidence represents filling that void of confidence. As he gets older and understands the level of detail needed to perform in Major League Baseball, he will realize those things are a distraction.
I mean, you are allowed to grow up.
Right. Did all the texters give their age when they texted in? As an old man yelling at clouds, love to do. Yeah. Here we go. Clark should learn a few lessons from McGonigal. Focus on baseball instead of chains and tattoos. Brian in Rochester Hills. I, for one, thinks. That's how it's written. That's how it's written. I normally screw it up.
Yeah. Me thinks.
Max Clark needs more chains. If he starts hitting and becomes a star, people will embrace it. Results are all that matters. That's from Tony. And another says, I love what he's doing for baseball. He's bringing pizzazz to it. He's comfortable in his own skin. Let the kid play.
Yeah, a little flair. I mean, I again, if there's anybody that's going to have a problem between the two of us, you would think it would be me.
Yeah, I would have thought you would have said, oh.
And I love players that have a personality. But just imagine if he does become good, the fun that we could see from a center fielder with that type of pizzazz.
Mm-hmm. I could care less about Clark's bling, but they passed on Wyatt Langford.
Well, that's always going to be part of the case until...
Okay, and again, Max Clark is not yet in the bigs, and Langford stacked multiple quality seasons. It was not just 1-for-1. Wasn't it about slotting too? They were able to get McGonigal and Clark
right
instead of Langford. My understanding is that's part of the decision-making process. If McGonigal turns out to be the player people think he's going to be, it's a couple years later than Langford, but if he's a better player...
Yeah, I mean, they should have took McGonigal first.
Yeah, no kidding.
If you're going to be upset about something, I can't believe we took Max Clark over McGonigal.
No kidding. 248-539-9797. We're going to get to David Montgomery at 8:35 this morning. There's some drama. Would he be traded? He posted on social media. We'll get to the bottom of it at 8:35. Pistons played last night.
Yeah.
Ice cold from 3.
Oh, my goodness. 4 of 30?
Yeah, not a typo. 4 of 30, and still won by double digits on the road. How are you left feeling about it?
Well, not great. I mean, okay, happy with the win. But as you approach the postseason, you would like to see a little bit more consistency. No one's going to sit there and say, well, this team is going to shoot 35% or, God forbid, 40% from behind the arc. It's just not going to happen. But 13? Again, now this is as bad as it gets from behind the arc, and they still were able to win. They're not that bad. They're also not going to be a team that's going to be, like I said, 35 or 40. And I don't even know if they get on fire one night, I don't even think they make that.
Look, anybody who watches the Pistons or has paid even a little attention is excited. They're the best team in the East. Those same people, if you've been paying attention, know you have a concern. In a 7-game series, when teams are a little more sophisticated defensively and they try to trap and get the ball out of Cade's hands, do you have a secondary creator, and do you trust others to knock down shots when they collapse on Cade? Those are the concerns you have in a 7-game series. Now, the rebuttal is they defend, they rebound. That shows up every night, whether they're hot or cold, and it's why they won last night going away. Like, John, they were trailing in the first half, but it felt like, okay, just kind of lock in here, and they did. In the fourth quarter, they were smothering. They got a ton of transition opportunities in the game, a ton of second chance opportunities because of rebounding. Like, that's the counter is, yeah, I wish this team shot better. Do I wish they had another guy, a true Robin at the perimeter? Yeah, I do. We all do. Can they still get it done this way, that rugged, defensive, extra possession, stifling? The answer has been in large part yes. And it's going to have to be their way if they're going to go through the East and if they're going to have a shot to win in the NBA Finals. So last night's kind of the perfect Pistons game. Right? It showed you a flaw. It shows you it didn't matter, and they won, which has kind of been who they are this year.
Well, and here's the thing. Like, when you look at their stats, all right, and they're bottom 5 in three-point field goal percentage. But you got to take everything into account. They're number 1 in blocks. They're number 4 in rebounds. They're number 4 in points allowed.
Yeah.
And their point differential, there's only one team better in point differential. It's Oklahoma City Thunder.
Sure.
So they're doing everything else. Mm-hmm. Now, how critical is it going to be that they are able to hit from behind the arc in the postseason? First round, They probably find a
be
way.
fine.
Second round, same thing. Maybe when they get to the Eastern Conference Finals, it might be a point of contention. Certainly it'll be an issue when they get to the NBA Finals.
Now, as it sits today, Boston's the 2, New York's the 3,
Yes.
Cleveland's the 4. If Cleveland flip-flops with New York, you'd only see one of Boston or Cleveland likely in the Eastern Conference Finals. And you'd be putting Harden on that stage, and you'd be seeing, well, what does Tatum look like? Is he back? Does he have his sea legs under him? And that's to go to the NBA Finals. Because you wouldn't be afraid of facing the Knicks in the second round.
No.
So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of how it roadmaps. Can you beat one of the Cavs or the Celtics in a 7-game series to go to the NBA Finals? And who knows what Harden's going to do and what Tatum's going to be. And you got the best player on the floor in Cade Cunningham, you're going to be favored at home in a 7-game series. 248-539-9797. Michigan locking up a regular season Big Ten crown over the weekend. John getting some extra points at home.
Yes. Another win.
Master of your
Another
domain.
win in the Jansen house.
But an injury for the Wolverines. We'll mix in a little bit of college hoops before getting into David Montgomery at 8:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about working out, you got to get over to Planet Fitness. It's a judgment-free zone, and here's some highlights. It's a clean gym. We all love going to clean gyms, and I'll tell you, one of the hardest things to do, having owned a gym myself, is keeping it clean, keeping the locker rooms clean, and they absolutely nail it. Here's the other thing, is value. What type of value are you getting? Right now, obviously, their base membership, $1 down, $15 a month, gets you in the door. You can also get the Black Card membership, which gives you access to the Black Card Spa. It gives you access to every single location. It also gives you unlimited guest privileges, so you can always take somebody with you. It's on sale right now for just $1 down, and you're going to get your first month for free. So you get a chance to get in there and see what it's actually all about. They offer free fitness training, and they offer so much more. So stop in to your local club. You could do it online. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Good morning, 97.1. Sun's out. John tells me it was warm last week while I was gone. 60 one day?
Yeah. We had a couple of really nice days.
Nobody
and then
wants
we
to
had
hear
some
that.
snow over the weekend, but then it got
We
nice
all
again.
want to hear that.
Not when you,
You
come back
don't
from
wanna
vacation.
hear that.
When you come back from vacation,
Oh,
want
you want us to be miserable while you're gone?
Yeah, you want to hear while you were on the beach in the sun that it was 13 degrees and windy. You don't want to hear that you
If I'm
missed a
away,
good
I
weather
don't
week.
care what it is here.
Oh, you
I
wanna
would
feel
never
better.
sit there
Oh,
and say, "Oh, well, I'm glad you were miserable while I was having a good time."
You want to know you avoided really cold weather. Not, oh, you actually missed a couple beautiful days.
It was cold mixed in there too.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you. I feel
I
better.
mean, but
It's not
there
like it
was
was-
some nice days.
Yeah, it's not like we moved to San Diego.
Okay. You said 60. I thought you were pulling my leg. I was like, there's no way. But it's been
Would I ever lie to you or pull
Yes,
your leg?
Yes, you would.
No, I wouldn't lie to you. I might
Exaggerate.
exaggerate,
Rile
or
me up.
pull your leg a little bit. Yeah.
Anyway, glad to be back.
Oh, is this where we're supposed to say glad you're back?
We're so glad you're back too.
That was a little too long of a pause.
I wanted to see if Heather jumped in first.
Stings. Yikes. How was Stoney?
Stoney was good.
Stoney.
Stoney
was
was
great.
yeah.
I saw
yeah.
Woe Canada, which was phenomenal. I thought
Oh.
even better than the Four Nations Woe Canada.
It made itself around the world a couple of times.
Well, it had to. It's an Olympics Woe Canada. And let me tell you, we went to Grand Cayman. Last year we were there during the Four Nations. And there were Canadians because it's British territory. They vacation there. Some of the same people this time. 8 o'clock, beach bar, mixed crowd, edge of your seat. We're playing Freebird the rest of the day. I loved it. But the problem is Canadians, like, they just move on. They're just so polite. Oh, it was a heck of a hockey game.
They're on vacation,
Yeah, but I wanted to revel in the win, but also some of their
which I'm
misery.
sure you did.
Of course I did.
Jim
Anyway.
wanted everybody to be miserable on his holiday.
Right, yeah. Everyone around him and everyone back at home. Just everyone needs to be miserable. You know, your parents were still here. Are you hoping that they were miserable along with us?
Hope everybody had a wonderful time, John. I just wanted to know we were escaping really bad weather, and I wanted Canadians to have a really bad day when they had to settle for silver. By the way, Nathan McKinnon being handed the little stuffed animal.
Yeah. It was I know. All of them handed their stuffed animal as they were
But he rolled
wearing
his
their
eyes.
silver.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was hilarious. And I'm sorry, I'm a week late on this, but anybody bitching about you got McCarr, McKinnon, and McDavid on the ice, you had your chance.
Yes. They
Anyway.
certainly did.
Speeding things up to where we are today. Michigan basketball, regular season champs, Big Ten champs, took care of business against Illinois in Illinois.
Yep.
And you love that.
Yeah. You know, they have all those Fighting Illini had a chance to go to Cam's and drown their sorrows. But it is the Big Ten championship in the regular season for Michigan. But it did come at a cost. LJ Kaysen is not going to be around for the rest of the season, as we found out, over the weekend that he tore his ACL. Are you happy there? Somebody miserable while you
No,
were away?
John, I'm not happy that he tore his ACL, and I was probably back by that point anyway. So
But yeah, he's not going to be available. Now he wasn't starting, so it's not like they lost one of their starters. He was a great depth piece.
yeah, how big a deal is this? It would be my question.
Not every team throughout the course of what is remaining of the season and the tournament is going to lose an important player. But a lot of teams are going to miss time because guys are going to have various injuries, bumps and bruises, sprained ankles, tweaked hamstrings. There's a lot of that going to happen. Michigan, we talked about this at the beginning of the year, is well positioned if they were to lose someone, because it felt like they had, it was like Noah's Ark. They had two of everything. And now Trey McKinney is going to get more time. He started off the year with sparing minutes, and again, in some of the blowouts, he got more time, but until he got up to speed. Now you're this far in the season. There's only 2 games remaining, one on the road at Iowa, and then the last home game against Michigan State before you get to the Big Ten tournament. No longer a freshman.
Michigan is probably 9 deep before the injury, with Cheddar playing a few minutes in there.
Yeah.
Probably down to 8 bodies right now. But with McKinney, this is the golden opportunity for him to step up. He's shooting just as well as Kaysen is on the year, right? He's scoring more. He'll play more minutes now, and they still have Burnett and Gale to play the backcourt too off the bench. So, yeah, it feels like they can withstand this injury. As awful as it is for him,
Yeah.
and it probably impacts the start of next year with an ACL, feels like Michigan can absorb this blow. I mean, they certainly need their front court to stay healthy,
Yes.
but they've got a deep backcourt.
Yeah, and okay, and I don't think this signals a rash of injuries,
No.
but it's going to happen to various teams. How do you make up for it? How do you recover?
Texas Tech just lost JT Toppin, Big 12 Player of the Year last year. They
Right.
went into Iowa State and won. One of the toughest places to play in the country.
Has Michigan locked up a 1 seed? You're our bracketologist.
Look, I'm always nervous about saying, like, if they were to lose out the rest of the way, like that kind of verbiage makes me nervous.
So just understand what I would be asking. For them to lose out, they'd have to lose more games from now until the end of the Big Ten tournament than they have all season. So they're probably not losing out. But yes, the question would be if they lost 3 more, finished with 5 losses, I think their resume is still that of a number 1 seed.
I predict Michigan will be a 1 seed.
Okay.
I guess we'll just say it that way.
Okay, fine. Fair enough. And Michigan State got a win yesterday at Assembly Hall, Indiana. Clearly not the greatest Hoosiers team, but that's never an easy place to play. And, John, they grabbed control of that game from the jump. They love seeing Tang hit some threes. That'll round out their roster. Suddenly, here they go again, playing some of their best ball at the best time of year.
Well, and I mean, we've talked about Michigan because they only got 2 losses. It's not like Michigan State's had a bad year.
State has
5. Yeah.
combined 7 losses. They'll play each other Sunday to wrap up the regular Sunday or Saturday?
Sunday.
Sunday to wrap up the regular season. And then they're both going to be staring at buys in the Big Ten tournament.
Oh, yeah.
Double
Multiple.
and triple buys.
Yeah, which is bizarre.
Whatever. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. You can go and grab yours today at 7-Eleven. An Oakland County woman is facing charges after prosecutors say she drove her car along the base of the ski slopes at Alpine Valley in White Lake Township, obviously endangering skiers, snowboarders, and children. The 58-year-old woman from Bingham Farms was charged with operating while impaired. 3rd offense, so not the first time she's done it. Witnesses say they saw her smoke what appeared to be marijuana and wear ski boots while driving, which is a tough thing to do.
I would imagine
I've never tried to drive
Yeah.
in my ski boots, but you don't have much range of motion in general.
Yeah.
I mean, walking is difficult.
Yes.
So, yeah, if found guilty, she could face up to 5 years in prison. 4 members of the United States women's and men's gold medal winning hockey teams, including 3 Metro Detroiters, made appearances during SNL's opening monologue over the weekend. So Megan Keller and Haley Knight represented the women's team, and Jack and Quinn Hughes represented the men's team. And during this opening monologue, the athletes poked fun at the recent drama surrounding the men's visit to the White House and State of the Union speech. Let's take a listen. And if I misspoke on her name, it's Hillary. Did I not
Hillary
say
Knight.
that? I'm also reading my own handwriting, which apparently I'm not writing well.
You're good.
So apologize
It's a cool
if I
moment.
misspoke her name. Yeah, for sure. Sharon Moore's name is once again in the spotlight after a woman claims that he failed to report a sexual assault involving a former assistant coach, LaTroy Lewis. So on Friday, the Atlantic Falcons fired Lewis amid this investigation by Ann Arbor police. So it's reported that he sexually assaulted a woman that he met on a dating app, which allegedly took place on December 5th of 2024.
So a little more than a year ago.
The woman's attorney says that the woman went and told Moore about what happened, but he basically blew it off and did nothing. Well, I guess he did do something. Lewis got a raise.
Oh, come
I don't know,
on.
after the fact. And then he also sent that same woman lewd and sexually charged text messages after she told him about this
What
as
a
well.
guy, allegedly.
Yikes.
Yeah, and the text exchange, and I again, I don't know what to
Did you
believe or
read any
not
of
to
them?
believe.
I saw one.
I read some of it, and then it was so disgusting I couldn't go on. That's how bad they are.
Yeah. Not good at all. Actor Shia LaBeouf, who you may remember was arrested earlier last month because he got in this bar fight in New Orleans. Well, he was arrested once again. So early
Again?
Saturday morning, all connected to the exact same thing.
Oh.
So early Saturday morning, he was taken into custody, booked on a battery charge. In a statement, his attorney said that the arrest is connected to that same bar fight, to another
Okay.
person. His attorney also says that when they found out about the arrest warrant that was issued on Friday, he voluntarily turned himself in. He was released on $5,000 bond. Yeah, he also, I don't know if you saw his interview he did over the weekend.
I saw that he did one, but I really don't care.
Yeah, it was. He basically said that the fight was started, or a direct connection to him being afraid of, this is no joke, gay people. And he went on and on and on about why he's scared of them.
He's afraid of them?
He is. Apparently, that's what led to his bar fight. Yeah. Listen to this, you guys. A very bizarre and quite a horrifying, I would say, beverage is coming to Great Wolf Lodge. Beginning this week, on March 5th, actually, you can go and try a limited edition ranch milkshake topped with carrots, celery, whipped cream, and crispy chicken. It will be available at all 23 Great Wolf Lodge parks until March 20th. The shake itself is a blend of vanilla ice cream and ranch dressing. They're selling for $3.10, and they say the shake is blurring the line between dessert and snack. It can be sipped or gulped like a shake or used as a dip. We won't judge, they say.
It's blurring the lines between what a milkshake should be and disgusting.
It's gross. It sounds absolutely disgusting.
It doesn't appeal to me at all, but you know there are people that are going to love this. Michiganders
there
love
are,
their ranch.
Yes,
do.
I don't know that we like it in our milkshakes.
Oh, there are people who can't get it. I mean, they'll dunk their entire
You know what?
pizza in ranch.
Okay, I
If they
get
sold
that.
it as like a new dipping sauce in like it's that they're selling it as a milkshake.
It's too much.
That's what really. But they're like, we've got this new ranch dipping sauce. We put a little bit of vanilla ice cream in there. Dip your chicken in that. Great, sold. But selling it as a milkshake that you
It sounds
slurp,
awful.
no.
Or gulp.
Gulp, whatever. It's
No
up
judgment.
to you.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, what's going on with David Montgomery? It's 97.1. Tobias had a hell of a game, not just on the defensive end, hit some tough shots. Pistons didn't make many threes, won the game the way they always do. Effort, defense, rebounds, transition scoring. A 14-point victory in Orlando. That's Mark Champion on the call. 9 o'clock, we're going to get into some hockey. We are officially into the month of MARCH. You got some audio from Todd McClellan. You could take it one of two ways. Demo, we got to talk about him, what's going on with the drama at running back for the Lions. And let's knock out a quick phone call. John in Livonia, we were talking Max Clark earlier. You wanted to weigh in.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Good.
Hey, so me and Max, I've been following Max Clark since high school. I'm the same age as him. I'm 20. And, man, watching you play I played baseball growing up. Watching him play with 4 chains, I think, is just stupid. Like, there is no way your performance is going to go up playing with chains like that. Like, I think a player like Ronald Acuna, who's won an MVP, can wear chains like that. But, like, dude, you're a rookie, man. Just, like, lock in and like, make the plays and just stop trying to, like, we get it, bro. You're cool. You got all these tats, all these chains. You're flashy. Like, I think that's sweet. But, man, at the end of the day, you got to do your job. And if that's not helping you do your job, then what's the point, you know?
And to clarify, you're not 90 years old.
No, I'm 20.
Okay. We were painting with a broad brush earlier. No, ultimately, you got to make the plays.
You do, and I agree. I don't think it's a performance enhancer, but I've never worn bling like that trying to do athletic things. I don't know how much.
John, you couldn't wear bling like that if you wanted. Let's be honest.
No, I couldn't. Trust me. Yeah, it would not look right, and I would be as uncomfortable as you can imagine.
I'm picturing iced out John Jansen.
Yeah.
Yeah, John, you might need to get the grills next, you know?
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. All right. Hey, thank you guys for taking my call. Have a great Monday.
Yeah,
hey, thanks for calling in.
Yeah. Walk in one day with a new grill.
Be awesome. You
Yeah.
looked weird when we did the disco outfit that one time.
Oh, yeah. Trust me. I felt weird.
I didn't expect that from a 20-year-old today.
He says Acuna can do it. So, like, where's the sliding
You have to
scale?
earn your chains.
How many? Yeah, like an All-Star game gets you 1 maybe.
Yep.
MVP would get
World
you.
Series.
Okay.
Cycle. You get a cycle, you get all 4.
Okay. For people who missed it, he misplayed some balls in the outfield and people losing their mind because eye black and the chains. And
Yeah.
Anyway.
I know. Glare coming from all around.
We'll talk a little hockey at 9:02. Let's talk some football. David Montgomery. So this all started with notes from the Combine.
Yeah.
They do this every year. It's Jeremy Fowler, Dan Graziano, and they have all their notes, things that they're hearing and moves that may be made, and hey, Kyler Murray, could he be released? And they had kind of a throwaway, it wasn't even its own blurb, but a comment about David Montgomery. Quote, David Montgomery wants out. He has a reasonable contract and is 28. That has value, and the word out of Indy is Detroit would want a day 3 pick, possibly a 5th rounder in return. Seattle would make sense if they can't re-sign Kenneth Walker III. End quote. So then everybody starts attributing this. It's all over social media, and you know who sees it? David Montgomery, who says, Demo told you that, question mark? John, what's going on?
I have no idea. And I am, just like I'm not really going to wear any bling, I have very little patience for drama, and especially drama in the offseason. And I know that everybody's going to point to what Brad Holmes had to say in his media availability, the press conference that he had at the Combine. The player doesn't want to be here, or he's got to want to be here, whatever it was. It's David Montgomery signed an extension.
Which hasn't kicked in yet.
Right. He is under contract, I believe, for the next 2 years.
Correct.
Now, if this was part of the conversation going into next year, in the final year of his contract, where he wants to go to a team that he can prove that he's the number 1 back as he approaches 30, wants an extension, wants more money, I get it. But this is not that situation. He's got 2 years left on his deal. His numbers weren't that dramatically different from year 2 to year 3. Now, from year 1, there was a drop-off, but we had Sonic. We have Sonic and Knuckles. We've got a 1-2 punch. It's a 1A, it's a 1B. The best player amongst the two is Jahmyr Gibbs. And I don't think David Montgomery's going to argue that.
He shouldn't. I don't really know what's going on here. And I think David Montgomery's playing kind of stupid with the sheepish, Demo told you that? No, Demo, your agent probably did. There's clearly something going on behind the scenes here. Like, Brad Holmes doesn't say what he says if there hasn't been friction. When he says, obviously, a player has to want to be at a certain place as well. And you just made that up to stir up drama? No, clearly there have been people in Demo's camp. Maybe not Demo specifically saying the words, I demand a trade, but there's been friction. But, John, I'm with you. I don't understand it. They've taken care of this guy. They paid him earlier than they had to. They're actually preserving his body, by the way, keeping him fresh and effective. And his workload was nearly the same year 2 to year 3. So, buddy, I don't know where this friction would be coming from. You got multiple years left on your deal. Show up and play football. And I'm normally player empowerment. Last year of the deal, your body's on the line. They've taken care of you, man. And I think you would benefit from the new OC, some upgrades on the offensive line, a commitment to power run, and he has a place on this team. Blitz pickup between the guards, short yardage. I mean, the Baltimore game showed the bully ball that the Lions can play when he's here. I don't want to lose him, and I certainly don't want to give him up for a 5th-round pick.
Right.
Show up for camp. You're here. You're on our team. I mean, why would they even honor a trade request from David Montgomery at this point?
Well, I don't think that they would, because of the things that you talk about. And if they're only going to get even if it's just a 4th-round pick or a 5th-round pick, we talk about this all the time. Every time somebody comes in or calls in and says, I don't like Jared Goff, they need to move on from him. Okay, my follow-up is, what's the path to your franchise quarterback? Because you're picking 17. There's a lot of needs that have to be filled on the offensive line. What are they going to do with Taylor Decker? What are they going to do with the interior 3? Most importantly, center. What are they going to do with the secondary? What is, if they move on from David Montgomery and they get a 4th-round pick, what does that do? What is the path to getting a viable second option at the running back position that's only going to cost you $6 million that you've already agreed to, and you don't want to spend draft capital on it because you're not going to spend a 1st or a 2nd-round pick on a running back?
No, look, in terms of needs, I mean, yeah, throw in tackle, center, safety, corner, linebacker. They played a lot of 3 linebacker. Alex Anzalone's a free agent. D-line. I mean, running back would be at the bottom of this list, but I don't want to have to use resources at the running back spot. No, I feel like I got a 1-2 punch. It's a critical part of what I do and who I am. I don't want to have knocking on all surfaces. Something happened to Gibbs next season.
Well, and we all think Laporta is going to be just fine, but what about depth at tight end?
Well, yeah, they've had a great point too, especially if you want to run more multi-tight end sets. I don't want to be adding more needs to an offseason that already has some pretty specific ones. I want David Montgomery to play football for the Detroit Lions. And if he truly wants to be here, great. If he doesn't, I'm not sure where this smoke's coming from.
I don't either. And I don't know that we're going to hear any clarification from him, whether it's on social media or some type of statement. I don't think we'll hear anything from Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, from the organization. So it's all speculation. And again, if he's coming out and say, I didn't specifically talk to Jeremy Fowler. Okay, do I think Jeremy Fowler called you up? Were you at the combine? No, I don't think so. And maybe Jeremy Fowler's just simply going off of what he heard from Brad Holmes. I got to believe there was somebody else that put something in his ear. Maybe it's an agent. Maybe it's someone close to him.
Yeah, look, I don't think Jeremy Fowler's making this up.
No.
I think,
but it also wasn't a headliner.
No, but I think that's the point is it was something he heard. He put in the notes section. It was at the end of a paragraph. It didn't even start its own. They didn't put like a Lions logo and a deep dive on this. It was just, hey, I heard this. Talking to people, and it doesn't surprise me that this would come up. Like, I think David Montgomery's playing a little stupid here. Playing a little dumb with Demo didn't tell you that. As if that's the only way that news comes out. Like his agent doesn't have conversations with the team. That the team hasn't alluded to friction. Like it's a very like head in the sand response from Demo. I would have loved for him to say, I love playing in Detroit. I have no idea where this is coming from. He didn't say that.
No. And maybe there's a path for, I don't know, getting a reserve offensive lineman, a player-for-player swap. We've seen more of that this offseason than we normally do.
Yeah. Got some response coming in. We'll read some of your thoughts, take some of your phone calls. 248-539-9797. What do you make of this situation, David Montgomery, and how do you think this gets handled? It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. When you put the Ram side by side with the competition, it's really not much of a competition. The Ram Truck Month deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, talk about that competition. Not there. You could choose from a Rams award-winning Pentastar V6 or Rams legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And from the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? What are you going to do with that? And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. And Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension. And all it's going to take is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram's ride actually is. Right now, Ram's Truck Month lease payments are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's just that easy. And all you got to do is tell them that I sent you.
Text pouring in your feedback on David Montgomery. Jeremy Fowler says, Montgomery wants out. He says, Demo told you that? What's really going on? 248-539-9797. Text says, running back's easy to replace. They can get just as much production out of a fifth-round rookie while saving the money. Bye-bye, Monty.
No, you're not going to get as much production out of a fifth-round draft unless you get lucky.
Right, like a Kyle Monangai the Bears just hit on. It happens. But is that a risk you want to take to save a couple bucks and pick up a day 3 pick? Nah, man, I like the 1-2 punch. I like the insurance. I'm not saying he's like an untouchable player, but for what's being floated out there, it just doesn't seem worth moving on from. Tex says both Gibbs and Montgomery should want both of them on the roster. Extends their careers with less wear and tear, and we're more likely to win the Super Bowl with both of them.
Yeah, I don't think Gibbs has an issue with Montgomery being on the roster.
Consider the source. Jeremy Fowler is a known troublemaker. Really?
Is he?
I didn't know that about him. Okay. You have to remember Montgomery missed like a month in that second season, so the carries per game were way down and were noticeable. Watching the games, they know about Montgomery. If I'm Demo, I want out. I want to get to a situation where I can be a bell cow instead of a backup.
I mean, would he prefer to be the only show in town? Maybe, because it would lead to hopefully a contract extension. But the issue is
He's 2 years out.
That's 2 years out. He's 28, and his career is effectively being extended.
I know.
By not taking the beating that running backs take.
I'd love to know what he thinks would happen, or his agent, who's ever given him advice. You go to a middle-of-the-road team. You get 300 carries next season. You would then be 29 pushing 30, still have a year left on your deal, and you think a team is going to throw a boatload of money at you? I don't think that's wise.
Here's something interesting. I was just looking at the free agent backs because Tom came in here and said, have you looked at the free agents for running back? No, because we didn't think that they would be in the market for a running back. You know who is a free agent and probably would come at half the cost?
Who?
Guy that's very familiar with this offensive system. Michael Carter.
From Arizona.
Yeah.
Okay. So, again.
Okay, now he's no David Montgomery.
Right.
I'm just looking at some of the guys. Brian Robinson is a unrestricted free agent. And you could take the top guys off the list. Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall, like those guys, they're not going for them. Rico Dowdle, Travis Etienne.
I think Etienne will go be a number 1 somewhere.
Probably.
Him, Hall, and Walker are some of the headliners.
A name I like on the list down is Gainwell. Kenneth Gainwell.
Yeah.
So they got creative with how they used him in Pittsburgh. There were games where he was their leading receiver.
Yeah.
It's a different style of like change of pace.
The more pounder would be J.K. Dobbins.
Right.
If he could stay healthy.
Well, and that's been an issue for him. He's had multiple lower body injuries. How much money are they saving if they trade or cut Montgomery?
Well, most of these guys that we've talked about would be about half the cost. But you get what you pay for.
Well, that's kind of what I'm starting to try to illustrate. Let's say I could save, I think if they cut Montgomery, they can save 2 or 3. If they trade him, maybe it's as much as 5 or 6. What's the point? So I can get worse at the position? It's diminishing returns is what I'm saying. Like if I'm saving like $15 million or I'm getting a day 2 pick, like, you know, all right, twist my arm. I'll figure out how to make it work with the advantage savings.
Or maybe the writing's on the wall and they're just going to say, hey, Jameer, this is your show. You are 1, and there's no 1A, 1B anymore. It's not Sonic and Knuckles. It's just Sonic. And when we want to use whoever Knuckles is going to be.
Well, is that not what they did at the end of last year?
And how productive was it? But again, it's how productive was that
with
versus the offensive line?
Yeah. I still think there's a path where this team addresses the offensive line, the upgraded play caller, they play a softer schedule. They're winning more games. They're playing with more leads, and David Montgomery's carries go up. And he's on a team that's winning. And he doesn't have to take, like, his effectiveness, like all running backs, would go down if he was carrying it 25 times a game for 17 games. Look, if you want to have more hits to the noggin, I mean, more power to you. You're getting paid the same either way on a team that's going to utilize you in that secondary role, keep you fresh, and let you bully people. I see a path for it still working in Detroit, and maybe that's not as clear to him.
My point is, and I said this earlier, it takes more to replace some guys, and you would look and say, well, I don't want to replace Penei Sewell. And so there are some guys that, okay, in the prime of their career, they're not replaceable, but that's not David Montgomery. There are a number of guys that you could go and get very similar production to what Demo was. So if ultimately he wants to force his way out, so be it. We'll replace you. And you could look at Isaiah Pacheco would be a guy. Sure. I know he's had some injury issues. But there are a number of running backs that you could pay less than Demo is getting, and probably still have a 1-2 punch in the backfield.
He's not irreplaceable.
Right.
I just am not itching to replace him, if that makes sense.
Sure.
And even if he wants out, why do I have to honor a trade request from my RB2 who's got 2 years left on his deal? Text says the way you guys put running backs on a pedestal is ridiculous. Listen 2 to 6 daily because I don't believe in paying running backs. I don't think we're putting Montgomery on a pedestal.
No, I just said he's replaceable.
Yeah, I mean, the idea, though, of that I have to trade him for a 5th-round pick because it's what a deal.
Well, and my point is, if he wants to force his way out, then so be it. Let him go. Get what you can
if
for
push
him.
Comes to shove, it's not the end of the world.
You can go into free agency, but these decisions, whether it's the restructure of Jared Goff, of anybody else, they need to start happening because free agency will open up next week.
Yeah, it's going to speed up here. Demo has to be careful from a texter. Careful, or his career could turn out like Jamal Williams. Grass isn't always greener when you leave.
Yeah, and for all those people that say, oh, well, he's the heartbeat of this team. He's the heartbeat of this offense. So was Jamal Williams. How could you not keep a culture guy like that?
This whole conversation just gets me bummed in terms of the Lions haven't missed their window in my mind, but the window isn't as open as it was. And how perfectly they had their backfield set.
I know.
How their offensive line was one of the best in the league. And as we go into this offseason, then the conversations we had last week about Brad Holmes and what grade you give him is business makes things messy.
Yep.
Business was not in the way those 2 years.
You're spot on with that. Texas, people need to make sure they account for Montgomery's pass protection. A rookie could come in and run the ball, but they need to be able to handle and protect Goff than most do and be able to supplement Gibbs as a runner.
Yeah, see, I don't think they replace him with a rookie.
No, it'd have to be a vet at a cheaper cost if, in fact, he does get his trade out of Detroit. We'll take some phone calls, talk a little hockey next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Victor's Home Solutions. The Red Wings will be in Nashville today against the Predators and will drop the puck in the early afternoon as part of the NHL's growing effort to schedule games at European-friendly hours. Puck drop is scheduled for 1 p.m. Central Time and 2 p.m. locally, but for European hockey fans, they'll get to watch the game in prime time at 8 p.m. League executives tied the decision directly to a surge of interest from overseas. Keith Wachtel, the NHL's president of business, said in a press release about the time change, quote, "This furthers our commitment to deepening our connection with international fans and growth in European markets while creating a fun and memorable experience for fans in the Nashville market with a unique matinee game," unquote. The Wings are coming off a rough loss to the Carolina Hurricanes in which Todd McClellan implored some of his guys to stop just getting cardio and instead contribute something on the ice.
I think we have some players that are playing well and playing hard, and then we have some guys that are just jerseys. And what I mean by that is they're wearing jerseys, they're skating around, they're eating up some minutes, but we need more. We just flat out need more. We talked about scoring 5-on-5. We talked about forechecking, not forechecking, and being physical, shooting, back-checking, winning face-offs, blocking shots, and what have you. And we need more from some guys. We can't just be on the game this time of year. We've got to be effective at this time of year.
Wings and Predators. Today's game can be heard live right here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage begins at 1:45. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. The David Montgomery conversation is out there. If you guys want to jump in, participate. He says, Demo didn't tell you I want to be traded. Jeremy Fowler says that that's what he was hearing at the Combine. Brad Holmes has said, players got to want to be here. There's some smoke. What do you make of it? 248-539-9797. It is also the second day of March, a month that has been a nightmare for the Red Wings.
Just glad you said it out loud. March.
You don't like when I spell it?
No, I don't.
Look, I don't like when they play the way they've played in the month of March, so we all can't have what we want. Todd McClellan spoke on the final day of February talking about his hockey team. How do you take these quotes?
Call them out. And so Stoney and I went through this process last week after Dylan Larkin's 2-goal performance coming out of the Olympic break. And what are the reasons, and I'll ask you this question, what are the reasons that this team doesn't make the postseason?
Yeah, because they're in right now. They got a 5-point cushion. We've seen them blow cushions in the month of March. Why would it happen again? They're not a very good 5-on-5 hockey team. They're minus 19. That's 25th in hockey. That's more true to form of who you are, and 25 is not good enough to get in the playoffs. As you go through the schedule, a tougher schedule, condensed schedule, do you get exposed a little bit? As well as Gibson's played, can he possibly be as hot as he was in December and January for the remainder of the season? And can you realistically count on him as often as they were? Well, if you're playing more Talbot, if you don't address your defense, John, that's the path to watch, rinse, and repeat what we've seen them do the last 3 Marches.
Okay, so then let me ask you, why do they make the playoffs?
Well, the first thing would be if Yzerman could alleviate some anxiety and make a significant move this week. McClellan is, in a way, like looking up as much as he's looking down to the ice. He's looking up to the box saying, hey, I got too many empty jerseys here.
Yeah.
If Yzerman did something noteworthy to address it, he's got a couple things. It could be a blue liner on that second pair. It could be a forward, center, or wing. There are moves to be made for this hockey team. That would be one, is if they make a real move this week. And two would be, I guess you're just fingers crossed that Gibson can steal enough games to get you there.
Yeah.
That he truly is going to be that goalie that can shoulder the load.
The number one reason I said last week was exactly what we heard there is Todd McClellan and his leadership of this team. He's not going to let guys slide. He now, having had a full year with this team and seeing the collapse last year, and I know last week he talked about, I hate talking about March, and last year we had to have a whole bunch of 7-game win streaks together. But they're in a better position this year because they have better leadership on the bench. And I understand.
He was here last year.
Okay, but he didn't come until after they dug themselves a hole, and he wasn't there the entire year. I'm not going to put last year on him as he's trying to figure out different things with this team.
Two different things. I'm not saying that March last year is his fault, but he was here instilling all of these things into the team, and they went 4-10.
Trying to get them instilled in this team. But now he's had an entire year. And having that experience and watching this team the way they did last March, having that, that front seat to the whole disaster that it was, I think has given him a sense of urgency starting off the month of March.
Okay, look, you can listen to that and say, I love that he called him out. I do love that he called him out. I hate that he had to.
Right.
He had
I don't
camp.
think this is the first tool that he's using because he's probably said all of these things in the locker room, on the bench, before he went public with it. And I thought you brought up a good point there because this is not just talking to his team. He is also telling his general manager publicly, we've got guys that shouldn't be here. We've got guys that are just jerseys. They're eating up minutes and not producing anything.
Right. And it's not like all goals. He's pointed out forecheck and face-offs, block shots. Like, make your presence known while you're on the ice. Not just getting a couple laps in to get your heart rate up. Like, play hockey. Play effing hockey is what he said when he first got here, John. And early in this season, he ripped the team publicly. Remember, very, very early in the season. I'm not saying that
the team responded.
But the fact that we'll see how they respond this time in March because they didn't last time.
We'll see how they respond today.
John, that's the key. One foot in front of the other. Take the game against the Preds today at 2 o'clock. Bizarre 2 o'clock start. Want to make sure the Swedes can watch. Sure, win today's game. String together a couple because the month of March, I'll put numbers on it for you. They've played 43 games in the month of March over the last 3 seasons. 12-31. 5-10 in 2023, 3-11 in 2024, the Newsy Lalone special. And then last year was 4-10. So, yeah, one foot in front of the other, that would alleviate some anxiety. A move calling out, hey, get us some bodies, some guys who aren't just jerseys would go a long way. My point with McClellan, I love that he said it. I hate that he had to.
Right.
I love that he said it. I hate that he's had to several times and probably has done it several more behind the scenes. And the guys still aren't, as a whole, getting it. So I think he will do everything he can to will these guys in, to motivate these guys, to push all the right buttons. I appreciate his approach. Todd McClellan cannot, at this point, skate any shifts. He's not going to kill any penalties. He's not going to get the puck out of his D zone and get them some O-zone time. He can't do it from the bench. He needs the guys to do it. And if he's sending this message on the eve of the most horrific month this team has had for years, I am anxious. Go ahead and alleviate all the anxiety from Red Wing fans by stringing together a couple wins and adding somebody at the trade deadline.
Well, he's sending it on the eve of the trade deadline because it is Friday at 3 o'clock.
What do you think ends up happening? So Tyler Myers has come up. He's got a no movement clause. He's probably a third pair guy, be a second pair guy here out of need. But he's not a needle mover.
I think they do something on the margins. I don't think there's a huge move.
Yeah, I mean, the Myers move is like, I get it. He's big size, help in front of the net. It doesn't feel overly impactful. I know there are some bigger names out there. Will Steve win those wars with other teams where he's willing to pay more, maybe lose the trade on paper, right? Outbid somebody else. But doesn't it feel like at some point, and now we are doing deja vu, we've had this conversation before, at some point you do need to step forward and make those kind of decisions.
Well, I mean, you had this number. What's their number over the last 3 years in March?
12-31.
So I understand your apprehension of saying the name of the month.
Right. Like the idea that Yzerman's going to go out and like,
I don't think he lights the world on fire. I think he does add something.
Like that Rob Thomas is playing in a Red Wing uniform on Friday's game. I just don't see it. I mean, it'd be great. He's a point per game center the last 2 years, gives them depth up the middle. Yeah, it'd be awesome. 26 years old, great contract. Like, but he's going to have to win a bidding war where he has to gut his farm team or his draft capital and not one or two guys, but a series of assets. Someone may do it. Will it be us? I have my reservations, my hesitations. You know, if it is Tyler Myers, he finally says, you know what, no one else wants to trade for me. Vancouver stinks. They're headed for a rebuild. I'm 36 years old. I got a family thing. I don't want to move, but I will. If that's the extent of the trade deadline, like...
How about Toronto? Anybody you'd pluck off of Toronto's list?
Is this where you do the Austin Matthews bit?
No.
Because the answer is yes. I would go trade for Austin Matthews and put Larkin on the second line, and this team would be ready to rock. The name I'm curious about is Oliver Ekman-Larsson. So he's a couple years younger than Myers. He can play power play penalty kill. He was on Team Sweden. He was on the Panthers when they won the Stanley Cup. He's under team control beyond this season, so he's not a rental. Cost a little more than Myers, but again, give to get.
Well, they have plenty of cap room, so that's not going to be an issue.
No, he's got a team-friendly deal, too. I'd take a look at Oliver Ekman-Larsson. He's a left shot, but can play the right side, so versatility beyond this year. If Pellikka turns into something great, he can play next to Pellikka. I mean, there's not one guy they have to go get. There's a series of guys available, and are they going to push through and get it done this time?
So you're saying it's a seller's market?
I think some have said that, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes
well,
it
sounds like
because
there's just a whole bunch of names that could help, but there's no marquee guy that you think he's going to be able to go and unlock.
Right. And there's I think the other name to watch, and I'm not even advocating for it, but I'm fascinated just from a follower of the sport. What's going to happen with Pettersson in Vancouver? He's got a bloated deal. He's still very much in his hockey prime, but he has lost his way big. I mean, he was arguably one of the best players in the world 3 or 4 years ago.
So you want to bring in another jersey?
Oh, I didn't say that. I'm saying I'm curious what Vancouver's going to do. They don't want to retain any of his salary, so they can't possibly expect to get a haul. Someone's going to buy low on the guy.
Yeah, it's going to be a salary dump.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, it's a dump, and they're going to use it to try to kickstart this necessary rebuild. I'm not even saying I want him here in Detroit, but it's a name that I know has come up, and I think someone's going to take a swing and buy low. 248-539-9797. We got text coming in. We want to hear from some hockey fans. Talk some baseball at 9:35. We all had the same thought with the Tigers in action yesterday. It's 97-1.
And we were telling Cookies we had a little snapshot of spring, and I know that the grass is starting to peek through a little bit again today. You want a great green, lush lawn this summer, you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Get green, stay green, and save some green. When you prepay, all you got to do is call by the end of the month and get the early bird discount. They also have, for a limited time right now, you can purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. If you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin throughout the course of the summer, great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program, and you need the right company that when issues arrive, they're not going to bring them up to you every time and say, what are we going to do about this? No, they just fix them. And that's one of the great reasons why I love Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment's the key. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. You can find them on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
That is why they're playing the game at 2 o'clock today, right? To capitalize on the international buzz. They want the international markets to watch Red Wings and Predators. 2 o'clock hockey game, first game of the month of March for the Wings. Todd McClellan calling out players, empty jerseys after their game on Saturday against the Hurricanes. On one hand, love that he says it. On the other hand, hate that he has to. This team needs to play their best hockey in this upcoming month to secure a playoff spot. 248-539-9797. I will put a hand in the air and say I'm feeling anxious. I know the odds say they should get in. I know they're currently in, but we've been here before. Why will this be different? Well, Yzerman could alleviate some of that by making a move this week. The team could simply come out and win a couple games, which would do wonders for everybody's psyche. Let's get the phones. Let's go to Paul. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for including me in the conversation. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Cookies, I noticed you had to run down to the Cayman Islands. Now that you guys are all across the great state, was that checking your offshore banking or what was going on down there?
No. My in-laws, they go down there every so often, and my wife had gone as a kid. We went last year, and we went again this year. It's actually a really beautiful island for people who've never been.
Yeah, if it was half as good as your Facebook pictures looks, man, good for you. Good to get away.
Yeah.
Good to recharge the batteries. Quick shout out before we get into the Wings. My Cubs from UND Jesuit have kind of shocked the world here in the playoffs. We're going to be playing on Thursday night, state semifinals at CompuWare USA Hockey. So shout out to the boys for pulling it out. Knocked off Trenton on Saturday in overtime.
Oh, we're talking high school hockey, John. Settle in. Paul, let's get to the Wings.
Okay. All right. Here's the thing. Again, Canadian guy here, been down here since 2002, coaching hockey. First year I coached hockey in Michigan was against Dylan Larkin. He was 6 years old at the time up at Lakeland. So it's been a minute. As a coach, I love what Todd's doing. Now, unlike other years, he has his culture in the room. They played a really good Carolina team. He didn't like what he saw. He's nipping it in the bud with that message, guys. Nip it in the bud. Here's the good news. We're not dealing with Tarasenko anymore. We've got JVR in his spot.
Sure.
We're not dealing with Hole and Petrie anymore. Those guys were turnover machines, never transitioning from defense to offense. We've got Gibby in the pipes now, too. So all those things are an uptick. And then look at how Larkin played first game back from the Olympics.
Love it.
Flying through the neutral zone, getting that one in overtime. Guys, I think the Olympic bump with Sider, Raymond, and Larkin, plus all the stuff we just talked about, it's going to be the year.
Hey, be music to my ears.
We're going to get in.
And I know Hockey Town's ears.
We're going to be, the away games will be down there on the plaza, having a blast. That's exactly what that was built for, right?
No, the whole arena was built for playoff hockey, and it's the damn
Just
shame that it
haven't
hasn't
had any of it
happened.
yet.
But he's talking the plaza outside where you can all, like the old Joe Vision, like a decade we haven't had the chance to do these things. So he sounds very confident. I want to be where he is. Get me there in the middle of the month. How about let's just start with beat the Predators today? That way the message from Todd sinks in. They kick their ass.
One game at a time?
Yeah,
they're in
kidding.
even a better position to be buyers.
Yeah. Well, that's what people had said, right? Is they were winning. We had Todd on. Yes, we've earned the right to be buyers. Everybody believes they're sending a message to Yzerman. What you don't want is a nosedive, which sends the other message, which is...
Right. It's not worth it.
Why would I invest in this team? Adam in Gibraltar, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, yeah, I mean, Costa, you know how I feel about my Wings. I mean, this team, they're kind of in the sense of the last couple of years, I feel like, too, in the month of March.
Yep.
They're winning games. They are winning games, but they're winning in OT. I feel like you can kind of conceptualize a good team from an average team. I feel like those good teams are always winning in regulation. And I feel like that's why Yzerman is hesitant on pulling big triggers at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
He sees where this team is at. I think they'll make the playoffs. I'm very anxious like you are. This roster needs a shakeup, 100%. He needs to add a couple pieces before Friday's deadline. This team, I feel like, will be a first-round exit if he doesn't.
Are there names that interest you the most? You're a hockey guy. You've heard some of these names.
I mean, I like Trocheck, but I really don't like his size. I mean, He is kind of like a smaller guy, but he
plays big.
Kind of like he plays big, yes. He's kind of like, who was that Tampa Bay Johnson? Tyler Johnson.
Oh, yeah, he was a pest. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a pest. That's why I get the bias from Trocheck. In terms of right-hand D shot, I mean, a couple years ago, I think Yzerman letting Gostisbehere walk hurt this team badly 5-on-5. Bad. They need another puck mover on that blue line. I think Evanson and Sider are, starting to come into their own offensively a little bit. But they need another veteran presence that can move that puck around 5-on-5 because this team is bottom tier in 5-on-5.
Yeah, no, I gave the stat 5-on-5. 5-on-5, they're minus 19. 25th in hockey.
Yeah, correct. So I would like Justin Falk or like a Robert Thomas and a Trocheck. That's what I would like.
Yeah, look, you're talking responsible defensive centers that'll make you better 5-on-5, and you're talking about right shot D that can play up on the second pair, because right now they have effectively 3 defensemen. Sider and Edvinsson are a dynamite duo, and then Sherratt's play fine. They don't have a partner next to him because Pellica would be, but they're being careful with his minutes. He hasn't earned a lot at this point. He's hitting a little bit of a wall, I would say. There's a need at right shot D. So Ristolainen with the Flyers, Falk with the Blues. I'd prefer either of them over Tyler Myers, but they've inquired about Tyler Myers, so they see a need there. 248-539-9797. Text says, guys, I love what McClellan's saying. He's speaking directly to his players and trying to put a firecracker under their butts. Performer, you're not playing. He's doing the coach's job. Well done. I love it. Let's go Red Wings. That's Kyle in Ann Arbor. The Wings did the same thing last year at the same time. Yzerman has failed to put together a playoff caliber team for the 8th straight year. So what do? Blame the players. Pathetic.
I don't think they're blaming. I mean, the players got to go out and play. And I think Todd McClellan is calling out the players. I think he is also publicly letting Steve Yzerman know that we got some guys that just aren't getting it done. That we've got jerseys and we can't be the team anybody wants it to be with the way it's currently made up.
Look, we can do if they miss the playoffs, who do you blame most? If they miss the playoffs. I don't want to do that radio right now. I mean, I think it would rest mostly with the guy who built the roster, but he's got a chance to do something this week to nudge the team forward, something they haven't done the last few years. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a 19-year-old has been arrested and charged in connection to a theft that took place in the parking lot of the Livonia Police Department. So you may remember this story. I actually did it. Well, you may not, Jim. I don't know if you were here or not, but there was 2 people who arranged to sell something through Facebook Marketplace, and they arranged to meet at the police station.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah.
Like a great spot to meet. It's
safe.
It seems safe. However, they didn't go in to the police station to make the transaction. And during that transaction, the buyer handed over $1,300 before inspecting the items or even getting the items. Yeah. And as soon as the suspect got the money in his hands, He just took off. He was in his car. He didn't even get out of the car.
Right, yeah. Just put the window down and said, hey, let me see the cash, and took off.
And then they say after some diligent police work, the suspect was identified and arrested. He's been charged with larceny, given a $15,000 bond. He'll be in court April 6th.
I'm assuming there's cameras around the police station in the parking lot. Yeah. They could flash the license plate and track the guy down.
Well, it was reported that he didn't have a plate on the vehicle, so it made it a little bit more difficult. But as we all know, mess around in Livonia.
Find out.
Find out.
A woman is on the run after she hit a Michigan State Police vehicle before crashing into the wall of the Lodge Freeway on Sunday night. So police say they were actually there. Their vehicle was parked in the right shoulder of the northbound freeway near Schaefer to investigate a crash. The officer was in the vehicle at the time when all of a sudden the driver of a Jeep rear-ended it. The Jeep then also went across all lanes of traffic, hit the center median before the woman got out and just ran away, took off on foot. So police are still searching for this, they say, 29-year-old woman. The St. Louis Cardinals are introducing new all-you-can-eat tickets for the 2026 season. So that means fans in select sections will receive unlimited access to, classic ballpark staples.
Hot dogs.
Chicken tenders, also Coca-Cola. It's kind of sponsored by Coca-Cola, but nachos, French fries, popcorn, all of those things. So it's called the Coca-Cola Unlimited ticket. And if you buy this, you'll get like a wristband, and then you have an area, like a designated like concession stand.
Sure.
You can go and get all of this free food up to the 8th inning, the end of the 8th inning.
Cool.
So basically all game.
Yeah.
They say they start as low as $29, but prices may vary depending on availability and the opponent and the date and yada, yada, yada.
Makes sense. It's a good deal, I would think, if you show up hungry.
If that's what you do, I mean,
Yeah.
and you gotta, why not? If you plan to eat it,
Well,
I
because
mean,
that's
it
where
wouldn't be a
people's
cool deal for me, but I don't eat that kind of food.
Right, but there's complaints. People go to the ballpark. It costs so much. Like,
Yeah.
okay, if I'm going to do a plan to make a commitment to be in there, at least let me know I can get.
Ice cream cups.
There you go.
There you
There you
go.
go, yeah.
Yeah.
How many hot dogs do you think you could eat at a game?
Oh my goodness. I mean, at least
One an
at a
inning?
minimum
I'd say
one an inning.
One an inning
Really?
is where my head went.
Oh yeah. But I'd have to. I
probably
mean, a hot
more.
dog, and
No,
I'd have to
not
throw in a
more.
sausage in there every once in a while too, just to change it up.
So there's that 999 challenge with the
Yeah.
beers and the hot dogs.
Yeah. Well, the beers changes the game.
That's what I'm saying. If you took the beers out of it, yeah, you could do 9 hot dogs in 9 innings.
Oh, boy.
Easy. Yeah.
Yikes. So there's a guy that might do 90 years in prison for buying taco seasoning. Did you hear about this guy? A
No.
Florida man. He was arrested for this very bizarre scheme where he was stealing at the self-checkouts from a Target, or possibly multiple Targets. So what he was doing, he would grab these like large boxes of trading cards. The article that I have didn't say what type, but I believe it was Pokemon based off of other things I've seen online. And then he'd also buy an equal amount or bring an equal amount of taco seasoning packets to the checkout, right? They're 99 cents, those taco packets. And he'd use the self-checkout. He would scan the taco seasoning, but he'd put the Pokemon cards or the trading cards into his bag. He would then go home and sell all of the stolen trading cards on his eBay account. And I guess it was like this huge operation. He committed at least 75 thefts at multiple Target locations. Might have done it at other stores too. Target says the thefts cost them over $10,000, and authorities say the guy generated almost $40,000 in revenue from the stolen cards. So he was charged with 2 counts of felony organized retail theft, 3 counts of felony dealing in stolen property, and 1 count of felony money laundering. Like I said, up to 90 years in prison.
Apparently, Pokemon's having a moment, huh?
Apparently so.
Yes.
40 grand in profit, you said?
Yeah.
I guess you don't pay for the cards. It's easier to make a
Well,
profit.
yeah, exactly. They
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Tigers had a game yesterday that we could view. We got a chance to look a little closer under the hood for spring training, and we all had the same takeaway. We'll get to that next. It's 97.1.
Hey, my alarm goes off before 5 a.m. and I don't get to relax again until the kids are in bed. So I need serious fuel, but I don't want the sugar crash or the expensive price tags. That's why I switched to the new 7 Select Fusion Energy. It packs 200 milligrams of caffeine so I can power through the morning commute, show prep, dealing with these two, Jim and John, and then all afternoon chasing my kids around. So what? Don't look at me like that. You understand what I'm saying, right? Yeah. So 4 great flavors, gluten-free, delicious, full of nootropics for enhanced performance and brain function. Get the boost without the baggage. Grab a can of Fusion Energy today at 7-Eleven.
We all had the same observation with the Tigers game yesterday. Played the Blue Jays. You could watch it. Our takeaway was, is that the starting lineup? Is that the opening day team?
Well, it looked like a pretty good lineup. AJ said it was intriguing, but he said don't read into it.
Right, which takes the fun out of it. But we all looked at that and thought, yeah, I could see these guys all being in the lineup when the Tigers start the season. With maybe one tweak, they had two catchers because Dingler's just DHing right now.
Right, because of the arthroscopic surgery he had on his elbow. He's not been cleared to throw yet, so
But
he's
John,
just swinging the bat.
Go through it. This sounds like the lineup that'll be there when they play their first game of the season.
So you lead off with Kerry Carpenter. Gleyber Torres is second. Riley Green third.
Yep.
Spencer Torkelson 4. Dylan Dingler 5 in the DH hole. 6 was Colt Keith. 7 was Javier, since he's playing center field. McGonigal was at shortstop, and he was batting 8. And then, obviously, Jake Rogers at 9.
Kevin McGonigal in a would-be opening day lineup.
It certainly, I mean, it everything that he has done looks like he is going to be a part of this opening day lineup. He's batting 400 right now, and everybody's going to say, oh, well, it's just spring training. You're not going against major league pitching. Well, so is everybody else in the lineup, and no one else is hitting like Kevin McGonigal is. So he's hitting the same pitching.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's the obvious caveat. They're not all major league pitchers, and even if they are, they may be working on building up some stamina or working on specific
pitches,
mechanics,
locations,
or hey, I want to work cutter. I'm going to throw a ton of cutters that I wouldn't normally. There's no scouting report. Hinch talked about that. They're not putting in scouting reports for individual hitters or pitchers right now. You're just kind of letting it fly. So it's not a perfect major league comparison. At the same time, how can you deny what McGonigal's doing? He's hitting 400, a couple doubles, a triple. He stole a base, turned a couple double plays yesterday. John, who is this team's shortstop? Last year, the player who played the majority of the games at short wasn't Javi Baez. It wasn't Zach McKinstry. It was Trey Sweeney.
Who's banged up right now.
Who's hurt right now anyway, but regardless, if McGonigal's the better player and you're taking this year to be a year you can go win the World Series, you break camp with your best guys, and McGonigal at shortstop is their best.
And if you go through last year's playoff roster, there's no Ibanez. There's a couple of holes that they're going to have to fill.
Yeah, there's no Henry Malloy.
Right. And Trey Sweeney, even if he was healthy right now, makes no sense with the way that McGonigal is playing.
Trey Sweeney was a minus defender last year by the numbers. Wasn't very good at the plate. McGonigal's the number 2 prospect in baseball and crushed it in Double-A last year. It'd be a big jump for a 21-year-old, but everybody seems to think he's got the pedigree, right? The thing with him isn't like, oh, he's just going to hit moonshots. It's he has bat-to-ball skills, good to great contact hitter. That's the profile. Mm-hmm. And his exit velos have been really good in the spring. John, he draws walks. He doesn't strike out. He has the profile, the type of profile that they have said they want their organization to be built on. Well, I mean, maybe we're guilty of wanting that to start sooner rather than later, but he's making that the conversation. Like, he's grabbing this by the reins a week into spring training. And I'm wondering, who's playing shortstop if it's not him? Because you could say it's Javi, but not like Parker Meadows has played well in center field. So it becomes a mechanism. You put Javi in center. You put McGonigal at short. You've got Vierling to be your rover who can play some center and play some third. The roster kind of fits better if McGonigal makes it, right?
Yes. And I'm curious as to, because of the investment that they made in the pitching staff, and this is clearly going to be chips into the center of the table. We're going for a shot at the World Series. How much of that and what McGonigal can do to help this team win, where is Scott Harris going to draw the line of, well, we need him to help us win, but if he's got to be able to produce and developmentally be where he needs to be. We don't want to skip any of those steps. Where's the loyalty to the individual or to the team as a whole?
Well, that's why he said it's not or, it's and. and it was a very intentional statement by Scott Harris, that Kevin McGonigal has to do two different things. It can't be or, it has to be and. He has to make the team better, and it has to be the right step developmentally for him. Well, how do we evaluate? I mean, I'm not a baseball scout. I'm not in a front office. I just see a guy who's playing really good. that to me says, hey, I'm ready for more, put more on my plate. Hinch pointed out he's under the microscope. Well, John, how has he handled that spotlight? Incredibly well. Here's the other, let's just address the elephant in the room. Service time manipulation is historically a consideration. I don't think it's a consideration here. If he's as good as everybody thinks, he could be Super 2, and it makes the point null and void. You're not going to save the year, is my point.
Right.
And the new incentive is if he wins Rookie of the Year, you get a draft pick. So I don't feel like they need to worry about manipulating service time. If the player's as good as everybody thinks he's going to be, let's get him to the bigs when he's ready. And John, I mean, yeah, he could go for a 2-week slump and start in AAA. But if he's playing like this, the decision's made. He needs to be here.
Mm-hmm. I 100% agree that if he's taken all those steps, it's going to be best for him, because I know everybody's going to talk about, manipulating service time and what's it mean years down the road. But in this situation where they've already invested in this team and we're looking on the horizon at a season next year that may or may not happen. If it does, it's probably going to be greatly abbreviated. Everything points to this is the time where you scrap the time and you just say, how can he help us win now? What's going to be different for Kevin McGonigal come the opening day versus, June 1?
Yeah. I love the point you just made about the work stoppage. Because, okay, let's play the long game. That's the service time game. It's team control. It's big picture. We want this guy to be... Okay, how do I get him 500 at-bats by 2027? By 2028?
Right.
He's got to start playing now. And I'm not trying to throw him to the wolves if he's overwhelmed. John, he doesn't look overwhelmed. That's the key. If the guy looked overwhelmed at the plate, it's like, boy, I'm getting brushed off.
Yeah.
I can't hit the curveball, or the breaking stuff's eating me alive right now. My timing's just off. I'm gripping the bat a little too tight. All right, man, take a deep breath. Go hit for the Mud Hens. We'll see you in May or June. But it's the opposite, man. He's composed as hell. As all hell. I mean, he's great.
And he's composed because he knows that all eyes are on him. Every time he gets to the plate, we're analyzing every single pitch that he takes, every swing that he takes. He understands that, and the pressure hasn't affected him at all.
And again, putting him in the 8 spot, too. Like, I think if and when he makes the team, they're not going to put him in the 2 hole.
Right, because this isn't about him being Bregman.
Or Bichette, or any of those guys.
Or any of those guys that they could have signed but didn't. This is about him just being a better bat in the lineup than Trey Sweeney or Parker Meadows, because you could put Javi in center. You could put Veerling out there. There's a lot of different things that you could do to fill the holes.
Speaking of holes, Twitch message. Nobody knows how to pitch to him yet. Give him time. They will find his holes. Yeah, but to me, it's always the adjustment to the adjustment. So let's start that early. I mean, John, if he comes up in June, the same thing's going to happen.
Yeah.
And he's going to have to adjust to how pitchers adjust to him. So just start that process when he's ready. Understand he will struggle. Baseball's a game of failures. He will fail for stretches as a major leaguer at 21 years old. Do you want those to happen in April or June? Because if they happen in April, he can make the adjustment by June. And if he hits another wall in July or August, can he make the adjustments for September? My point is, give him time and data and let him see how teams are going to pitch to him and how he can make those adjustments too. If he's cerebral enough, if he appears to be ready for that challenge, let's rip the Band-Aid off and let him figure it out.
Yeah. Well, Tom, you look like you were going to say something.
No, I was just going to say, situationally here, the rest of the spring, they really need to get him against some of the better pitchers that they face.
Yeah.
You're going to start seeing better pitching as spring moves along, as the Tigers opened up their lineup yesterday and you saw more of the major league roster. So you got to be strategic in getting them to, like, can he face Skeens?
Right.
Do it.
Well, some of this is going to be different with the World Baseball Classic, too. But yeah, I agree. Be intentional about it. Give him real, honest, harsh, tough matchups to see how he handles it.
And I just think the other factor here, too, and you guys might not want to hear this, we can elaborate, but how committed are they to wanting Parker Meadows to play center field? It's not the bat. Are the Tigers fine with Meadows being their everyday center fielder most of the time, maybe some Javi and stuff, but
with a hole in the lineup,
and they just stick him at the bottom? Because that's why I think Sweeney's out before Meadows. Like if McGonigal makes the team.
Yeah.
Well, it's clear that's a 1-for-1 swap. It's a shortstop for a shortstop.
Yeah, but you got Vierling in play here too.
Yeah.
And it's just I think I don't know. I would love to see him on the roster, but I think they're going to play it safe.
Maybe. I mean, that seems to be the way they've handled this. They don't want to skip steps in development. What would you say the odds are that he makes the roster right now?
I mean, I don't know.
I'm going to say 45%.
Oh, I was going to say 55%. I'm glasses half full. And you are?
Give it another week. Glass half empty. 248-539-9797. It's not his fault. He's doing everything he can. Just needs a little more time to keep proving it. Make the decision for him. Coming up next, we'll talk a little bit about Max Clark because he got some headlines this weekend as well. Old man baseball did not like what they saw. How dare he? We'll get to that. It's 97.1.
Hey, lately it feels like the banking world is constantly shifting. You've got mergers, name changes, and digital-only apps that don't know your face or your neighborhood. But in Michigan, one thing isn't changing. It's the commitment First Merchants Bank has to our local communities. I've been banking with First Merchants Bank for a number of years now, and it's about more than just where I keep my money. It's about the impact I see them make every single day. I'm talking about real boots on the ground work with local nonprofits that keep our cities vibrant and down payment grants that help your neighbors finally unlock the door to their first home. First Merchants provides high-level service delivered by local people who live, work, and shop right here in Michigan. They aren't just passionate about banking, they're passionate about helping our state prosper. Why settle for a bank that just sees a zip code? Bank with an award-winning team that truly cares about your community. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com today to find a branch near you. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Text says, contrary to popular beliefs, players that are good enough can develop well in the majors. Guys, the only thing that's stopping McGonigal from coming north is service time. Another says service time may mean anything, may mean something or nothing after the new collective bargaining agreement if they ever get one, Michael and Jackson. Yeah, I don't think you worry about service time right now.
No.
And again, if he's Super 2, if he's one of the better guys, if he's as good as everybody says, he's going to end up getting to arbitration a year early, so it's a moot point.
And wouldn't you rather he have his issues early?
Yes.
Than late?
How about this one? Relying on a rookie shortstop is not something World Series teams do.
Okay, so your option is Trey Sweeney.
Say World Series teams don't rely on Trey Sweeney either. Sweeney played the majority of the games at shortstop last year. I know Javi played it in the playoffs, but I would like someone with a professional approach at the plate.
Yes.
Come playoff time. And maybe the answer is McGonigal can't get there in time because he's 21 years old, but I'd like to start the clock. Let him start seeing the fastballs at major league velocity.
Yeah.
Let him see some of that breaking stuff and see how he can adjust to it, especially if he keeps hitting the way he is. Again, this is a weekend of spring training, but he's hitting 400 with some extra base power, and he's drawn a couple walks, and he's turned a couple double plays yesterday. By the way, you probably listened, Dickerson broadcast on the radio. Did you watch any of the...
No, I was just on the radio.
I imagine a lot of people didn't because you had to jump through some hoops. It was free. We still don't know what the plan is going to be.
Right.
Come regular season, but this was a free MLB TV, MLB app. Just
click and go.
Click and go. They didn't have the strike zone.
Oh, there's no box?
No, it really threw me off. I was like, can you put the box back?
You can't tell if it's a strike or not without the box?
Well, you have a sense of it, but and then they challenged to play, and I'm like,
how did we ever get along without the box?
I know.
What do you think of the challenges?
I love it.
Yeah.
They had Hinch on during one of them. Jake Rogers challenged one. And Hinch was like, well, hold on, give me 10 seconds. I'll let you know if it's a good challenge or not. And the ball was high. He goes, it's a bad challenge.
Yeah.
He goes, well, we got to test this stuff.
Yeah. I like it because I like the process of it. It's quick.
Yep.
And whether it's the pitcher, the batter, the catcher that calls for the challenge, the umpire immediately gets out from behind the catcher. It feels like it's 8, 9, 10 seconds, and then they're back to playing.
Yeah, no, it's not this long. It's not like replays in football.
Right. No, and then they show you exactly, and some of them are a tenth of an inch in.
But they have on the graphic now a spot for your two challenges.
Right.
People are like, what is it? This is for the ABS. This is for the challenges. And I think Scoople said unless it's like right down the middle, he's probably not going to be utilizing. He'll leave it to the catcher to.
Yeah, I think the catcher's going to have the best feel for it.
Yeah. Max Clark, quickly. So Old Man Baseball hates Max Clark because he wears too many chains and he's got a face full of eye black. And John, you're the traditionalist on the show.
Yeah.
So would you like to join Old Man Baseball into picking on Max Clark?
No, I like athletes with personality. Now, do I disagree with what he's doing? Sure.
In the sense that you wouldn't do it.
No, I wouldn't do it. It's not me. But he can be his own guy. He can develop his own style. And if you're going to wear all that, you better be a little bit more dialed in to what you're doing.
Yeah, the controversy is he misplayed some balls in the outfield. It shouldn't be because...
Yeah, if he doesn't have that on, then all of a sudden people are just simply talking about the sun and how, because he's not the only one that's misplayed a ball in the sun. I've seen it a couple of times, and not just for the Tigers.
Some of the comments: drip doesn't help you catch fly balls. Wears diamonds, plays like cubic zirconium.
Yeah,
and he's wearing enough eye black for the entire team.
Again. He's not lighting it on fire at the plate. No. He's had some misplays in the outfield. He'll go back down to AA or AAA, wherever they assign him, when spring training is over, when his time comes. Yeah. He's not ready.
He had posted something seemingly addressing some of this. Comfortable in my own skin and always will be. Opinions from those scared to chase their dreams. World needs more love. Imperfect.
Okay, whatever. I don't care.
But John, this is a blue collar town. We don't need all the glitz and glamour.
Yeah, until he ends up being a really good player, then we'll love him for all of it.
Right, that's all this comes down to.
Yeah, I mean he's no Tatis Jr., who also likes to wear a little bling.
Yeah.
Yeah, we say all that. We loved Sergey.
Right, exactly. Why doesn't he do it like McGonagall? McGonagall's just a workman-like approach. Put your head down. Yeah. Lunch pail guy.
They're just different.
And there's room for both.
And there's okay.
Could you picture Gator blinged out like Max Clark?
I mean, I don't necessarily know that I can't.
Well, people had a hard time picturing
style.
You. Who could rock it more, you or Gator?
Okay, I think Gator would rock it much better.
I don't know.
No?
I don't know. It's neither one of us.
No, it's a bad option.
Like, I've had the jewelry that I've had in my life. I had a necklace that I wore forever that I haven't worn in, I don't know, 8 years or something like that. And then I have a bracelet that I got as a gift, I don't know, 30 years ago that I only wear on very rare occasions, like once every couple of years. Outside of that, I'm not a jewelry guy.
Okay, yeah, I don't know that there would be any reason other than for medicinal purposes that I would wear a bracelet.
What about like a Halloween costume?
Yeah. This guy's got a pacemaker.
Well,
okay, that'd be the only reason.
That makes sense. The golf trip I used to go on with the fellas, one day was a day where you would dress up kind of wacky.
Yeah.
Okay.
John Daly style. Yeah.
Whatever, yeah, exactly. So I brought with me that day a piece. My mom had this fake gold rope chain that was massive, and she said, "Well, go ahead and take this." So I'm okay. So I did, and I wore it on the golf. And it was funny, and then I promptly lost it.
Oh.
Because we were camping out on the beach of Lake Michigan, and I went swimming with it on as a joke, and I dove into the water. It came up, and it was gone. I didn't realize when I dove in, it totally came over my head, and it's somewhere.
Goodbye.
Lost treasure of Lake Michigan. But that's the only time I did something like that.
We just brought up because Old Man Baseball hates that Max Clark wears the chain.
Yeah, it's interesting that got as much traffic as it did with you guys.
Yeah.
This morning.
Yeah. You're not much of a bling guy, are you?
I'm not, and I would not advise one of my kids to do it. But I'm also, who am I to tell a young man to not be themselves?
Yes.
I don't.
You're Doug freaking Karsh.
Yeah, I'm not. I shouldn't be telling somebody else's kid what they should do. But
no, they should just emulate you regardless.
Well, that's their choice.
Doug Karsh, role model. Karsh and Anderson coming up next. 97.1.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott Anderson. Hello, Scott.
Hello, Doug.
How was your weekend?
It was pretty good. Yeah. Didn't do it too much. I did get my taxes done yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know me, trying to get it done early.
You do that. You are definitely, I think, the most prompt person I know at getting their taxes done.
Yeah. Well, it's not very complicated to do mine.
Yeah.
So it's an hour-long process. Walk into one of the branch offices of these companies, and I have my stuff ready to go. I know what I need each and every year. So here you go. Here are the forms.
Yeah.
Boom. Let's go.
Excellent.
For next year.
Excellent.
Next year will be in first week of March.
I cannot remember the last time we didn't have to file an extension.
Is that out of is that being advised from your accountant, or is that something that you're just lazy and we were filing?
It's I wouldn't call it lazy. I just think there's levels and different complications that come with various jobs and side jobs. And
gotcha.
Yeah.
It takes some time to gather stuff. Yeah. And you feel like you don't have enough time to do that by April 15th.
And one particular employer it feels like there's always problems with the with getting all the correct paperwork and records. So anyway,
no, I understand.
It's just when you work multiple jobs, sometimes there are different challenges. But nonetheless, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Champ of the weekend over there.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about it.
Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in at 248-539-9797. We do it every Monday. Who had the best weekend and should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Scott, what got your eye most this weekend?
Hang on.
Okay, I'll hang on.
How was your weekend, Doug?
Oh, it was good. Thank you. It was the first weekend in a while. We didn't have a whole lot planned. The highlight for me was the outdoor hockey game. We got to play outdoors.
Yeah, how'd you guys do?
With snow blowing in. We won 2-0.
Wow.
Yep.
A shutout.
Yep.
With you on the ice?
Yeah. Yeah. I might have had a goal.
Did you?
So there was one ref. And one of our guys took a shot and celebrated, and I looked down, and the puck was in the crease. So I banged it home.
Nice.
But
congratulations.
Yeah, but he says his shot went in. I have no idea if it did or it didn't. The ref didn't point until I put it in, but I don't care whether I had the goal or not. All I know is that I was potentially not useless to my team.
Huh.
But I still, I don't know who got credited for the goal. I don't particularly care. But the cool part was my oldest son was back, and he's on our roster, and he played a few games earlier this year, and we got to play together. We got to skate together.
That is cool.
Yep. So, and I didn't get hurt, although I toyed with it.
But
the best part about it was the snow blowing in. There was snow blowing in. It's got a roof over it, but it's outdoors, and there was snow coming down, and there was snow. And I think the actual hockey players didn't like it because the accumulation of snow on the ice makes it a little bit tougher. But those of us that can't stick handle to begin with, we just get pucks deep. Those of us that just the goal is to get pucks deep.
You just score. That's all you do. Yeah, that's what Doug Harsh does. He just scores. Messes around.
That's the thing, is that I don't. And so
no, but you did.
I did, potentially. Maybe.
Ish.
Yeah.
How'd Hoffman play?
Hoffman did pretty well. He
didn't score though, did he?
No, he didn't. But he's a blue liner, so he doesn't. So? Yeah. But mutual friend of ours, Matt Hoffman. So anyway, it was a good weekend, and we are ready to go for another week. What caught your eye sports-wise over the weekend?
Obviously the Pistons game Friday night. There's a lot going on this weekend, right? That was an interesting game, and why are they struggling with this team that has Evan Mobley? Mm-hmm. That's it, and they eventually put it away. That was great. Michigan State basketball got things done. Michigan State hockey, I read about it. I didn't watch. I read about it. I'm like, did they seriously go was it 16 rounds or 13 rounds of a shootout?
Of a shootout against Ohio State on senior night for the Spartans, and they got the critical extra point. The thing about that shootout is when they got to round, and I parachuted in on the shootout, okay, because we had just got done playing hockey. So you're watching a shootout. As the shootout goes on and you get to round 7, 8, 9, these are guys who probably don't get many opportunities in a shootout.
Correct.
It was a defenseman that scored the game-winning goal in round 13. Now, again, I was at a establishment, didn't have the volume up. I am assuming that they'd run through all 12 dressed forwards, and in round 13 was the first defenseman to go. But in watching both Michigan State and Ohio State players, these were shootout attempts that Augustine was having no problems with. Like the guys down at the bottom.
Well, that's good to see because he was having all types of issues in the first game they played against Ohio State.
A loss on Friday night. I feel as though it was entertaining as hell because you're just like, it keeps going. But some of the shots were like, guys just skated up and just skated the puck right into the goalie's pads.
Yeah.
Like, here you go.
Not ready for it. But so there was that. But really what caught my eye all weekend long was the combine. I kept coming back to it, flipping it on, watching various drills and the 40 times and all that. And, I find the combine to be entertaining. One of my favorite parts about the combine is when they line up for the 40 and the guy who's there, the starter for the 40, when he starts getting lippy with people in the crowd, you don't move. Either there or there. You do not move. You stay right there. Okay, you're there. You're not going to move the rest of the time. The guy gets all bossy with people in this whole thing, and it cracks me up.
Yeah.
But it was pretty great combine. I think I feel very confident the Lions will be able to get a couple of really good players in this draft, and I really want them to get more draft capital.
Well, it seems like they're in a prime position to do both things, get multiple good players and get more draft capital. It'll be intriguing to see the way it plays itself out. Gator, there is something we want to do today with everyone out there, whether or not you are just a Lions fan that pays a little bit of attention, whether you're an NFL draft geek like us, whether you're a huge combine viewer or a small combine viewer. After the combine, what are you most sure of now? Your number one conclusion after the drills, the interviews, the shuttles, the bench, the full resume scrutiny and probe that the NFL team puts on these draftable prospects. What is the one conclusion you will draw? And I have concluded, Gator, at number 17, I know who the Lions will take.
Wow.
If he is on the board.
Wow.
And in many pre-combine mocks, he is on the board. Things may change, but at 17, I know who they will take. And I will get to that today at 10:20.
Well, I have a take that is, I don't think I can go that bold with it, but I will say that I feel supremely confident that the depth of this one position is so good, you can wait till your second pick.
Okay. There we go. And we'll get to Gator's conclusion, my conclusion, the one take from the combine that you are most sure of after this past week and all that went on. 248-539-9797. As you know, Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Love to take your votes on Champ and Chump of the weekend. Who should be singled out? Who should be called out? So we will get to those votes, start tallying them up, and we post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. It's Carson Anderson on a Monday. Obviously, Red Wings this week, there is buzz because the trade deadline's coming up. NFL free agency starts a week from today as teams can negotiate with players. So there's going to be heavy scrutiny on both the NHL and the NFL. And I felt like that perhaps there was a message sent Saturday night regarding the Red Wings. We'll get to that in the 11 o'clock hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Look, you want the green lawn this summer, right? You want it to be lush and absolutely beautiful. Do the right thing. Call the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, and you get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get the early bird discount, and you want to call early because that's the time to get started and thinking about that lawn. This is a company that's been serving Michigan since 1990, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a company I've gone to for about a dozen years now. I could not be happy with the results from Natural Way. If you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every summer, well, great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. They offer a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn: fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, and so much more. In fact, for a limited time only, Purchase a full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and a station 97.1. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Early treatments set the tone for the entire season, so call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
So, communications courses. Do you remember sender, message, channel, receiver? Do you remember that dynamic?
Vaguely.
Okay, so the sender is the
I went to
person.
class, though.
Yeah, did you? Yeah, okay.
Kind of had to. As
You were there.
nature.
You were there that day.
Yeah, I was telling you.
Sender is who's delivering the message. Message, of course, is what the message is. The channel is how does one disseminate the message, and the receiver. And if you get all those things right, you have effective communication. If you know who's sending the message, what the message is, what channel you disseminate the message, and the person you're hoping receives the message gets the message. There was a message sent Saturday, sender, message, channel, receiver. I am going to be intrigued to see who people think the intended receiver of the message was. It was one of our coaches. We will get to that today at 11:05. In the meantime, we sit here on a Monday following the Combine wondering what your number one conclusion from the Combine is. 248-539-9797. What do you got? NFL. It's a big weekend for the draft nerds out there and the Lions fans. And the Lions take in a lot. What probably was most important is what we couldn't see, and that is those 20-minute meetings that the Lions have with players where they are behind closed doors. Those things are indeed recorded, and sometimes post-draft. The Lions have released some of that stuff, which is can be really, really cool and fun to look back on. But there's that what's made available to the public. Hey, feel free to draw your conclusions. What do you got? Mondays also mean Champ and Chump, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Champ and Chump of the weekend. Who should be singled out and who should be called out. And we will get to those coming up today and have ours at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson and Scott. What is your draft combine conclusion?
I think that if you're looking for an offensive lineman, you can wait to the second round. I think there's going to be a run on them, but I think that it's such a deep class, whether it's the tackle or the guard. If you want to throw center in the mix, I guess you can, but I'm looking more at the tackle and guard group. There are so many individuals that when they get measured up, just from the measuring standpoint, you're like, oh my God. Guys that are 6'5" or taller, guys that had like 9.5-inch hands or bigger, guys that have the arm length of 33 or longer. These are the things that the scouts look at, right? These are things that start to make up. You look at with RAS scores, you get the measurables, and then you get the testing stuff that all works in there. But these offensive linemen are as big as I can ever remember. And I mean, there's a ton of guys that are like 6'6" and bigger that play both guard and tackle. I think you're going to get somebody in the second round and be just fine with it.
I can't say that you are wrong in terms of this draft strength. It also builds the case for something that probably gets said every year about what a great year this is to trade back and get more draft capital. I feel like that is often the number one conclusion by the Lion. When we talk about the Lions and the draft, many of our discussions regarding the draft, we just eliminate the trade back possibility until there is some trade back that we know about. Because if you could trade back and get a third round pick and go back 5 spots and get the same player, that's awesome.
Yeah,
predicting those possibilities is virtually impossible. But when something is reported that could be out there, then we feast into those rumors. That doesn't do any harm.
Let me say this before anybody starts to kill me online about this or on Twitch or YouTube. I'm just starting the evaluation by looking at the measurables. This has nothing to do with the actual tape, which is the number one factor.
Right.
Okay, of course, can the guy play is what matters most. But some of these other things lead you down that path. Like, okay, you see these monster sizes. Well, okay, now I need to compare. How does Caden Proctor look in the SEC versus Monroe Freeling from Georgia? 2 guys, massive individuals that are both highly thought of. Is there any real discerning difference between the two? Just looking at their measurables, then looking at the tape. And then, of course, the next thing that you evaluate is how do they interview? Do they fit into the team or not? And we'll never know half of this stuff, right? Or way more than half of this stuff. But I feel like there's enough of these players that are in the bucket of really good offensive linemen that you can afford to trade back, get extra draft capital, and get the guy that you want.
Okay, so I don't know that this guy's going to be on the board. The first 2 post-combine mock drafts I looked at, one of them had him now going 6. The other one had him going 17 to the Detroit Lions. But my one conclusion after the combine is that if he is on the board, the Detroit Lions at 17 will select Georgia tackle Monroe Freeling.
Oh.
And he is huge. He's athletic. He put up a massive RAS score and really turned heads with his workout over the weekend. And I think that there are certain things that matter more to the Lions than other teams, and I think this RAS score is one of them, and he had one of the best offensive tackle workouts. It's a need. They've talked about it publicly. I think he can basically spend a redshirt year, and then coupling that with the free agent center, and the pool of centers has grown in the last week. I'd rather have the veteran in the middle of the offensive line and the waiting replacement at the edge. And I think a lot of other positions could be had. And you're right, it is a deep draft for offensive linemen. I think Freeling is too good to pass. If he's there at 17, they take him.
I ain't mad at it.
And what you brought up also probably applies. If he's gone, they could maybe go another direction. But I think Freeling checks the boxes for them. Now, I'm not sure about the interview stuff and how it went with them, and I haven't heard anything. But what we got right now and what's available information, I think he's the pick at 17. I don't think they'll be able to resist a tackle that's that big and that athletic.
Well, I think once we got out of this combine, because there were a number of players that when you watch it, you're like, wow, they really improved their stock. And then there's still the pro days. And, of course, you have no idea what goes on in the interview process. But, just based on the underwear Olympics and knowing the pedigree of schools that they came from and how they, what limited plays that you saw them on film, what you yourself watched in games you remember and all that, I think there's a lot of really good players. And this could end up pushing somebody that we thought was untouchable in the top 10 that absolutely becomes available to them at 17 or, on the precipice of becoming available. That do you really want to make the trade to move up a couple spots and get the guy, or are you completely comfortable with even trading back? And I think that everything is going in the Lions' favor here because I think there's so many players that kind of fit that description. It's not just the offensive line group. I mean, the safety group, there are a number of safeties that really kind of turned heads. And because of some of the ridiculous times we saw in the 40 by a bunch of wide receivers, and size, like guys are 6'4", running 4.3 40s, you wonder how many of those, because receivers, once one goes, they all go. They get that run. And if that run hits at the right time, does that push somebody back to your position?
248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, what's up? Good morning. Champ and Chump. Chump Red Wings, because that game was horrible. Then Champ will be the Pistons. But I do have another champ. Now, I don't know if you guys actually watched this, but the Red Bull X Games, I was watching the biking event, and these dudes are going through the forest at over 60, 70 miles an hour on a bike, and trees around. It's crazy that no one got injured, but it was amazing. And then the Red Wings, they're playing in Nashville today, which is where I'm at. So I'm going to go to the Predators game at 1 o'clock.
That's cool.
Yeah. The 2 o'clock start, kind of a weird deal, but it's done for a European audience. They wanted to put a game on prime time in Europe, which they could do all the time on a Saturday or Sunday, but they chose a Monday. So we've got a 2 o'clock Red Wing game today.
Yeah, have you guys? I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if you guys watch the Red Bull X Games, but they're jumping off homemade ramps, going through the forest, they're so close to the trees. It was crazy that no one got injured. The amount of skill that is required for that.
Yeah, well, as a person that likes to get out and bike trails, that kind of stuff always does amaze me. And what I'm doing there at that DTE trail out in Chelsea. Or torn shirt, the torn shirt trail. What I'm doing there doesn't compare to what these cats are doing. They're insane and incredibly skilled.
Good for that.
248-539-97. You don't care, huh?
No, I just don't. I don't care about the death-defying stuff that gets all the attention. And when somebody does get hurt, and everybody's like, oh, my God. Who knew? Who knew if you're going 60, 70 miles an hour down a trail? And who knew?
Well, it's a race, right? I mean, people.
Okay. Yeah. Good for them.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. My champ, Michigan State basketball for 2 big wins at Purdue and at Indiana. Chump, Tarek Skubal for getting lit up in 3 innings of work yesterday.
Okay. Well, I would say this: when it comes to pitchers in spring training, what you don't know is what they're working on. Are they just trying to get up to speed? Are they just getting the arm ready to go, trying this, trying that? Yeah. Hey, you know what? I need to work on my splitter here or my slider. Mm-hmm. I don't get too bent out of shape about pitchers in the first couple weeks of spring training. Maybe towards the last couple weeks is when I'll pay attention to what the pitchers are doing. And really, this whole first 10 days of spring training, what does it really mean anyway?
Brian A. Ann Arbor, MSU basketball, my champ, taking out the state of Indiana. Chumps the Wings, losing yet again to the Canes.
Well, they did play the backup goaltender, and they did change up the lines, and with mixed results. They had opportunities, they just couldn't bury them. And had they were able to score on one or two of those, really would have made the game interesting. And then you had a couple goals that Carolina scored. You're like, really? That was unfortunate.
Champ Michigan basketball, huge win in Champaign to become outright Big Ten champs. Chump LJ Cason's ACL. That's a huge loss for this team. That's from Jamie.
How big of a loss is it?
It's big. It's a deep team, but and I could see them making a run without LJ Cason. He was coming into his own. He was a huge asset. I think back to 1989 with that game at Northwestern where the Wolverines' third guard, Kirk Taylor, tore his ACL, and it meant more minutes for Demetrius Caleb, who turned out to be a useful player when March rolled around. I don't know that they've got that next guard, their next Caleb, on this roster to pick up more minutes. Winters Grady hasn't played a whole ton, but maybe it is him. Maybe it means they move Yaks to give him some minutes at the 2. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
On the shoulders of Cadeau?
Yeah, and Trey McKinney will get a ton of minutes. It's a loss. There's no doubt about it. Can they overcome it? Sure, but their job didn't get easier. It got tougher with that loss. And so it is unfortunate for LJ, who was really, really playing well. And the skill set that he brought was a guard who could get into the lane and finish. 248-539-9797. Combine conclusions, champ and chump votes. We will get to those today at 10:35 on 97.1. Todd Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, Champ and Chump. Votes are flying in. Our Champ and Chump nominations coming up here in a moment. Also, combine conclusions. Now that we've watched the full-scale probing of an analysis of all of the draft-eligible players that we're working out in Indianapolis, what conclusions have you drawn? I want to get Kang's coming up here shortly. Gators is that the offensive line position is one that they will get can get a very good player. They'll have access to a very good player in a round outside of the first.
If they choose to wait past the first round.
Yes. My conclusion is that they're taking Monroe Freeling at 17. And now you've made me do it because
we're all saying Monroe.
Because Mel Kiper, and you did a Mel Kiper impression calling him Monroe
Freeling.
Yeah, and I can't stop doing it. Monroe Freeling, though, I think it hits all of what they're looking for. The tackle from Georgia. But, your plan isn't whether or not he's going to be on the board. By the way, Winters Grady, who I mentioned earlier, did say earlier in the year he was going to redshirt. They could take that red shirt off. But he's got an injury that he's dealing with. I don't know if he's healthy or not, but that's the Michigan basketball player. I don't know if he gets more minutes or if he even has a chance to do more, but just something that they might be considering. 248-539-9797. Are you ready for Champ and Chump, Gator?
Sure.
My champ of the weekend is Dusty May. Put together a powerful roster of pieces that fit together well. They're the Big Ten champ. I will give it to Dusty May. That win at Illinois Friday night was impressive.
I'm going to go with Ohio State football. Between Sonny Styles, Lorenzo Styles Jr., Caleb Downs, and Arvell Reese, the Buckeyes may have 3 of the top 10 picks in the draft. All showed very well at the Combine with the Styles brothers leading the way in the underwear Olympics. They were phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yep. My chump of the weekend, I'm going with the Red Wings. And Tom McClellan said after the game that we got some guys that are just jerseys. And if you're not doing the big things, you better do the little things. The forecheck, the back check, the blocking shots, being physical. If you're not doing all that, what are you doing? Interesting. And we will get to more on that at 11:05.
My chumper is Ohio State football. All that talent on defense, and they couldn't get the Natty last year. They couldn't beat Indiana for the Big Ten championship. Sorry, Ohio State.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Dave. You're on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. How are you? This is my time of the year because I'm a bit of a draftnik, and I guess I don't have much of a life, but I've watched these evaluations, and I'm fascinated by it. But the two things I'd like to say. The first is I think the sweet spot in this draft is going to be between picks 30 and maybe 130. And I think the Lions need to trade back. I agree with what you were saying earlier, maybe once, maybe twice. Because like Gator said, you're going to be able to get a decent offensive lineman or two beyond the first round. And by trading back and accumulating picks, you're doing a couple of things. You've got a lot of holes. You got Kirby Joseph, who I don't think is going to be coming back because of his injury. You got Brian Branch, who's slow. You've got offensive line woes. You've got defensive line woes. You may have a cornerback problem. It's a bit of a mini rebuild. And by accumulating picks, you can get this team younger, faster, healthier, and cheaper in a hurry, particularly with the fact that they have lost picks or given away picks for people like Broderick Martin, Giovanni Manu, and even Isaac Tesla, who personally, I love Isaac Tesla, but I would have not given up 3 third-round picks for whatever they gave up for him when we had Tim Patrick on the roster. And so I think that's the way to go. I think there is a possibility, even if you traded back in the first round, that you could get a similar or maybe the same player. And I play the mock draft game frequently, and I think that is a real possibility. The other thing I wanted to ask you guys is, and this happened to me in a mock draft, if you trade back and there's an unbelievable player there who is a need, but maybe not your first need, do you take him? And that guy for me was Sonny Styles. I traded back, and he was still available in my mock draft, and we need a linebacker.
It'd be hard to imagine that being the
he's
case.
Going to be after the Combine, but yeah, I hear you. That's one name that I kept looking at the Combine. When you're watching the coverage on the crawl on NFL Network, they had like 10 different mock drafts going, right? 10 different analysts that give their mock drafts, yes. And I kept watching to see, well, where is Sonny Styles every time that they show this, and I think the highest I saw him get up there was 15.
Yes,
but that's within reach. That's absolutely within reach if you wanted to trade up to go get him. But is that a position of need? Now, Sonny Styles has said he wants to play more edge. He wants to rush the passer more. And with all the measurables that he brings, it's kind of hard to say, no, sorry, you can't do that. I mean, he's quite the specimen. And his testing was through the roof. He's 6'5", 245 pounds. He's got big hands. He ran the 4.46 at the combine. He vertical leaped 43.5 inches. Had 11-foot broad jump. He did everything you want. And he was already thought of as a very good player.
I don't know how you could possibly trade back and still have accessibility to him. But do you take a great player if he's there, even if he isn't the top priority? My answer is almost always yes. I don't believe in hard and fast rules. But, I mean, it's a best player available mentality.
Let me throw a name at you then.
All right.
Because here's a guy that completely lit it up over the weekend. And that is tight end Kenyon Sadiq.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Now, I still think I think Sadiq is great talent, but I look at him as just a big wide receiver and not a tight end. Because he's only 6'3", he's 240 pounds. But the dude ran a 4.39 40 and had a 43.5-inch vertical leap.
The injury to Laporta makes, and the numbers crunch that they might have coming puts Sadiq far more in play than I ever would have imagined at 17. Because at some point, the shell game of money that they have to play might expose them to losing a player. And I don't want to lose any of those four guys that we know have contracts coming. Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Brian Branch, and Sam Laporta. But that might be the priority right there, unfortunately. And Laporta's a great, trusted weapon for Jared Goff. But if you can't afford to keep them all, they could be exposed to losing him.
Could be.
And Sadiq did have a great weekend.
He had a fantastic weekend. And not only those numbers, we also put up 26 reps on the bench, so he is solid.
Now, there was a question of Dan Campbell at the Combine about, do you ever let Combine results override tape? And he basically said no.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
And so tape is more important to the Lions than what they did in Indianapolis. But I think it's all part of a big picture where they take it all in. 248-539-9797. John is in a van. Hello, John.
How you guys doing, man? Big listener, listen every day. Love your show.
Thank you.
Got my vote for champ and chump of the week. Dusty May, just like you, pulling it together, bringing the best Michigan basketball squad ever, doing historic things, and has a chance to really wrap it up this week with, games against, who is it? I know Michigan State Sunday.
They're at Iowa midweek, which is a tough place to go.
And they can't look past Iowa to Michigan State. I know they're gonna, Michigan State's the big one, but got to get business done with Iowa first.
Yep.
And my chump goes to the WWE for the big crate that they had, built up for the Elimination Chamber, only to be Dan Heisen. I do like Dan Heisen, but all that build up for him, everybody was kind of hoping Chris Jericho was going to be in that crate or somebody, other than Dan Heisen, kind of a
Dan House.
I don't know if you've seen it. They were even booing him, which is a little wrong.
He's a local guy, right?
I know he's a local guy. I did meet him at an Astronomicon a couple of years back. He's a really nice guy, really nice, really evil. But it was just kind of a little.
You were bummed because you were expecting Jericho and ends up being Danhausen.
Yeah, and a lot of people I think were expecting Jericho.
Yeah, I think they were because what I saw on I saw clips online and there was some boos for it, which was unfortunate because I thought the entrance was pretty. Kenny, I don't know if you saw it, but I saw the entrance to it. It was I thought pretty well choreographed. And Danhausen is. Look, he's not the greatest wrestler in the world, but he's got a great gimmick.
Yeah,
he's like a vampire.
Yeah.
He's like
it's a great
kills himself as being 300 pounds. The guy clearly looks like he's like 210.
Right.
Yeah. He calls himself very nice and very evil.
Very nice, very evil.
Got the face paint. He's funny with what he has to say. Yep. Speaks with a Transylvanian accent.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. You're a big fan.
Big fan.
Yeah. Kenny, you watched it. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Oh, it was good. I liked it.
Yeah.
You didn't mind Danhausen being introduced?
I didn't mind it. I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it.
Look, he's not going to be the next WWE champion. He's going to be the next WWE. What do they call? They don't call them jobbers anymore. They call them
Mid-carders.
Carters.
The talent.
Yep.
Enhanced talent or whatever it is.
Enhanced talent.
Yeah. Yeah. But good for him. The local guy gets shot at the big time.
Yeah, it was disappointing. I wouldn't have chumped him, but
Yeah. No, not you.
hey, Sam Bernstein's Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. Respecting means treating you like family, not a case. They offer honest advice and a fair fight because that's what Michigan deserves. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. We got our champ and chump votes in. My champ of the weekend was Dusty May. My chump of the weekend was the Red Wings, and we'll get into the Red Wings in the 11 o'clock hour. I did strongly consider chumping former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore for the stories that came out over the weekend regarding an analyst who was accused of sexual assault that was reported to Sharon, and it didn't go any further than that. And the accusation is that it was a cover up, and the reason I didn't is because I'm waiting to see what comes out from Sharon. It is certainly chump worthy, if true, and certainly something that would lead to future chump votes. It's unfortunate, and it's a shameful accusation, and I mean embarrassing, absolutely embarrassing. And Scott, I can't stand that I sat with the man every week and talked to him and was as fooled, I guess, as I was. I've learned my lesson long ago about drawing conclusions about people based upon their interactions with the media, but it just is something I feel shame about, to be honest with you. And it's,
well, how are you supposed to pick up that behind the scenes this guy was doing stuff that he was doing when he's, just doing an interview with you?
Yeah, I don't know, but I feel terrible about this, and I await what he has to say. Terrion Arnold, I know that story last week got a lot of attention and has led to some early feedback that I've seen here regarding Champ and Chump. His attorney released a statement. I want to read it here so that the other side does get out, because, again, these are accusations. His attorney released a statement that said, "I represent Mr. Terrion Arnold in connection with an incident that allegedly occurred on February 4th, 2026 in Tampa, Florida, which resulted in the arrest of 5 individuals on a serious felony charge. To be clear, Mr. Arnold had no involvement whatsoever in the activities that led to those arrests. He did not participate in, nor was present for, any conduct related to the alleged offenses. There is no evidence in police reports, text messages, or witness statements that implicates Mr. Arnold in any way. In fact, after direct communication with the lead prosecutor, it has been confirmed that no charges have been filed against Mr. Arnold in connection with this matter. Recent media coverage has referenced an order issued by a circuit judge which improperly suggests Mr. Arnold's involvement in the incident. The same order also incorrectly identifies Miss Duval as Mr. Arnold's girlfriend. Both assertions are false, misleading, and entirely unsupported by the record. Mr. Arnold categorically denies those unfounded claims and maintains his complete innocence. He was not involved in the crimes allegedly committed on February 4th. We strongly urge members of the media to refrain from perpetrating inaccurate and speculative narratives. The facts are clear, and they do not support any claim of wrongdoing by Mr. Arnold." I certainly hope that that's not true. I hope that is true, and that there is nothing that leads back to Terrion. Look, in my view, these stories don't warrant immediate conclusions. If true, then that will be vetted out and justice should prevail. But in the meantime, I've been burned in the past on these things. So the facts are out there, and certainly let investigations and let vetting take place in both these cases.
Yeah, and hopefully the results come in quickly, for the sake of the player, that he can move on with whatever's coming his way. And also for the Lions. I mean, Lions fans, if you just look at it from a football standpoint, you want to have all the information at your disposal to make the right adjustments to whatever has to happen. Hopefully it's nothing, and you don't have to make any adjustments, but you don't want to have to fill another hole on this roster.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Donald is in Detroit. Hello, Donald.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How we doing?
For my champ, man, I got to give Tobias Harris a little love, man. He's actually been good for us pretty much since his second iteration, and we've been trying to run him out of town, but Tobias has actually been playing really well.
He had a good game yesterday, and it was nice to see. That was an interesting game in that it felt like they trailed the entire game, and in the end, and Tobias was a big part of why they outscored Orlando by like 20-something in the second half and held them to 40 points in the second half.
I think it was like 35 from Stoney yesterday, I believe. But real quick for my chump, and this is a little outside the box because I know he's probably going to win Coach of the Year, but J.B. Bickerstaff, if he keeps giving Karis LeVert all the minutes that he's giving him, I'm going to lose my mind. I don't know why Karis continues to play. He hasn't been good all year.
I think that they see something of value in him that they hope they can bring out in him, but it'll be intriguing to see if they get later in the year and have important games or into the postseason what the rotation looks like. In the meantime, they've got a bit of a comfortable lead here. I think there's a little bit of throwing him out there to hope that they can get him in a rhythm and the best version of himself to come out before games mean more.
Well, and what changes now with Isaiah Stewart coming back to the lineup tomorrow night, now that he's served his suspension? Does that shift minutes for other players? And, is Paul Reed going to play less, or they like what they saw from Paul Reed? Nope, he's going to stay in the rotation. We'll find out. Did want to stick up for Tobias, and you pointed this out a couple weeks ago, and I think it bears repeating. Tobias gets a bad rap in the playoffs because I think of one bad playoff. I think you said this a couple weeks ago. 2 years ago with Philadelphia, he averaged 9 points a game in the playoffs, and I think he was averaging like double that in the regular season or close to it. Last year with the Pistons, he averaged 15.7 points a game in the playoffs. Last year with the Pistons, he averaged 13.7 during the regular season. He actually scored more. So is he getting a bad rap from one playoff series or one playoff season with Philadelphia, and now for whatever reason that's hanging on him like an albatross? It shouldn't, because he's been a pretty good performer throughout his career. Throughout his career, he's averaged 16 points a game, and throughout his career in the playoffs, he's averaged over 16 points a game.
Yeah, I mean, I know that people in Philly have a real bad taste over the Tobias postseason performance. I don't know that we here should, and I don't know that it's a problem with him. I think it's somewhat overinflated as far as, will he be able to perform come the postseason? 248-539-9797. Kang, I want to get your combine conclusion. We're doing combine conclusions on this Monday. What is yours?
Everyone's an athletic freak now. And that's not to poo-poo the two guys that you guys love because they're athletic freaks as well. But if
Monroe Freeland.
Yeah, I mean, he's an absolute stud as far as, the Underwear Olympics is concerned. But also my boy Jake Slaughter put up a 9.91 RAS score. So, I didn't think he would be that athletic. But everyone is an athletic freak now. You with the tight end you brought up, Sadiq, right?
Yep.
He was like the 5th rated RAS score tight end. Think about that. And he's a freak of nature. We also have Sonny Styles and stuff. So I just think, I don't know if it's because it's 2026 now and everyone really emphasizes the training to get faster, stronger, more explosive. But I always fell in love with that. I'm a guy who would fall in love with physical attributes. And now it's go ahead, take your pick. You know what I mean? They're all physical freaks now. So I think the tape is really going to have to shine for, because before I think you look at tape, of course, but then you're like, this guy's a freak athletically. But now it's everyone is. So now you really look at the tape even deeper, I think.
It's pretty amazing. It feels like everyone that you talk about or every position, you can find a guy that makes you go, how do you pass on the quarterback from Arkansas?
Yeah. Taylon Green.
Yeah.
Taylon Green, who last year completed 60% of his passes. He was okay. Had over 700 yards rushing. He ran a 4.36. He's a quarterback. He had a 43.5-inch vertical leap. He's a quarterback. He's 6'6" and 227 pounds. Doug, say it with me. He's a quarterback.
He's a quarterback, yeah. But can you pass on? Yeah, of course you can pass on a quarterback. But if you want a physical freak at any position,
9.9 RAS.
I know.
I'm guessing he's probably not going to be a quarterback in the NFL.
Did you see who the number one running back was according to RAS score?
Was it Anderson from Arkansas?
No, Mike Washington Jr. from Arkansas.
Sorry, Washington. Anderson.
10.
Came from. Yeah, right? Freaks all over the place. All right. Interesting comments from one of our coaches. We'll play it for you at 11:05, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. The Red Wings play in just a few hours here on 97.1 against the Predators coming up at 2 o'clock. The NHL moved up the game in an effort to target primetime viewership in Europe. The Wings come into today's contest having lost their last game to the Hurricanes with 74 points. They're currently in the first wildcard spot in the Eastern Conference and just 1 point behind Montreal for the last Atlantic Division spot. After practice yesterday, Todd McClellan highlighted some things the team has been working on of late. Jeff Rieger hosts the pregame coverage coming up today starting at 1:45. And just moments ago, a bombshell from Ian Rappaport. The Lions are trading running back David Montgomery to the Houston Texans for a 5th-round pick coming back to Detroit. Also, some Tigers news today. Catcher Josue Briseño has some right wrist inflammation, which he reported discomfort with after his most recent game. He is undergoing further medical evaluation and is listed as day-to-day. The team also announced that Justin Verlander will make his first spring training start this Friday against the Boston Red Sox. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Wow.
2 cuts on the fly.
Yeah. That story broke mid-update. And 2 cuts turned to us and said, we got during the soundbite you heard, he said, wow, bombshell. Dave Montgomery just traded.
Like what? And then he comes right back on it.
Yeah, and right back on the air and reporting. Ian Rappaport with the story, David Montgomery goes to Houston for pick 165 in this draft. Detroit now has 3 5th-round picks. And you know what's funny about having 3 5th-round picks is we sit here and talk about the first round moving back. These 5th-round picks can be used to move up. So with a pick, they have their own pick at 155. Houston's only pick in the 5th round, so I'm assuming this is the pick that they're getting back, is pick 165, and the Lions hold the last pick of the 5th round at 180. A couple of those, and you could get into likely the 4th round, or pair one of those with a 4th-round pick to get into the 3rd round, or whatever the case may be. But David Montgomery's time in Detroit is over. What do you think?
Well, it's bittersweet. I like David Montgomery a lot. He's was a very good player for this team in the 3 seasons he was here. The first year he had over 1,000 yards rushing, and then it declined the last 2 years. Then it dropped down to 775 and down to 716. Now that's the emergence of Jahmyr Gibbs. 13 touchdowns to 12 touchdowns to 8 touchdowns. But when David Montgomery offered for the Lions was a complete back, a guy that you could have in any situation. Short yardage situation, yeah, absolutely. He's got to catch the ball out of the backfield. Yeah, he caught plenty of passes in his tenure as a Lion, almost 80 passes in 3 years. But the thing he really did well was he provided a running back could stay in and block and pick up the blitzer, and did a great job with that. And all while sacrificing statistics to do so. Well, depending on what story you're reading and what you believe, was he happy with the Lions and his role with this team? It didn't seem like it by some accounts. Mm-hmm. And then over the weekend, there was the story that Pro Football Talk had that said that he wanted out. And then he replied to that.
With his first post on Twitter in 2 years, he basically said, "Did you hear that from me?"
Right. And then here it is, 24 hours later, and he has been traded for a 5th-round pick. Are we overvaluing him here in Detroit? Probably. I'm sure lots of people thought he was going to get a 3rd-round pick. I thought maybe at best a 4th-round pick, but likely a 5th. It's a 5th. I'll take it. There's savings in the cap. I think with running backs, you hate to say they're disposable because it's a terrible word for it, but what
awful. But
what
it is what
they're
it
recycled.
Is,
yeah, I mean, you have a certain shelf life. He'd carried the ball almost 1,500 times in his career. He had another 231 receptions, and that's it's not a ton of wear on the tires there, and he's a guy you and I really like a lot.
Yeah. Liked him when he's a free agent. Liked him at Iowa State.
Yeah.
And was heartbroken to see him go to a division rival. Thrilled to see him signed as a free agent. But and I thought his time here in Detroit was very, very useful. And what we have to remember, okay, is that the decline in use, the fact that they didn't use him as much, can be attributed to John Morton, who has been blamed for a lot of the problems here in Detroit and may or may not be as culpable or more culpable or less culpable. It doesn't matter. We also have to keep in mind that David Montgomery, at this point in his career, the wear and tear might have him losing a half a step. And, I don't know that's going to be the case. Who knows what's going to happen with him in Houston? I do know that there is the bell curve of production for running backs starts to go down where he is in his career. But that doesn't mean it's going to happen with him. But it certainly might be. I mean, we might find out that we are thrilled that they got a 5th-round pick back for a declining back. Or it may go down in history as a terrible move. An example of a move that in the moment in time wasn't particularly popular, but Jamal Williams, when he was with Detroit, was a very likable and well-used 1,000-yard back who has averaged less than 3.5 yards per carry since he left Detroit.
The other thing
it wasn't popular when we let him go. When Detroit let him go.
People were disappointed. And then what happened? Well, they got David Montgomery. We're like, well, I'll take that trade-off any day. I think they got the most that they could out of Williams, and that also coincides with the start of Jahmyr Gibbs. So what Gibbs and Montgomery are able to accomplish in that first year, let alone what they've done over the last 3 years, it's been a great tandem, and those guys really complement each other, and that's why you had the whole Sonic and Knuckles thing. But moving on, you have to move on. And when we've talked about the draft, and I bring up a lot, there are a lot of good running backs available in the draft. I like the 2 running backs from Penn State. I like the 2 running backs from Indiana. And I think that you look at those 4, are 1 or 2 of those guys going to be available to the Lions perhaps in the 5th round? I think yes.
Kang, your 2 cents on this breaking news. If you're just joining us, David Montgomery traded to Houston for a 5th-round pick.
I think on the field it sucks because I think clearly these two are a great combo together. And if you're going to lose a step as that type of back, I think that's okay. It's not like a speed back losing a step. He's a power back. We all know what he does. He goes in there, gets short yardage. He roughs up, he softens up the linebackers and the defensive linemen for Gibbs, right? I think this is clearly a money move. This is a point where, of course, his production was as much, but he was getting less touches. They have to find places to save money. They just do. It's time to pay the piper, right? And this is a spot where they can save money. To get a 5th-round pick back, it's probably less than what people expected. But at this point, they're happy to just not have his contract anymore and get something in return instead of just straight up releasing him. So as we look down the line, though, you're gonna have to find these type of moves moving forward because who's gonna save you money? Because you can't keep paying these guys that you develop. At some point, the cap will catch up to you. So it sucks. Like I said, I don't like the fact that he's off the team as far as on the field stuff, but I get it off the field. This is it's a numbers game.
Okay. Just a quick Google search asking how much money this saves under the cap. And this is interesting. A pre-June 1st trade creates $3.5 million in 2026 savings. A post-June 1st trade would have saved $6 million. So by doing it now, they've created $3.5 million now. They didn't want to wait till after June 1st, or maybe Houston didn't want to wait till after June 1st. And it would be intriguing to see as to why they couldn't wait. I mean, maybe it's to have accessible cap space that they know they can use now with free agency starting in a week. But and that's not a ton of money saved. It's not a ton saved. But I think if they kept
it's the start.
And if they kept him, unless I'm wrong, this was the time that there was an out on his contract, but he's under contract, I believe, for 2 more seasons. If I'm not wrong, I'm going to double check this, but I'm pretty sure it was 2 more seasons. So it's not even just cap savings this year. It's the following year as well.
Yeah, he signed a 2-year extension from his original deal. So that's on to the Texans now. But,
yes.
And
by the way, his base salary next year, which Houston will be responsible for, is $7.5 million. in 2027. So it creates
That's
quite a bit of cap space 2 years from now.
Yeah, and also you don't want to play that game. Maybe there's a lot of moves being made right now, and the market might dry up where you can't even trade them. So maybe Brad Holmes saw the opportunity, saw the potential savings at least right away. So said, all right. And Demo was probably not happy. Let's be honest. He didn't look happy a lot at the end of the year.
No, I don't think it was. And look, you're running back. You want to carry the ball. You want to see the field. And there were so many. It seemed obvious that there was definitely a downturn in his usage. Not only just as a runner, just being on the field. Because like I said earlier, he's a really good blocking back too. He's going to help out the Texans. He's going to be a nice compliment down there. But for the Lions, I think it's in large part it's a cap casualty. We talked about it last Friday, what we thought was going to happen. My thought was that he wasn't going to be here, that we're going to get a trade, a draft pick for him.
There's more to this story, Ken?
Yeah, apparently now Adam Schefter's coming out with updated compensation. The Texans get David Montgomery, like you guys have been saying, but the Lions will get a 4th-round pick, a 7th-round pick, and offensive lineman Juice Scruggs.
What?
Yeah. This is completely different than the 5th-round pick that people were saying originally.
Ian Rappaport originally said 5th-round pick. Okay, this is actually way better.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Interesting. So Adam Schefter updating the Ian Rappaport story, and I mean, it feels like correcting it. The Lions are getting a 4th-round pick, a 7th-round pick, and offensive lineman Juice Scruggs.
Who's a guard from Penn State. He was a backup guard for them.
Interesting. And I wonder what his number is on the cap. Because I don't think they'd do this if he made a lot of money. But we'll figure that out. Wow, that trade just got better.
Former 2nd-round pick back in 2023. So,
yeah, I remember him.
So this would be his last year because he's a 2nd-round player. So this would be the 4th year in the league.
Mm-hmm.
So they can either extend him or just use him. So,
yeah. Intriguing. 248-539-9797.
I like the trade better now.
You mean getting more? Getting more for David Montgomery is better?
It's a 4th, not a 5th? Yeah, then I think you can definitely. And now how many 4th-round picks do they have?
They have 2 4th-round picks. They don't have a 3rd-round pick. They still have the 2 5th-round picks that they originally had. So, and now they have the extra 7th, which can be something or nothing depending on what you do with it. 248-539-9797. All right, Detroit. There are Brad Holmes fans out there that absolutely love everything he does. There are others that find it unsatisfactory. I think even those of us that think it was really good, we all know that what's happened here is really good. It's not been enough. But Brad Holmes turns David Montgomery into 2 draft picks and a backup guard. 248-539-9797. What is your first reaction to this news that the David Montgomery time in Detroit might be over? And if it's just an emotional one, if you're sad to see David Montgomery go, I could understand why. He was a likable contributor, a
good player,
veteran, and a good player for this team. But this is, it's not personal, it's business, as a wise man once said. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
You want your lawn to be nice and green. And when we start to look outside, see the sun beating down, and you start to think, oh, the grass, when it's green, it's going to be great. Make sure it is. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get that early bird discount, and that's pretty great. So is the 100% satisfaction guarantee. I love Natural Way. They've been at my house for about a dozen years now. Couldn't be happier with the way my lawn looks. They've been serving Michigan since 1990. For greener grass, fewer weeds, early treatment is key, as I talked about. Programs are designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and control weeds, but you've got to start early for the best results. For limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1. It's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Okay, so breaking news this morning, and it is a significant story here in Detroit. David Montgomery traded for what was originally, from Ian Rappaport, reported as a 5th-round pick. Then Adam Schefter quickly corrected it and said it's a 4th, a 7th, and Juice Scruggs. Juice Scruggs, a backup guard who makes $1.5 million on the cap for one more season. The savings on Montgomery is $3.5 million this year and $7.5 million next year, in that ballpark. So there is significant savings down the road. By assuming the Scruggs salary, you're looking at roughly $2 million in savings with free agency starting a week from today. But you know what? Here's something else that the Detroit Lions now likely need, and that is another running back. I doubt they're going to roll with Sione Vaki and Craig Reynolds and Jacob Sailors. They might. Or do they just go, we're going to lead back with Jahmyr Gibbs and give him 1 million snaps and ride that horse as much as we can. It doesn't seem likely. As far as free agent backs now, if they're getting in the free agent market, you're probably, obviously, if you're doing this to save money, I doubt they'll be in on the high-end backs, the Kenneth Walkers or the Breece Halls of the world. Travis Etienne, I that doesn't seem likely, does it?
No, I would imagine that it's one of these 4th or 5th round picks that they have, multiple picks there.
Might be the back.
And they could use one there. Yeah, there's lots of good guys. Tom Pelissero did tweet this out. I think it's interesting. It says Dan Campbell wants the Lions to get back to playing their brand of football, and that starts with reestablishing a dominant offensive line. From the NFL.com pre-draft scouting report on Juice Scruggs, quote, "He plays like a block of granite." And then he says, that fits. So I don't know how good Juice Scruggs is. He's listed as a backup with Houston, and he's in his 4th year, entering year 4 in the league. But if he's just a guy that competes or helps to compete for the what now looks like a crowded group at offensive guard for the Lions,
yeah.
Okay, who made the best man win and come out of that, and it's not going to stop me from looking at guard as well in the draft. If I find somebody that I gotta have, if let's say Ionye is there, the big guy from Penn State, or Pregnon from Oregon. If those guys are wowing you, then don't let this prevent you.
Couple more draft picks, though, coming back to Detroit that could be spun into higher draft picks. It's just those kind of, I feel like that's something that the Lions do a lot of, and that is under Brad Holmes, find late draft picks to try and use them to move up. In the meantime, as far as free agency is concerned, I mean, if you're getting into that cheap running back alternatives, some of the names that are out there in free agency that could be had, that are recognizable, that people might, have known of a little bit. You could get in the market for Austin Eckler, Miles Sanders, Kareem Hunt, Raheem Mostert. These guys aren't expected to get huge contracts in free agency. And it feels as though this is part savings, war chesting for future moves.
Well, all those guys are on the downside of their careers, but yeah.
But you're talking about a backup running back.
10 carries a game, if that.
Yeah, you can make a case against all of them. Like you can make a case. I guess of all of the names I just mentioned, I'd probably be in the Mostert camp, but you can make a case against him. And that's why I think you're probably right. This is probably coming out of the combine. Okay, we're comfortable with the depth at running back. We think we can get a guy in a middle round and save some money. Interesting. 248-539-9797.
And the idea of trading back from 17 to pick up another draft pick is awfully appetizing too.
Yeah.
With what we've talked about, there seems to be a lot of depth at offensive line, at safety, even at edge rusher. There seems to be some serious depth. To trade back from like 17 to 25, like what do you get in return to move back 8 spots?
I think you'd feel comfortable getting that.
It's at least a third round.
Maybe a second round pick, or certainly a third rounder. Here's feedback. Spencer from Almont says, love the trade. Bravo Zulo to Brad Holmes, Navy term for job well done. And thank you, David Montgomery, for the hard work and always showing up. Go tear it up in Houston. Bruno in Dearborn says, very sad to see David Montgomery leave. He seemed like a good guy, a great team player, but B. Homie got a very nice return for him. I'm okay with this move. More draft picks in Brad's hand, the better. Scruggs has some experience playing center as well as guard. Could be that versatile inside O-line piece that could be moved around. Solid trade. Wes and the Thumb. Sad to see Monty go, but if this frees up capital to get Max Crosby here, I'm on board. # wishful thinking. Wes, it doesn't free up that much cap space. Kevin in Toledo says, I'm bummed. David Montgomery was my favorite player. He lit up the Ravens in the Baltimore game. Yes, he did. What are your overriding emotions and thoughts on this trade? It's funny because I think you could tell in our voices the return of a 5th-round pick, which was the original report, was like, okay, we'll see what happens there. Then when the Schefter tweet comes out moments later, it says, well, actually, it's a 4th or 7th in Scruggs. We're like, oh, okay.
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Breaking news at this hour, David Montgomery dealt to Houston for a 4th, a 7th, and Juice Scruggs, an interior offensive lineman. Adam in Kego Harbor. Hi, Adam.
Hi.
What's up?
Very upset, but I'm okay with it. I think he'll be happy going to Houston, and I think we need to go get Tyler Algier from Atlanta.
And what stands out about him? Why do you think him? He might be out of their price range.
Because he's a bruiser and he's a goal line back.
He's a really good back.
He filled in. He did his job being a good lead or second back with Bijan. So we're going to need him with Gibbs. I think it'll be perfect.
This may or may not be a problem with him, but his projected market value on Spot Track is over $5.5 million, and I don't know that they want to trade one back to spend more on another.
Well, he would be cost less than what we paid for Montgomery.
Yeah, but the cap space you freed up would be chewed up and then some by signing him.
Yeah, we're going to get him. We're going to go get him. We're going to go get Algier.
All right, sorry, Adam. My bad. Good to know.
Happy Monday. Bye-bye, Montgomery. I'm going to miss you, but we're going to go get Algier.
Okay. My apologies. I didn't realize we were gonna go get him.
I like Algier. I think he's one of these guys that runs real tough and is
at the right price.
His role is
at the right price. Sure, I'll be intrigued to see if he is anywhere near the right price for them. And look, Spot Track's projected market value is one tool that may or may not be accurate to what he'll get in the open market.
Obviously they're going to get another running back at some point, but Sione Vaki, man. I mean, why did you draft him? Why'd you trade up for him, right? Unless he's going to play safety for Kirby Joseph.
Special teams.
He's a really good special teamer, but he's always hurt. And that's another thing with him. So I don't know if he could be, he's not going to be just like Montgomery, but he's obviously more like Montgomery than he is like Gibbs.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Schefter, are you seeing this now?
Is he changing it?
He's changing the trade.
Stop
Are
doing
you
it.
serious?
I'm dead serious. The Texans get David Montgomery and the Lions' 7th round pick in 2027. No, the 7th round pick is coming. The 7th round pick is not in this draft. My apologies. Adam Schefter says the 7th round pick going to the Lions in the David Montgomery deal is in 2027.
Right. So we still get the 4th round pick.
And a future 7th round. It is not. So It's a 4th rounder this year, Scruggs now, obviously, and a 7th rounder in 2027 in Adam Schefter's most recent update. I feel foolish, but we're just going with what's being reported. And it has changed now twice.
To Kang's point on Vaki.
Yes. Sorry.
I was making fun of it because that's Kang's guy, because Kang always liked Vaki. I'm curious to see what Vaki can do as well. He's one of these guys that the all-effort kind of guy, and that fits for a second running back. But is he really thought of in that vein? I don't know. But now they have options. They just got themselves a 4th round pick.
Well, that carry he had last year was good for 4 yards.
That's what we need, right? Just, a little cloud of dust and soften them up a little bit. Go in there, Gibbs.
There is not as much wear and tear after that one carry last year for Sione Vaki on his career.
Don't forget, a voice like an angel.
Yeah, that's true, which can be useful in 3rd down situations. I don't know. 248-539-9797. David Montgomery traded, breaking news this morning, to Houston for a 4th, a future 7th, and backup lineman Juice Scruggs. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Edit, not on the trade, but on something I said, because I completely forgot that Craig Reynolds got released. Completely slipped my mind.
Middle of November.
Damn it.
Let's get him back.
Yeah. So Vaki and Sailors. Who else is on that running back depth chart? Yep. David Montgomery traded from Detroit to Houston for a 4th-round pick, Juice Scruggs, and a 7th-round pick in not this draft coming up, but the one after in 2027. 248-539-9797.
Jabari Small is also apparently on the depth chart for the Lions.
I think it most likely means a drafted running back. I think the timing immediately after the combine might have something to do with coming back from the combine, liking the depth at that position, and thinking, okay, we're going to lean on Gibbs more anyway, and now we can get a cheaper version of a player who might not be as good, but it'll help us make our team better elsewhere. And maybe weaker in terms of depth at running back, although they do have what is currently considered the favorite to win NFL Offensive Player of the Year out in Vegas in Jahmyr Gibbs at the position. Do you need another running back? In the modern era, it feels like absolutely you need another running back. The days of the workhorse 30 carry back are over. But can you get better as a football team from this move? They've certainly added some resources.
Have they said which 4th round pick it is from Houston?
No.
Houston has the pick at 128.
There's been 3 edits on this trade already.
Right.
So, it's certainly...
Because they have the pick at 128, but they also have the pick at 106.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine it's the pick at 106, which would be like the 6th pick of the 4th round. But
yep.
Either way, the 4th round pick looks a lot better than a 5th round pick, and then you add a 7th round pick for next year. That's I think it's a pretty good return for a guy that you were transitioning from.
See if we can get clarity on which pick it is. 248-539-9797. Luke in Lake Orion is next. Hello, Luke.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator.
How you doing, Luke?
Hey, Champ and Chump.
All right.
My champ's going to be J.B. Bickerstaff and whatever coaching he's doing to his players in the locker room at halftime.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, the last few weeks I've been watching, man, he really coaches them up at halftime, and they come out looking like a whole new team on the floor after half, and it's been a great team to watch this year. And my chump is the NBA. Last night I really paid attention to it, but the replays they're doing, man, it was like second quarter. I mean, it was a tight game, but I didn't time it, but it felt like 10 minutes away from the game to determine a possession on an out-of-bounds call. It wasn't the first one, the Pistons challenge, I believe. It was the second one, the Magic challenged, and they won the challenge, but I feel like it took all of 10 minutes for the referees to make that call.
It took a while there.
It was brutal.
I'm still not sure they got it right.
I'm with you, and I'm watching the game, and I'm like, as into this game as I was, and I wanted to watch it, I almost just stepped away and turned it off and called it quits because it was literally brutal to go through that.
Luke, thank you for the phone call.
It's a strange play.
I don't know that lately I felt as good about what's happened in the second half of games. I felt great about what happened last night in the second half of games, and I felt like the second half last night felt like the Pistons were getting their groove back a little bit. There's been some struggles against shorthanded rosters of late. There was the bad loss to San Antonio, a bad loss in terms of that game in the end wasn't particularly close. And, San Antonio pulled away from Detroit. I last night in the second half, I started to feel better. Okay, this looks like the Pistons.
Yeah, because it was the Oklahoma City game didn't look that good.
No.
The Cleveland game
so
for sure didn't look that good. They were shorthanded, didn't look good. But I liked that they fought back and won.
Mm-hmm.
But the game last night, I mean, they started 0 for 15 from 3-point. 0 for 15.
Yep.
The fact that they were
Duncan
still in
didn't
the
hit
game.
one, right? Duncan finished the game without hitting 1-3.
Duncan Robinson had no points. Yeah.
Oh, so
they started off 0 for 15 and then went 4 for 15, I think.
Yeah.
Down the stretch. They were 4 for 30 for the game. I mean, the fact that they won that game handily, that they outscored the Magic by 20 points or 21 points in the second half without knocking down 3-point shots, that's what this team is. Because, okay, we're not knocking those shots down. We have other ways. And what we're seeing from Duren emerging as a real good second guy. Not only is Duren there for the alley-oop slams, which happen a handful of times every game, but he's starting to assert himself as a back-to-the-basket, real post-up threat. He's got spins and he's got moves. And he's also knocking down a mid-range jump shot, too, because he's very good from the free throw line. he's turning into a real complete player before our eyes and making things a lot easier when we say that we need a second option. Tobias Harris showing up last night was huge. 10 for 18 from the field with 23 points. And it was really the inspiration for that team, and also getting things done defensively. Everything starts with his Pistons on defense. You know, if their offense isn't going, all right, let's make sure the defense is there. Let's at least create some chances, knock the ball away, tips and steals and blocks and rebounds and all that. They're doing a great job with that. And, you know, Asar Thompson, he was doing a lot of that, and we know that Duren does that. And so it's a good team, a good mix of, they just don't have a three-point shooter outside of Robinson.
248-539-9797. John in Southfield is next. Hello, John.
What's going on, guys? How we doing this morning?
Doing well, thank you.
Good. I just wanted to give a couple of comments on the David Montgomery trade. I'm not happy that he's gone. Obviously, I love him as a player, you know, a person, what he's done for the city, you know, the Sonic and Knuckles duo. That's something I'll always appreciate, but you do have to appreciate the return that we got out of it. I mean, a fourth rounder definitely sounds better than a fifth rounder, and a seventh round future pick and an offensive lineman to compete with something we know that struggled last year. I mean, I got to be optimistic with it.
You know, John, one thing we have to consider is that when a player is when there's public reporting out there that a player isn't happy, and that there's also reporting that the player could be traded, you know what is the result of that formula sometimes? That the player gets released and you get nothing but the cap space. And the fact that they were able to turn this into a decent haul is not a bad thing. Aren't there reports that players like Tua and Kyler Murray are just going to get flat out released?
Yeah.
And you know, in a world in which you feel like you should be able to get something for those players, but when you get to a point in a guy's career where the team and the player think it might be over, those guys sometimes don't get anything. So I think the return, the more I think about this, the more I think this return is damn good for David Montgomery.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, I'm sitting here, you know, I don't want to lose Montgomery, but I do think that there are cheaper options out there. You know, we do need a bruiser. I can't expect Gibbs to be out there 24/7, but it's also hard to justify that Gibbs, you know, most likely will become one of the highest paid running backs in the NFL, and you can't justify paying two running backs, you know, on the same roster what we were.
Well, it's hard. It definitely makes it difficult. Then you'd have to figure out if you're going to pay two running backs, then where else do you save money? They're in the job of building the most complete football team, not in the job of, you know, being perfect at every position. And that's something that unfortunately is the reality of a cap world, is you got to figure out where you can get away with not paying someone. And it sounds like you're operating on the cheap. No, it's a shell game. It's a money shell game. And this creates a little bit of cap space. Cheaper players will be brought in to replace veterans that you hope that the drop-off isn't so much that it hurts your football team. And then you use your cap space to make your football team better elsewhere.
I saw a tweet earlier about quarterbacks that could be released, and because they're released, they have guaranteed money that they can sign for minimums. Mm-hmm. Like you could sign, if Kyler Murray gets released, you could sign Kyler Murray for $1.3 million.
And he could be okay taking that because of its guaranteed money. Okay.
Guys like Anthony Richardson for $1 million, or Kirk Cousins, all these guys are less than $2 million if they get outright released.
We're still awaiting final word on which of the fourth round picks they get from Houston. Because one's at the beginning of the fourth round, one's at the end. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's like 106 and 128.
Okay. Well, we will continue to dig for that. David Montgomery dealt at this hour to Houston for a fourth, a seventh, a future seventh, and Juice Scruggs, who's a guy that can compete in the interior of the offensive line. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Breaking news at this hour. If you just flipped your radio on, Detroit has made a trade, and it is a big name leaving Detroit. David Montgomery shipped off to the Houston Texans for a 4th-round pick, Juice Scruggs, who will compete in the interior of the offensive line, and a future 7th-round pick. Intriguing. If you haven't been following the timeline, and again, when the trade first got announced, it was announced by Ian Rappaport, and it was David Montgomery for a 5th-round pick. And we're like, well, and I guess that's the best you can do in a world where sometimes when a player and a team, when it's over, the market dictates that player will get nothing in return, and you end up just cutting them for the cap savings. In this particular case, Detroit gets a little bit of cap savings this year, more cap savings next year. They get a player that I'm guessing they think can compete in there in Juice Scruggs. Maybe not. Might just be a throw-in. But and the 2 draft picks, the 4th and the 7th, is certainly better than a 5th. We're still trying to figure out which of the 4th-round picks that Houston is sending back because they have one early in the 4th and one late in the 4th. But for a team with no 3rd, Detroit is gobbling up some draft capital. And a draft that's good to have draft capital given the Lions' needs. But one of their needs now is running back. And David Montgomery was a heck of a soldier here for Detroit. I don't think anybody has anything but good things to say about David Montgomery. But I also think many people sort of understand in this evolving world and roster, you kind of get to the point where, all right, where are you going to save money and where can you go with a cheaper alternative? When you have the NFL's current favorite to be the offensive player of the year as your starting running back, you can kind of understand why you might want to save money on the backup. Now, do they need a backup? Yeah, they do. And whether they go into free agency and grab a cheaper version of a running back who won't probably, I would imagine, it would be hard to see him exceeding what Montgomery did in Detroit. A draft pick might be the thing.
This is better than the 5th round that was originally put out there, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, for sure, because Scruggs, he was a center at Penn State, right? Like, so
he's a center guard combo.
Yeah, he played mostly guard in the NFL career, but I think he started a whole season maybe at center for the Texans, and like I said, played center at Penn State. This is where they said we got to bring back competition to the room, and he's going to compete for the center or guard, position, and make guys earn their spots here. Whether it's Mahogany, Ratledge, if Glasgow's still on the team or not, they need competition. They need some real players, and hopefully they push each other so we get the offensive line that we're accustomed to seeing here. So I think the fact that the versatility that he brings, he's still young. You get that potential upside with the 2 draft capital. I think this is the best you could have done for David Montgomery.
I mean, essentially they got a reasonable return and maybe even a little bit better than that. It hurts. It hurts. Everybody liked David Montgomery. And I don't think there's anything but respect coming from Detroiters for that player. What's your feelings, Detroit? Breaking news at this hour. Let's go to Sean in Troy. You're next. What's up, Sean?
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator.
Hey.
Love the show. Listen on lunch every day.
Thank you.
Yep. 3 points. First and foremost, I just want to thank David Montgomery for all he's done the last 3 years. Sad to see him go. Was a fan of him even when he was in Chicago. And wish him nothing but the best. Point 2, I want to commend Brad Holmes for this deal. Much better than a 5th-round pick. We got an O-line depth and a 4th-rounder that I agree with you guys probably will be spent on a running back or 5th-rounder. But the names you mentioned at free agency, you mentioned 3 old guys who all fill the same role that Gibbs does. I got a few names.
Let's go.
Some younger guys who are more bruisers and we could get probably for cheap.
Who you got?
I got A.J. Dillon, Brian Robinson Jr., and Antonio Gibson.
Well, none of those guys are going to cost you much money.
Exactly, and all 3 are 225 pounds plus. 6-foot running backs who can be hammers.
Yeah. So you had Dillon, you had Brian Robinson. Who was the third one?
Antonio Gibson.
Okay, yeah. I mean, all those guys fit the bill, and none of them would cost a ton of money. So, take a look.
Personally, I like Dillon, but, I'd be happy with any one of the three.
Thank you for the phone call, Sean. 248-539-9797. Yeah, our initial peruse of the free agent list, I like to go to Spot Track with their projected market values. I mean, there's a lot of running backs out there in free agency, and I don't know where you draw the line. Do you draw that nobody over $2.5 million? Market value would you go after? That would narrow down the field, but A.J. Dillon would fit that as his projected market value is just $1 million contract. Now, there's a reason why these guys are available. You can shoot holes in any of them, right? As far as what they'd bring to the table.
Sure, and you could also go the route of the draft.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Rodney in Westland. What's up, Rodney?
I don't like the trade.
Okay.
The Lions are going to regret it. Montgomery scored 33 touchdowns in 3 years with us. What made our offense scary was the duel of Gibbs and Montgomery. If we don't have a good running game, Goff is going to he's going to look worse. And they just made the team worse. The Lions are going to regret this trade.
So I would hold on here for a sec, Rodney. We'll give you some time. I agree everything you said about the running game, that they need the running game, but doesn't it feel as though the resources are likely going to be put into the offensive line to improve the running game, and that they have a back that's more versatile and better than David Montgomery to lead the way?
No. Holmes could have had the line. He messed up. He could have made the offensive line better last year, which he refused to do, like we needed a defensive end for the last 2 years.
Hold on.
He refused to do that.
But doing what he's doing now, whether you would have done it last year or not, you don't think he should do it now, improve the offensive line?
Oh, no question about that. But he led one of our best. Our offense was one of the best offense last 2 years. That's because of Gibbs and Montgomery. Lions have a history of getting injured, right? So if Gibbs gets injured, then what?
Oh, Gibbs gets injured. That's a big blow, without question.
Yeah,
that's true of every team.
I think the biggest problem with the Lions' offense last year was the offensive line. You're trying to replace Frank Ragnow after the draft because that's when he let you know that he was going to retire, and that threw everything in a tailspin. I don't think Brad Holmes refused to address the offensive line. I think they drafted with the second round pick, and he ended up starting at right guard for them. I would assume they tried to add at the trade deadline, and they just couldn't get it done with an offensive lineman.
Well, they could have went else, but they should have did everything to keep Montgomery up. Just watch, our offense is not going to be good as the last 2 years when the Lions, everyone talked about the Lions offense. They were worried about playing us because of the Lions offense. Well, they just made our team.
If they improve the offensive line, do you think the offense will be okay?
Not unless they get a decent backup, but I don't see that.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, look, your impression of how important David Montgomery was to the success and failure of this offense, what a critical cornerstone piece he was, you put more weight in that than I would. I do think he's been an important part. I think it's possible that if this offense improves the offensive line, in fact, I think it's likely they will be far more explosive next year than they were last year. And that's without knowing who RB2 is at this point.
Yeah, and
if you're going to tell me resources are put into fixing the O-line.
Without knowing what the offense is going to look like because they have a new offense coming in.
Yep.
I have no idea what it's going to look like. But I like the weapons that they have. Do they need to add another running back? Yes. I think you can do that through the draft, or when we talk about we can do it in free agency if you feel like it. But the number one thing that they have to do, prioritize with the offense, is get a center.
Yep. But now, let's remember something that caller said, though. And he's entitled to his opinion. I'm not mad at him in the slightest. But he's mad at Brad Holmes because he also didn't add another edge rusher. Even though the edge rusher they signed gave him 11.5 sacks, he's mad about that still. He also feels like the offense needs 2 running backs. He wants 2 edge rushers, 2 running backs, which I'd love to have. But it is a cap world. And they're moving money around to try and improve the football team. But, he again, entitled to his opinion, but I'll just give you the reasons why I think it's flawed.
I think it's flawed.
All right, we got breaking news today. If you just joined us, David Montgomery dealt. We'll get more of your reaction to that. Champ and Chump votes as well. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The major news of the day, the Lions have traded running back David Montgomery to the Houston Texans for a 2026 fourth-round pick, a 2027 seventh-rounder, and 26-year-old offensive lineman Juice Scruggs. Scruggs enters his fourth year in the league after being selected by Houston in the second round in 2023 out of Penn State. The 6'3", 310-pound guard-center combo lineman only saw the field in 351 offensive snaps last year, which ranked 77th out of 81 guards, according to PFF. He only played in 3 games for a total of 15 snaps in the last 8 weeks. Houston has 2 fourth-round picks this year, numbers 106 and 128. Their pick at 106 came in a trade from Washington. It's unclear which of those 2 fourth-round picks will go to Detroit. While getting rid of a player who seemingly no longer wanted to be in Detroit, the move also saved about $3.5 million in cap space for the Lions. According to SpotRack.com, Detroit is now only about $9.3 million over the cap limit. And we're getting you ready for for Red Wings hockey coming up in just about 2 hours as the Wings take on the Predators from Nashville. The NHL moved up the start time to 2 p.m. in an effort to make the game available in prime time for European audiences who don't usually get to watch NHL hockey. Both teams are led by a flurry of European-born players, including Mo Seider and Lucas Raymond for Detroit and Philip Forsberg for Nashville. Pre-game coverage here on 97.1 starts at 1:45. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, there you go. You heard in the update, David Montgomery dealt to the Houston Texans for a 4th-round pick, Juice Scruggs, an interior offensive lineman, and a future 7th-round pick. Seems like a pretty decent return. However, we just got a call from a listener who is adamantly opposed to it. And I love his passion that he brought to it. Sounds like a guy who values certain things in football, knows football, loves football, but is really upset with Brad Holmes and thinks that this is going to take away what made the Lions offense special. I think it was part of what made the Lions offense special. The Sonic and Knuckles backfield was an asset, and I don't think there's anything really but love for David Montgomery and respect from this Detroit Lions fan base. Thank you. You've been a warrior and a soldier for this football team. But if they can use any cap space that they have to improve other positions, you have to remember that in a cap world, you have to have some cost savings somewhere to try and build a complete football team. You'd love to have star players starting and in depth at every spot. Can't do it. And in the case of Montgomery, he fits the profile of the kind of player that I would think you'd run the risk of the only resolution to save the cap space is to release him. But they got some stuff back here. Houston got what they wanted. They get David Montgomery. They don't have to try and outbid people in free agency. And Detroit gets 2 draft picks, one this year, one next year. The one next year is a 7th-round pick, which may be inconsequential. But they also get Juice Scruggs, who may compete in the interior of the offensive line. And he, again, may be inconsequential. But when you asked before today if David Montgomery's traded, what do you think you can get? I think a 4th-round pick was the only thing that I think would have been a reasonable return. If they had gotten a 3rd-round pick for David Montgomery, people would have been, wow. And they got more than just a 4th-round pick. And again, a depth piece on the offensive line. You can play both guard positions in center. Yeah. Or has played them anyway. So now the question becomes, how do they make themselves a better football team? Who's the running back that they go get? Is there somebody out there in a free agent move that could be made? The caller that called last hour that said my favorite is A.J. Dillon. A.J. Dillon has seen great days in this league, but has also watched his opportunities go down and down and down. And last year, 12 carries, 60 yards in Philadelphia. He is a free agent, and was he dealing with an injury? He was, wasn't he? But you really were at a point where it could be somebody like that signed, and it could be a draft pick. But I'm going to bet they felt pretty good about the running back spot when they were done in Indianapolis and helped them pull the trigger on this trade. I like the trade. I don't like losing a player because obviously we always like David Montgomery for this team, but it's a move that made sense. They need to free up the cap space. They got a return. They didn't lose him for nothing. And whatever they do has a chance of making this team better. But now the question goes into free agency. Are they looking at running back in free agency? Or are they only looking at running back in the draft? Mm-hmm. And they've got some more options here. And as we keep, workshopping this whole offseason with the Lions on a daily basis, because different things happen every day. Thus, this is another piece of evidence is why things change on the daily. The possibility of this team trading back in the first round to go from 17 to 20 or 17 to 25 and pick up a 3rd-round pick in return it's becoming more and more viable, I think, and more possible because the draft does look to be pretty deep
with high-end players at the offensive line, at the edge rush, at the safety position, which are all three positions the Lions could use. And if you're still getting one of those studs in those three position groups, and you're able to trade in the mid-20s to do it and pick up something, then, yeah, we like it a lot. And I think there's reason to be optimistic about the draft this year.
All right, let's get to your reactions. Monday also mean Champ and Chump. We had a bunch of votes, lots of discussion on that earlier in the show. It's also a big week for the Red Wings with the trade deadline approaching, and they were really high up on our list of topics today. But with the David Montgomery breaking news, kind of had to shelf that. But we will take your phone calls on the Red Wings if that's the direction you want to take this radio program. Let's go to Charles in Grand Blanc here next. Hi, Charles.
Hey, hope you guys are doing well. I just wanted to say I'm not mad at the Lions for trading David Montgomery. He was great for us while he was here. But if there's any spot that you can just kind of plug and play, I would say it would be the running back position and backup running back. I mean, there's a lot of guys out there we could pick up. I like the A.J. Dillon take. Do not like the Antonio Gibson take. I feel like he's made of glass. But even if we take someone in the draft, that's fine. I just hope that during this draft we really address our needs and kind of, I hope Brad Holmes doesn't reach like he kind of has in the past. But from what I saw at the Combine, I mean, this draft is pretty stacked with the positions that we need. So my champ would be the Combine. I would say I don't have a chump this week.
Okay, the one thing you said, Charles, I completely agree with, and thank you for the phone call, is that this draft, I think the old BPA versus need aligns nicely. When you talk about, Gator's conclusion that we had earlier in the show out of the Combine, that the offensive line is a position where you could really help yourself in a round other than the first round. I think that's true of edge rusher. I think I'm going to really start paying way more attention to the running back spot, which hasn't been a big point of research so far for me. It is now. Free agent running backs, but I think edge rusher and O lineman, I think starters can be found, good players can be found, really intriguing prospects can be found outside of round one.
Absolutely. I think the first 3 rounds are absolutely filled with some really, really good players, and every team's got different needs. And I love when the draft comes around, you see a run on a position group.
Yeah.
Hey, 6 of the last 8 picks have been wide receivers because, that's the run you want to see because that's not necessarily where the Lions are going to be looking in the draft. I don't know if the Lions are looking at defensive tackle in the draft. So if you see runs on those 2 groups, those are good things. Every quarterback that gets selected is a good thing. I like where they're at, and it seems like they could really make a big jump improvement-wise on the roster this offseason.
248-539-9797. Josh is next on 97.1. Hello, Josh.
Yeah. I feel like this is a good trade for us. It sucks to see David Montgomery go. However, giving us that plug and chug offensive lineman gives us opportunity to really look for better offensive linemen throughout. And then also we have an opportunity now to trade up, whether it be in the 2nd or 3rd round, possibly, giving us more draft capital to do so with. We keep talking about trading back, but if there's people that fit us better, why not trade up and get that?
They could. They absolutely have some flexibility with their mid-round picks to package a couple together and get back into the 3rd round, for instance. They don't have a 3rd-round pick. That's something they could do.
The underrated part of this trade might end up being Juice Scruggs.
Yeah.
Birchie just tweeted this out. He said, Juice Scruggs has played best ball of his young career at center, where he was a starter at Penn State. For the Pro Football Focus crowd, Glasgow ranked 29 out of the 32 qualified centers, the minimum of 50% snaps last year. Scruggs ranked 15th out of 30 back in 2024. Ceiling seems limited, but the solid floor. And it's interesting. Do I think that prevents them from going after a center? No, I don't. And I hope it doesn't, because I think there's a number of real quality centers, and the Lions could land one, and they need to get somebody for the next several years, not just a one-year rental type thing. But I do think it's as interesting because it provides quality depth at a couple different positions.
Detroit, David Montgomery dealt for a 4th, Juice Scruggs, as Gator just mentioned, and a 7th round in next year's draft, not this coming draft. But David Montgomery, time in Detroit, kind of emotional, a really well-liked and respected player, but didn't seem happy in his role. And in a world where you're trying to create savings, this creates a little bit this year and a little bit more next year against the cap. And the question is, what do they do with that? In the meantime, I don't think you can be mad about what they got back. If you're mad that they don't have David Montgomery any longer, certainly that is, I think, a bitter pill for some of our listeners to swallow, as we've heard from them. 248-539-9797. Additionally, there's some news about where you'll be able to watch Tiger and Red Wing games, but I do have a question about it. We will get to that with the TV contracts and FanDuel's issues. We will get to that today at 12:20 here on 97.1.
March is here, and for us in Michigan, that means one thing. The big thaw is finally coming. Now, is your home ready? Before the spring rains start, check your basement. And if you're worried about water or a sump pump that just won't kick on, do what I did and call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And while they're there, beat the rush and get your AC or pool boiler tuned up for the summer. Don't wait for the humidity to hit. Get ahead of the heat today. And from leaky basements to cooling prep, trust the pros that you know. Visit BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Big news today is David Montgomery traded by the Detroit Lions to Houston for a 4th interior offensive lineman, Juice Scruggs, and a future 7th-round pick. Decent return, but it also means the end of the Sonic and Knuckles duo, and certainly David Montgomery, much respect and valued here in Detroit. I do think he fits the profile of the kind of player that, given that where he was in his career, it was possible he would just get released for the cap savings. So getting something back as well as the cap savings seems like a pretty good deal, but there's work to be done. What do you do with the cap savings? What do you do with RB2? 248-539-9797. Champ and Shumfeld's coming in as well. In the meantime, there is breaking news today. Looking at a story by Cody Stavenhagen of The Athletic. At this hour, it's been announced that the Red Wings and Tigers will be a part of the new Detroit Sports Net. That is their broadcast home, Detroit Sports Net, home for the 2026 Tigers and Red Wings broadcast starting in the 26-27 season. Again, according to Cody Stavenhagen, in-market customers will be able to access the broadcast through both cable and satellite packages and direct consumer streaming. If you're a consumer of streaming, there is a price. If you have cable or satellite, it's possible, and I'm reading this story because I think this is a big question for people with cable and satellite is, are they going to show up where they show up now? In my case, it's Channel 201. That's where FanDuel is. Is Detroit Sports Net going to be on 201? Am I going to be able to flip on my end without any changing?
Right.
Just, do I still get Tiger baseball? Here's what the story says, and this is unclear, but it implies we would be good. Story says Detroit Sports Net is expected to exist as a standalone channel for cable and satellite subscribers. Through a Monday news release from Illich Sports and Entertainment, said discussions with distributors are ongoing. Once agreements are finalized, the release said a list of providers carrying Detroit Sports Net and specific channel assignments will be shared. So now you wait, whoever your provider is, if you're full streaming, well, then you're probably going to have to pay for it. If you are
Xfinity,
or your satellite or whatever, then you're going to have to wait and see.
Please just be.
Yep. Because, talk about minimalizing any bad publicity. If it's still where it was and it doesn't cost us anymore,
nothing.
Embrace it and be happy. If it's not where it was, and I don't care if it's channel 201 or channel 901. It doesn't really matter.
Just tell me what channel.
Just tell me what channel, and
it doesn't cost me.
And does my bill stay the same?
Yeah.
And that is what I think is the big news on most people's mind. If you were streaming and had FanDuel's app to watch Tigers and Red Wings, and it's the same cost, you're just changing the network. Again, I don't know that you could be particularly mad about this. In fact, I think you would probably embrace that news. I will embrace it if I find out that my carrier, I still get Tigers and Red Wings at no additional cost. Is that wishful thinking, do you think? I'll believe it. I guess I'll believe it when I see it, that it doesn't cost me anything more.
I don't think it's wishful thinking. I'm wishful in thinking this, but I don't think it's good luck with that.
Like it's an unrealistic thing.
Yeah, I know, because when this story first broke, 6 weeks ago or whatever, that this was coming to a head, that's the way that I interpreted it. That, okay, it's likely to go to a different provider, but if it goes with Major League Baseball taking it over, they want to make sure that those markets have the teams available to them on TV easily without having to change the whole situation altogether. They want it as part of the cable systems. So I always thought that this was going to end up being, whether it was, for lack of, whether it was a Channel 201, which is Fox Sports or FanDuel Sports or whatever, that it was just going to figure that out, or it was going to be a situation that when the Tigers played, that it would take over the MLB channel.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I interpreted it. So hopefully that's exactly what this is, and it's no harm, no foul.
All right, so 248-539-9797. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Champ and Chump votes coming in as well. Here's some of what we have got. My champ is Tyler Reddick for winning his third straight Winston Cup, I said Winston Cup, that's old school, Cup Series race. Chump Ryan Day, no explanation needed. And that's from Nate. You kind of went, you didn't go with Ryan Day. You went with Ohio State as your chump because they killed it at the combine and how they didn't win more.
How does that team with all those guys, and particularly on defense, how would you able to score on that defense with all these guys?
I can tell you that Michigan didn't do a lot of it.
No.
Yeah. Not this year. How big of an impact? I guess not last year either. They still managed to win the game. Matt in Redford says, how big of an impact could losing David Montgomery be if the reason he wanted it was because he wasn't being utilized enough? I love Montgomery, but he isn't enough of a difference maker on this team to act like this is doomsday. Matt in Redford. Well, we've had one caller that is really super disappointed, and when you listen to what he prioritized, he prioritized 2 running backs. He prioritized 2 edge rushers. And, these things come with costs elsewhere, right? And in the case of, he wouldn't have given up Montgomery for the cap space or the return. But Matt in Redford is okay with it. And maybe this is a direct text to that person. Sanford Detroit says the Lions made a good trade, but they messed up the team's chemistry. They are done. They're done.
Well, I mean, they did well in the 9-8 season with Jamal Williams. They pivoted from that to David Montgomery. They went 12-5, 15-2, and then whatever they were last year. I don't even remember. Was it 9-8 last year?
Mm-hmm.
And now it's another pivot. I'm okay with it.
I want to read this text again. Sam in Detroit. The Lions made a good trade, but they messed up the team's chemistry. They are done. I will say that I feel pretty comfortable in stating that if they made a trade, that my conclusion is after the trade, they are done, I would not call it a good trade. Wouldn't it stand to reason if your conclusion after this trade is they are done, it is then not a good trade?
I would concur with your assessment.
Okay. I think people are forgetting it was widely reported that Montgomery wanted out of Detroit. The Lions obliged and got a decent return for him. Well, I think players that fit this profile, that there's questions about whether or not they want to be there, and you can get cap space for not having that player on the roster. The players that fit that profile frequently just get released.
Look,
and the only advantage to releasing him, by the way, is waiting till after June 1st and getting a little bit more cap space.
But it's after the draft.
Yep, and after free agency.
Yeah, so if you get the 4th round pick, it's for the following year. So this makes sense.
Yep.
I think it's become obvious that he has been used less and less each of the 3 years that he's been here. And they couldn't promise him that they were going to get back to the numbers that he had the first year. He carried the ball 219 times that first year. And then it dropped to 185 in 2024, and it dropped to 158. That's a big drop.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to get back up to the near 200 carries a season? I don't think they could promise him that. Not when they're on the precipice of signing Jahmyr Gibbs to a long-term extension. Jahmyr Gibbs is the guy. You're looking for the guy to ride shotgun with him. You're not looking for the guy that's, going to take over driving. It's not 1A and 1B. That's not how it was. Montgomery is really good with the Lions. And for that first year, it was 1A and 1B. But things change once you see the talent of Gibbs. He's going to see the field more. And if you can't give that same, I guess, commitment to Montgomery that what you had a few years ago, then okay. And if he wants to do more and get more playing time, then and you're able to accommodate him, wonder if everybody's happy with how this has worked out. It's not like Houston's a bad team. Houston's a good football team.
No, and they need a running back, so it did work out. I mean, I think the Lions are – this current organization is trying to, be better with their players, it looks like, right? They're not trying to have these strained relationships like they did with Barry and Calvin. So it worked out, I think, in the end. They got the compensation they wanted, and they were able to send them to a team that's probably going to use them because they had no Mixon last year. They're running backs like Nick Chubb and whoever else out there last year, and they needed a running back. Dave Montgomery is going to be their number one running back. And especially Gibbs he's going to be the 1A with a bullet, like you said, Gator. When they pay him that money, he's going to be the highest paid running back. It's going to be a race between him and Bijan Robinson to who gets the most money between the two of them. And he's going to get that much money, then he deserves to get all the carries.
I think it's quite possible we'll be hearing about an extension with Jahmyr Gibbs soon.
Yeah, I agree with you.
In fact, and you want to do it before Bijan because whoever does it first, the other guy's going to get a little bit more. It'll be a little bit of savings. But I think we'll be hearing about that in 3, 2, 1. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback. Breaking news today. David Montgomery traded to the Texans for a fourth. Juice Scruggs, the interior offensive lineman, and a future seventh. Your thoughts, Detroit, 97.1. One area that I think this running back replacement must excel at is pass protection. They've got to make sure that this next running back, whether it be a free agent or a draft pick, or if they go both directions, sign a free agent and use a draft pick on a running back, given that you have one of the most explosive weapons in football and a player that has a high expectation next year, given that he is the Vegas odds-on favorite to be the NFL's Offensive Player of the Year in Jahmyr Gibbs at that same position, RB2 has to be able to block. Right?
I would agree 100%
has to be able to block. And that is...
Because that's what set Montgomery apart. It was his ability to block. Short yardage guy could get those tough yards, and it could also break him free for big carries. I mean, it wasn't like he averaged 3 yards a carry. This was a guy who averaged 4.5 yards a carry, but also was a stud pass blocker.
Okay, so further update on other breaking news today. The Detroit Sports Net is the new home of the television broadcast of Tiger baseball and Red Wing hockey. Of course, you can hear both here on 97.1 The Ticket at no additional charge. If you are a fan and you want to listen, of course, we have Red Wing hockey this afternoon, this game that they are highlighting to the European market. Europe asked for Red Wings Predators. Europe got Red Wings Predators at 8 o'clock Europe time, 2 o'clock our time. That's why we've got an afternoon Red Wing game. But as far as the new TV deal with FanDuel Sports going under, Detroit Sports Net, and this is from the Detroit News, and this is scaring me a little. Detroit Sports Net will also be available on linear, traditional cable as a standalone channel that will be available by Tigers opening day on March 26th. That channel, like with FanDuel Sports Network, will be available through most cable companies and will cost an add-on fee to access. The upgrade fee hasn't been announced. So those of us that our current cable package includes FanDuel, this is fine if our price doesn't go up. If the price goes up, I think you'll have people upset. Now, I guess we'll see.
Because it's part of a sports package that's added that you can add on
to get
you pay
to get FanDuel. Yes, and we pay. I currently pay to get FanDuel, and for those of you that don't pay for FanDuel, there's no reason your cable bill will go up because you won't be getting Detroit Sports Net. But if you've been paying for whatever tier cable or provider whatever your tier is, if you had FanDuel, I think the only question we care about is my price going to go up? I don't care if it's on channel 201 or channel 9 million. As long as it's on at the same price, I'll find 9 million. It's just a few extra buttons to hit, but I'll get there. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Nick and Shelby. Hi, Nick.
Hey, Doug Gator. How are you today?
Good. What's up?
Hey, so with the breaking developments with Demo, we pick up a 4th and a 7th round pick plus Juice Scruggs. He was a 2nd round pick out of Penn State, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
You think Holmes is positioning himself to maybe reach for a running back in the draft?
Well, let me ask you this. I'm intrigued by your wording. Why do you use the word reach?
Well, 4th round, I mean, he's had luck in the 4th round with, Amon St. Brown, obviously, but the deeper he goes in the draft, it seems like the more successful he is. So, to me, a 4th round running back would be a reach.
Why is it a reach?
Well, shouldn't we be focusing more on the offensive line?
What if they address that in the 1st or 2nd round?
Good call, Gator.
Well, I mean, right? You can also address it in free agency.
Yeah, Nick, if you had to prioritize things for the Lions, and you got free agency and you've got the draft, okay? You've got a 1st, a 2nd round pick in the draft. You don't have a 3rd round pick, and you've got some free agent money you got to spend on. Isn't it wise to think that they're going to do like maybe a center in free agency, and then maybe one of those first 2 picks is an offensive lineman?
Well, didn't Juice Scruggs play center at Penn State?
He played center at Penn State and played center and guard in the National Football League.
So center's kind of, is that filling a hole there?
I don't know if he's going to start at center.
I don't know if he's
I wouldn't feel
either.
terribly comfortable if he's the starting center. Now, according to Pro Football Focus, he was graded better 2 years ago than what Graham Glasgow was graded last year. But I'm not going to hang my hat on that. I look at the free agents at center. There's a handful of free agent centers.
Yeah, there's quite a few.
There would be upgrades over what the Lions had. I'd lean that way and look to possibly take, because this looks like it's a great draft for offensive linemen like tackles and guards, that maybe I'd use one of those first 2 picks on a tackle.
So one thing that Brad Holmes, he's missed on some picks. Let's be clear.
Yes.
And you can't afford to do that too much. If you do that too much, you're out of a job. His net from the draft is better than most. It hasn't been good enough yet. We all know that. But if they sign a free agent center, which seems certainly possible, if not probable, and then they draft an offensive lineman at 17, like I think they're going to get Monroe Freeling after this weekend, come back and get an edge rusher in the second round, they have 2 fourth-round picks. I would never use the term reach for adding a running back in the 4th round if you had done those other things. The only, well, I mean, I guess reach is if you prioritize a position to the extent that you don't care that you've got a 4th-round grade on a player, you take him in the 2nd round because you have to get that position. I think that's how you end up reaching. If you are reaching in the 4th round, that tells me that the position got picked over completely. There's almost nobody left worth drafting, and you take him in the 4th round. Now, has Brad on occasion definitely reached with a pick in the past? He will tell you that he valued those players, but it looks like Broderick Martin was a reach. It looks like Hendon Hooker was a reach, but I don't know. I thought that was weird wording. It's a necessity. So I don't, hey, look, if they have plenty of resources to address the line play, both offense and defense, before they get to running back, which, you can get starting quality players behind a good offensive line in a middle round. That's for sure. 248-539-9797. More feedback here. The people complaining are the same ones that cried when Jamal Williams left. Every running back in the NFL is an elite athlete and will be successful with a great offensive line. Yeah, I mean, everybody who plays in the NFL is an elite athlete. That's for sure. I don't think all of them will be successful behind a great offensive line. But
no, but I mean, look at what Montgomery did in Chicago versus what he did in Detroit. In Chicago, he averaged 3.7, 4.3, 3.8, and 4.0. And then the last 3 years in Detroit, 4.6, 4.2, 4.5.
Jamal Williams
was
really
the
good.
Same thing. Yeah, exactly.
I think an underrated aspect of replacing David Montgomery is his blocking prowess. With a non-mobile quarterback, we need a solid last line of defense against blitzers, and Monty was great at that. Yes, he was. I'm not worried about replacing David Montgomery's strong running. I'm worried about replacing his pass blocking. All right, we're getting a run on these texts. Kyle Monangai was a 7th-round pick for the Bears and produced heavily for the Bears last season. We don't need to panic, especially because O-line depth is much more difficult to come by than running back depth. Great trade for Brad Holmes and company in a pivotal season. Scott in Hazel Park. From an unnamed texter, once again, the Lions lose a key player and still haven't made a move to win a Super Bowl. They are losing a key player. The move is yet to really be seen, right? We have it. This is clearing cap space.
How are we define the word key? Can you have 2 key players at running back? The key player at running back is Jahmyr Gibbs.
I think he's RB1. He was RB1 unquestionably.
Montgomery had a role on this team, and he was very good for this team.
I think the combination over the last 3 years has been key. But the combination got emphasized less last year. Now, given last year was the worst of the 3 seasons. Gentlemen, I do like what they got in return for Montgomery, but there's no way I will be convinced the team is going to be better with him off the roster. Overuse of Gibbs could lead to injuries and missing significant time. What is the plan? An unproven 4th-round or 5th-round running back? They don't have enough money to bring in a quality backup with all the holes they have and being in cap space hell. That's from Marlon and Walled Lake.
Well, not yet, Marlon. They haven't made they haven't asked players to restructure. It will happen. When they restructure, they'll free up tons of money, and hopefully that's addressed with the offensive line, with a center, and some other positions. And I think that they'll look at running back in free agency is another one. But you're not going to go out and sign a running back in free agency. It's going to cost you like $10 million. That's not what you're looking for. And I also know, I don't think the Lions are sitting there thinking, okay, now let's give him 300 carries and we'll give him 80 catches. They're not looking to do that. They know that they have to take care of their cash cow here without giving him a ridiculous amount of touches because it's a position where guys get hurt all the time.
I think they know they got to get a second guy,
Yes.
but they're not going to spend a lot on a second guy. And I think you can get a quality guy at a good value, but that Gibbs extension is coming. And you're not going to pay a guy the most money in the league at his position to not give him the ball, right?
Yep.
So I think, they know that they can't overuse him, Gator, but also they're going to use him. It's like they're not
without
they weren't
question.
shy about it. That's why Monty's numbers went down, his touches went down so much because Gibbs can do pretty much everything. He's got to step up his pass pro, and there's some of the short yardage stuff, but I think he can do that, especially with another year under his belt. But I think that if they're going to pay him that much money, they're going to use him a ton.
I don't expect him to do a ton more than what he's done because he's played at that level. He's played at the level that's going to get him this $20 million a year contract, which he deserves, right? 250 carries a season. He caught 77 passes last year. I mean, if anything, the extra workload might come as a receiver. I don't know if it'll come as a running back, but I think as a runner, it's just fine where he's at.
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, 7th-round pick last year. Kyle Monangai, 7th-round pick last year. You put him in the right situation. You find the right guy in the right situation, you can find a replacement for David Montgomery. Now, different styles of backs, right? Got it. But at the end of the day, the resources they have to replace him, if used correctly, they'll be fine. But the key thing is, can they use him? They got to use it correctly because there's other guys that were drafted last year who didn't do jack squat. 97-1.
You know, whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, well, you want a company that you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer just like family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. And that kind of reputation isn't bought. It's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding, Michigan's name you can trust.
We'll get to some Red Wing stuff next hour. They were on the agenda today, actually pretty high up the list of things we're going to talk about. And then a big trade. David Montgomery dealt from the Detroit Lions to Houston for a fourth, a future seventh, and Juice Scruggs, an interior offensive lineman, which, as you pointed out, could be the real underrated value here, but it does create a hole. You had a veteran player who could be relied upon in two critical parts of the football game offensively, short yardage situations and pass protection. And now they have to find that replacement unless they fully believe that they can workhorse Jahmyr Gibbs, which, doesn't feel like anybody does that anymore. Everybody likes to have a backup, somebody else that they can lean on, somebody else that can, take the load off like the one guy who just sent us a text saying this is going to get Jahmyr Gibbs killed. Well, if you don't find a serviceable replacement, it feels like it would be unwise to go with the current roster of players, Sailors and Vaki and the like. But as much as it creates some cap space, it also creates a roster hole that needs to get filled. And, David Montgomery, I don't know if there's anything but respect from the Detroit Lions fan base. Like, this was a popular player that went out and did big things and little things that help you win. And it is sad to see him go. But in a cap world, we've talked a lot about painful things that have to happen. This is an example, right? This is an example of a painful move that you have to make that you probably don't want to make, but you also have a pending massive contract coming for Jahmyr Gibbs. Okay, who is the cheaper alternative? We can get a running back. Because the big savings on the cap don't come this year. They really come next year. Where it's like, what I say, $7.5 million or whatever. Yeah, what he was owed in terms of a base salary. So now they could have just released him. Wouldn't have got anything in return. But this is an example of a move that probably is good for Houston and can be good for Detroit if they do the right things in a big offseason for Brad Holmes. Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. You can't get a better backup running back, and we are clearly clearing house to see Gibbs if Gibbs can run the show. Well, I think if they're clearly clearing house, I think as they are exploring where they can save money so that when they have to move on from a running back, it's Montgomery and not Gibbs. That they are war chesting to sign Gibbs long term. They got other players. Jack Campbell needs to be kept. And Laporta and Branch most likely, although you just never know with injuries. And when you're seeking savings, where those savings come from.
Well, the other thing they have with Gibbs is because he's the first-round pick is you don't have to give him the extension. It's a choice. And I don't know what the cap ramifications are if you were to wait till after next season to do it, or what happens with it this year. I don't know, but there doesn't have to be a rush. It doesn't seem. And same thing with Jack Campbell, because those are both the first-round picks from that year. The other guys you got to make your mind up soon, real soon.
248-539-9797. I will take a wait-and-see approach. This is Drew in Clarkston. I will take a wait-and-see approach, but I feel like this team is really losing its grit. Jamal Williams and David Montgomery were both super gritty players. That, along with our offensive line no longer being dominant and not playing as aggressively all around, I feel like the gritty toughness of this team takes another hit every few months. Well, it's because we've seen a departure and we don't know what's incoming. We know what's outgoing. Outgoing is David Montgomery. We don't know what's incoming. If you tell me that they're going to walk away with Tyler Linderbaum, I'm going to say, okay. I doubt that's the case. He's the most coveted center on the market. Price will be exorbitant. And I don't know that they can afford to war chest for him and all that they want to do in terms of other players. But if they get, they make the lesser expensive signing of a Cade Mays, for instance, if Lloyd Cushenberry is who they bring in at a cheaper price, they can be back to being much better on the offensive line. Then you mix in the draft picks. I think you could still have some of that grit return that you're worried about losing.
This is a real interesting offseason for the Lions because things are changing dramatically. They've got a new offensive coordinator, which we don't know what to expect from. You have no idea what the offense will look like. I don't think you can look at Arizona and say, yep, that's what the Lions will do, because Arizona had a dynamic quarterback in respect to the way he's able to run with the football. They did things out of necessity there. We've got an offensive line that looks like it's going to be retooled to some degree, certainly with a new center. What does it mean for the left guard position? Taylor Decker's coming back, but are they going to draft his replacement? And if so, is he going to get some reps? How's that going to look? We just don't know. And there's a lot invested into that. And at the same time, the defense is the area that scares me because of what's happened with the safeties, what's happening with the secondary, the uncertainty with Terry and Arnold right now, coupled with the safety issues. There's a lot there. And with the ongoing need to have another edge rusher, it was great to have Muhammad last year, but he's a free agent. Has he priced himself out of what the Lions can afford? And if that's the case, are they going to do that in the draft? Are they going to address that in free agency? Lots of questions. This team is going to look, I think, dramatically different than what we've seen over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and they need to have a great offseason. There is no question about it. There is potential here to have a great football team, but there's a lot that needs to get addressed. And now RB2 is one of them. But, having concerns about, draft capital, I think does this give them 9 draft picks in this coming draft? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, they have 9 draft picks. And it'd be great if you had 9 draft picks at the top of the draft. It's been irrelevant. The only data point that I could find about draft success over the course of a decade, where the teams that had the most draft success almost always had excess draft capital. You're talking about the Baltimores, the Seattles, the Pittsburghs of the world that have been really, really good and gotten a lot out of the draft. New England did it. New England's drafts had so many misses, but they had so many picks. Belichick was always trading back and just hoarding draft picks. And then they'd find key players. It speaks to how inexact of a science this is, but the more draft picks you have, the more kicks at the can, and you get cheaper players that can play. It's been a formula that's worked. So I like that they have 9 draft picks now. Get some Red Wing stuff next hour. Coming up straight ahead, interesting message sent by the coach. But to whom was he talking? That at 105, 97.1.
Night. Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Plenty of breaking news today. First, the big news of the day. The Lions have traded running back David Montgomery to the Houston Texans for a 2026 fourth-round pick, a 2027 seventh-round pick, and interior offensive lineman Juice Scruggs. This move does a few things for the Lions. First, it removes a player from the locker room that seemingly no longer wanted to be with the team. Secondly, it frees up $3.5 million in cap space this offseason. Third, not only does Detroit get 2 draft picks for Montgomery, but the team also gets a 6'3", 310-pound interior offensive lineman who will likely contend for a starting role. The Lions now currently have 9 picks in the upcoming NFL draft, which starts on April 23rd. The other big news, the Tigers have announced where you can watch their games this summer, and it's the Detroit Sports Net. There are 2 ways to access Detroit Sports Net, either through an online streaming subscription or your cable provider. You can purchase the online subscription for $20 a month or $190 per year, but that will get you access to Red Wings games starting in October. For now, the Wings will remain on FanDuel Sports Network for the rest of this season. The team connections about Detroit Sports Net and specific cable providers will be announced at a later date, the team said, or you can just listen to the Wings and Tigers all season long right here at 97.1. The Wings will be right here in about 45 minutes when Jeff Rieger hosts pregame coverage of Wings and Predators, which will start at 2 p.m. down in Nashville. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Carson Anderson, 97.1, open lines 248-539-9797. Happy Monday, everybody. And as you heard in the update there, David Montgomery no longer a Detroit Lion. I like this trade, Scott, but it's pending what they do with the resources they got back, which is cap space and a couple of draft picks. It's also pending on whether or not a new home for Juice Scruggs helps. You never know. Juice Scruggs might be the biggest thing they get out of here. He was a very promising young center out of Penn State. If he comes here and takes over and becomes a starting center and a good one at that and upgrades the position, then that's probably enough to make this trade worth it. But something needs to be turned into a value. But the reason I like it, and I absolutely like it, is because David Montgomery fit the profile of an unhappy player that could just get outright released, and they were able to get something back for him.
Yeah, I think that's key because the writing was absolutely on the wall. There was some kind of disconnect with the Lions and David Montgomery. That when Brad Holmes spoke last week, both he and Dan Campbell, they liked David Montgomery a lot, and that they wanted to have him back. But it seemed like we want you back, but with certain expectations. And I don't know if they were going to ask him to restructure or change his contract, or if they were just going to say, look, I know that you want more. We can't give you more than what we're going to offer you here. And David Montgomery came in there saying, look, I want the ball more. I need to be a bigger part of this offense. Whatever it was, there was a disconnect between the two. So the best case scenario is that you were able to move him for assets.
Now, one thing that they most likely have done, overall, they've probably weakened RB2. Yes. The odds of them getting somebody better than David Montgomery to fulfill that role are slim.
I would say it's unlikely.
So a risk that they are taking here is the risk that Jahmyr Gibbs has a healthy season. You take these risks a lot in a cap world. And an example of a team that took a huge risk and said, we're going to convert a bunch of assets into one asset was what Green Bay did last year, trading for Micah Parsons. They took a bunch of assets and turned them into one asset, Micah Parsons. And he got hurt, and their season went down the tubes. If you are the Lions, there's a little bit of risk here. There's quite a bit of risk here that Jahmyr Gibbs stays healthy. Now, it doesn't mean you can't win without Jahmyr Gibbs, but there's definite risk that more will be riding. If we were operating in a world with a luxury we had for much of the last couple of years, Detroit fans had RB1 and RB1A. And one thing that looked like it was trending, though, was that David Montgomery was probably going to get fewer opportunities. And it's been trending down the last couple of years. Really good back. Now they got to do the right thing with the resources that they got back for David Montgomery. Okay, Scott, earlier in the show, much earlier in the show, we were getting ready to talk about the Red Wings when this news broke. The dynamic of communications, the sender, the message, the channel, and the receiver. The sender is who's saying it. The channel is what do you use to get the message across. The message is obviously what your intended purpose of the communication is, and the receiver. I think what Todd McClellan said after the Saturday night loss at Carolina, the Red Wings coach, I'm really wondering who the intended receiver was. Was the intended receiver of this message the locker room itself? Or was the intended receiver of this message the corner office? And by that, I mean Steve Yzerman. Here's what he said after the game, kind of a lackluster performance down at Carolina in a 5-2 loss. Is he talking to Steve Yzerman, or is he talking to his locker room? Is he talking to both?
I think he's more talking about the players. And when you start talking about just a jersey, when you think about it a little bit longer than just hearing it, it's a harsh statement. But point taken. You can't just be out there skating around and doing nothing. You have to contribute in some way. Give us a reason why you're still on this team. And it's not lost on Tom McClellan that the trade deadline is coming up on Friday, and that Steve Yzerman is poised to make some moves to make this team better. This team, by the time the trade deadline rolls around, you know where the Red Wings are still going to be? In the thick of a playoff spot. They're not going to lose that spot at that point. So it's really incumbent on the players to take this information and do with it what they will. And I think it's a reminder to guys that you have to you've got to do more. You got to finish, and don't go out there and have an empty shift. You can't afford to.
You can do big things, but if you're not going to do the big things, you better do the little things.
There are guys on this team that have gone through some serious droughts recently. I mean, when Patrick Kane scored the other night, it was his first goal in like 14 games. Emmett Finney got off to this great start, and he's been kind of non-existent since then. In 60 games, he's got 21 points this year. JT Compher has 20 points in 60 games. Axel Sandin Pellikka has not played as well in the last couple months as he did to start things off. He's kind of leveled off and not in a good way. There's a lot of guys in this team, I think, that could give more. And then there are guys that I think are trying really hard and they're playing really hard, but it's just not working out for them at, where the points are flying, or lighting up the score sheet. A guy like Marco Kasper or Michael Rasmussen, but I think both those guys are playing pretty hard, but you're not seeing a ton of production, at least on the score sheet. What you do see is guys that are willing to go into the corners, make the hits, try to dig the puck out, block the shots, and that's going to keep them on the roster. But you're only dressing 12 forwards. 6 of them should feel really confident that they're on this team. The other 6, someone's going to be replaced. At least one of them is going to be replaced. And I think the same thing goes to the guys that dress up on the blue line. They're looking to add to this team. They're looking to add a top 4 defenseman. They're looking to add, likely, a top 6 forward. So somebody gets bumped from the top 6 down to the bottom 6, but they're going to bring somebody else in. And there's a lot of rumors out there. A lot of rumors, which is it's kind of cool to hear this time. And look, the longer that this whole what's his name? Tyler Myers. The the longer the Tyler Myers situation is playing out, the more I don't think this is going to happen in Detroit. That the rumor over the weekend broke that it's a second-round pick for Tyler Myers from Vancouver, but he's got a no-trade clause, and he doesn't want to leave that area. And he's got some personal reasons for not wanting to, and totally understand it.
Yeah,
right?
He's deeply rooted in British Columbia. His son is, special needs, and he really likes the treatment he's getting there. I did a lot of research on Tyler Myers. That's a personal thing. He's earned his no trade clause. Good for him. Bravo.
Yeah, and look, Tyler Myers is huge, 6'8", but he's not this big bruising defenseman that you would expect from somebody with that kind of size. So the more I hear about this, the more I don't think that's going to happen. But it doesn't mean there aren't other defensemen out there that they can get. Whether it's Falk from St. Louis or Ristolainen from Philadelphia, these are names that are being thrown around.
I like Ristolainen.
I like Ristolainen a lot too. Good size from him, and he doesn't mind checking, clearing the net. I like that. Need a guy like that. And then from a forward standpoint, Brian Thomas is just coming back with St. Louis, and apparently they're willing to move him, but that's going to come at a heavy price. The St. Louis, I guess, is asking for 3 players that would fit the profile of being a top half of the first round type player. So whether that's a combination of picks, like you'd give up a first round pick, you give them a player in return that's a pretty good player, and then a prospect of some kind. That's what they're asking for. That's what the Athletic is reporting. That'd be interesting. Trocheck from the Rangers.
Okay, can that really happen?
Yes.
I would be thrilled to get Trocheck.
Trocheck, absolutely that can happen. That this is a guy that he's rumored. Who is this? Vince Mercogliano, who's a Rangers beat writer for The Athletic. He tweeted out 2 hours ago, just had a good open conversation with Vincent Trocheck, who very much realizes a trade could be coming. He said winning is a priority for his next destination, and he confirmed that he prefers to stay east. Quote, "It's no secret West teams are on my no-trade list." So if he's going to go anywhere, it's either going to be to the Eastern Conference or maybe to a team that's in like Chicago or Minnesota, at some team that's in the Western Conference, but in the Central Time Zone. But would it make sense to come to Detroit? Absolutely. He's a great two-way player, would fit exactly what the Red Wings want. Same thing with Thomas. Both Thomas and Trocheck, either one of those guys, take him in a heartbeat.
248-539-9797. Red Wing fans, a lot there to digest as we move towards Thursday's trade deadline. Some interesting names out there, and it feels like Detroit is poised to be very active. Meanwhile, those McClellan comments, do you think they were as much to the general manager as they were to the players? You heard them. We just played them. 248-539-9797. 97.1, the ticket. Hey, Detroit sports fans, rejoice. We're in the thick of the basketball and hockey playoff runs, along with college basketball tournament action on the horizon, and there's no better place to catch all the action than Twin Peaks. That's right. Where else can you watch up to 8 games at once on over 50-plus TVs? What makes it even better? Well, the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls serving up all your favorites. Like tomorrow, for example, imagine sitting in their comfortable lodge setting, taking in a huge Eastern Conference matchup between Detroit and Cleveland. Your favorite Twin Peaks girls brings you a bone-chilling 29-degree draft with beer crystals, more friendly faces dropping by, delivering the in-house smoked and grilled wings, tossed in your favorite sauce. Talk about the ultimate man cave experience, the coldest draft beer in the country, scratch-made kitchen serving up all your tailgate favorites. Their menu's outstanding. That's coming from me. Sports on wall-to-wall TVs, and the best company in the world bringing it all together. Why go anywhere else? See the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Well, it's been a busy day with the trade of David Montgomery, if you're just joining us, sent to Houston for a 4th-round pick. An interior offensive lineman, Juice Scruggs, who is struggled a little bit, but was at one point thought of as a highly regarded center prospect. Maybe he comes to Detroit and the change of scenery does him some good. Maybe he becomes a Hank Fraley project, whatever. We'll see how it plays itself out. But 4th-round pick, Juice Scruggs, and a future 7th-round pick for David Montgomery. We just brought up the Red Wings and the comments from Todd McClellan after Saturday night's game where he was like, look, there's just been some guys that are just jerseys out there, not doing the big things or the little things. And he pointed out the little things that need to get done for the Red Wings in a disappointing game. But he wants you to back check, man. He needs you to be blocking shots, winning faceoffs. If you're not going to put the puck in the net, don't just be a jersey logging ice time. Do those little things. But I mean, at one point he said, we got some guys who are really doing some stuff, but we need more. And the we need more is kind of subject to interpretation. Was he talking to the general manager there? Or was he just saying we need more out of our guys? And when he started laundry listing some of the things he wanted to get done, I did feel like it might be more directed at the players than it is to the corner office, but you just never know. In the meantime, some trade possibilities that you just ran down. I think Gator just emptied the clip of many of the trade possibilities. But in the meantime, there is this. Why is it an afternoon game in Nashville? It's an afternoon game in Nashville because they wanted to market the game to Europe, and this is a primetime Europe game, which is interesting that this game was chosen, but okay. So this will be on like at 8 o'clock throughout most of Europe. Our broadcast starts at 1:45. Ken Cal, the play-by-play voice of the Detroit Red Wings, with an interesting note, Scott. Going to be a lively crowd this afternoon in Nashville. $1 hot dogs, half off beer. $1 hot dogs, half off beer.
How long is the flight to Nashville?
I don't know. It's like an hour and a half, maybe.
Hey.
Something you'd like to do?
Yes.
Head down to Nashville.
Dollar Dogs is always a great idea.
Well, I mean, Kenny has his own hot dog roller. You could maybe go over to Kenny's. Kenny, you got to work after this, or do you get to go home?
I unfortunately do have to stay at work.
Okay. Is the hot dog roller still in the living room?
Hot dog roller will be making its debut. It's in a cupboard right now. It will be making its debut on opening day.
Oh, okay.
Good to hear.
And does it go back in the living room?
For as long, it's like shorts. For as long as I can keep it going, that'll be going.
Okay.
Have you decided what the first batch of hot dogs is going to be? What brand?
I'm pretty ballpark loyalist.
Okay.
Just that's generic, standard issue.
Solid.
Yep.
Gotcha. All right. Well, anyway, so we will not be taking advantage of the, well, I would never be taking advantage of the Dollar Dogs, but they're not there for you. The half off beer, you know.
Oh, we can all get that.
I'm definitely a fan of that. But we were talking about the trade possibilities, the Tyler Myers thing. I didn't know this, and I don't know how many people know it. He is the half brother of NBA player Quentin Grimes.
Okay.
Tyler Myers.
Could explain to 6'8"
from the Vancouver Canucks, and Quentin Grimes, who I don't know where he is now. Remember, he was briefly a Detroit Piston. And Ken, you know where Quentin Grimes is now? Off the top of your head?
Nope.
It's been bouncing around the league here a little bit, but let me do a quick search. He is now a Philadelphia 76er. Played at Houston, 6'4" guard, and half brother of Tyler Myers, for whatever that's worth. I was watching some TSN. I don't know if you brought this name up. Brock Besser from Vancouver.
Did not bring it up.
Yeah. They floated his name out there. You talk about a postseason performer. I'd have to go see what his stats were in the postseason. But that's a guy who has really performed in the postseason. And I wonder what the price tag would be there. But Vancouver.
Well, he's got 26 points in 52 games this year. He had 50 points in 75 games last year, 73 points in 81 games the year before. So it's a continued downward trend.
Mm-hmm.
Last year not last year, it was 2 years ago in the playoffs. He had 12 points in 12 games.
Yep.
And then it was another 5 years before that. So, interested, it certainly would give them a little bit of toughness, a little bit of more grit.
Player I don't want from Vancouver's Elias Pettersson.
Well, here's the thing with Pettersson is which player are you getting? Because he's not that far removed from being a point-a-game guy who got this giant contract. And now that contract looks cumbersome. He had 102 points back in 22-23. Followed that up with 89 points. And then missed some time. Last season had 45 points in 64 games. This year he's got 35 points in 51 games. Another downward trend. Now, is that simply because you're playing in Vancouver? Vancouver is not very good this year? And that's being nice?
Yeah.
Would a change of scenery do this guy wonders? And does he all of a sudden tick back up to being a point-a-game guy? I don't know. I think he's interesting. The rumors with him, through Elliot Friedman and others, is that Vancouver might have to take some of that salary with them to deal it. But if they don't take the salary, if Vancouver's like, we're not eating into the salary, then the cost may not be much at all in return. Now, what you're saddled with is the potential of having to pay a lot of money for this guy for another several years.
If he was playing well still, I would have second thoughts over what he is owed and for how long he is owed it. His cap hit, $11.6 million.
Yeah.
This year, next year, the year after, 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 the year after.
It's a lot.
That is a ton of money. So even if he still was the 100-point player, I don't know that I would want him for that long at that price.
If he were a 100-point player, I would.
If he were the entire, but where he is in his career,
right? But I'm saying,
where
but he's not.
But I'm saying, even if he were, I don't know if I want to pay him that much for the next 7 years, because it seems like it's going to be a classic.
Well, because it takes you out of the running of all these other free agents that'll become available that we've started to salivate.
So you
about.
couple that with the fact that he's not that player. This is a hard no for me.
Yeah,
and I keep seeing his name associated with Detroit, and I'm like, oh God, no. And I can't imagine Steve Yzerman making that kind of financial commitment to that player.
I don't think you would either. It's too much of a financial commitment for somebody that has declined severely over the last 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Did this end up was he just really good for 1 year or 2 years?
Yep.
And that's his high. I mean, he's 27 years old. He'll be 28 in November. So he should be in the prime of his career here, and he's not performed the last a couple seasons anyway.
You always think about players that you hated playing against, and there's one that's available that I think has the right term, not a bad price. You mentioned him earlier, and it would probably be near the top of my list in terms of cost. If you can get Rasmus Ristolainen, yes, please.
Yeah, I'd really like to have him on the blue line.
And I don't think he would cost, in terms of return, that much. I think I'd be comfortable with what.
Well, in a seller's market, you got a lot of teams want to improve their defensive group, and okay, if there's a lot of teams want to do that, then all of a sudden this price goes up. But I don't know what it is. That's the thing, is that you don't know what it is until a deal goes through. I like Ristolainen a lot. 6'4", 200 pounds. He's got a little bit of offense ability, but really you would be taking him on because defensively he's really good and he's physical, which seems like that's what the Red Wings need.
Okay, I don't know if there's anything that could have a person in Detroit who felt more pressure than this guy. We'll get to that today at 1:31. Don't forget, afternoon Red Wing hockey gets underway at 1:45. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson got a bunch of feedback we get to. Friday night's Piston game with Cleveland, the horn malfunctioned at LCA and went off for, I saw 17 minutes.
It was long, man.
Imagine if you were horn guy. Amongst your duties at LCA was you are responsible for the horn. You are horn guy. And you can't get the damn thing to stop. Now, the first thing I would have done is first thing I do with any problem is I unplug it and plug it back in again.
There you go.
I don't know where the horn plugs and unplugs it.
Where's the plug?
Yep. Unplug the horn and plug it back in. But I think it would be quite stressful under those circumstances to be horn guy. And the only thing I could think of in my career that I have faced, and I will tell you this has happened multiple times. If you ever have to host any kind of banquet that a video is going to be played, it cannot be tested enough because variables change between the dry run before the banquet starts and then the time you're up in front. Like other microphones get turned on, speaker levels change. And so when you have a host, a podium mic, and the podium mic is on and you go to play the video and the video won't come through the speakers because the podium mic didn't get turned off, but you didn't know that because you didn't do the dry run beforehand with the podium mic on. The pressure that I feel standing at the podium when the video doesn't work, or worse, the video is playing and there's no audio and everybody's seeing it but not hearing it, and you're like, we're having some technical difficulties. You make that announcement. And then you're like, who's in charge here? How do we fix it? And the whole room is still staring at you. And so you're like, do I tell a joke? How do I kill time? And that was the one time where there was an issue, and it happened more than once. And I would even go to banquets and I would say, look, there's always problems with the video. Can we make sure there's no problems with the video? And then there'd be problems with the video. That happened multiple times. And you're standing there going, so,
have you heard any good jokes lately?
Right? You did. And eventually you just go, all right, if everybody could just hang out, we'll get this thing sorted out. I mean, but horn guy, whole different deal, man. Everybody's like, who's in charge? Steve? Is that you? Steve, get this fixed.
I had two things come to mind with me professionally.
Yeah.
One was before you and I were doing a show. I think we weren't. I don't think we were all sports yet at this point, and we're on AM 1270. And after the 10 o'clock show at night was done, which was a show that I was producing, when that show was done, I needed to go into the rack room and switch things over to carry syndicated programming starting at 10 o'clock. And I'd never done it before. And because it wasn't my responsibility, but somebody was sick, and now all of a sudden this becomes my responsibility. I'm like, well, how the hell do I do that? One of the engineers just gave me, you got to do this, this, and this. Like assuming that I was as intelligent as an engineer, which, no, engineers are the smartest people in the world. So I'm like, okay. So time comes for me to go do that. I start going in the room and I start making the switches, and there's like a countdown. You got to wait to the exact time and then hit the button or whatever. I'm like, okay, got it going. And then 15 seconds later, this loud beeping noise. It's not even a beep. It's just a loud, constant, like an alarm going off because I clearly didn't do it correctly. And I'm freaking the F out. And some people from the other station come over. What happened? I'm like, I don't know. I did this, and I don't know. I pressed the wrong button.
And then they start asking you questions. Yeah. Did you do the NMA configuration?
I don't know.
Was it the male or the female plug? Is it XLR?
Eventually got sorted out, but it took a couple minutes, which, of course, 2 minutes, 120 seconds seems like an hour and a half. Yeah. The other one, when I was doing Michigan State football in 1998, we were at the Metrodome, Michigan State against Minnesota. We're up in the broadcast booth there, and the post-game interview with Nick Saban was going to be conducted with our sideline reporter, Harlan Barnett. And so Harlan's down there, and then Harlan is able to get word up to the booth. Something's not right. I can't get the microphone to work down here for my interview with the coach.
And I'm sure Saban was patient.
Right. So the engineer, Al Rosenberg, who's the best, Al says, can you do this? And I'm like, what? Can you connect everything that needs to be done there? He told me, I'm like, yeah, I can do that. He goes, okay, go. So I have to sprint from the booth, sprint down to the lower levels of the locker room, get in there while George Blaha, who's doing the announcing, is stalling, while I'm literally on my hands and knees figuring out this unit that's on the floor. And here's Harlan to my left, and here's Nick Saban to my right. They're looking at me, and Saban's got that really impatient look on his face, like this is my fault. I'm like, this isn't my fault. And eventually I'm able to get it done and go, there you go. And now I have to sprint back up because I have to do the game recap after this segment. So I get up back to the booth, and they finish the interview, and George is looking at me, and he's like, you go okay, big fella? I'm like, I need a minute. And George extends his bit and then throws it to commercial break, and I'm dying. And then they come to me, and I start doing my thing. And within 2 highlights, I'm completely out of breath. I have expended everything. And it is the worst recap ever because of that.
Well, Horn Guy had a lot of pressure on him.
Horn Guy had some pressure.
As Gator did underneath the scowl of Nick Saban.
You did not,
which is a lot more pressure than I had to deal with.
So we clocked it with our guys, according to my sources. There was 11 minutes and 49 seconds of just horn blaring. And then Tim tells me that there's discussion of bringing the scoreboard down to fix it because the issue was inside the scoreboard.
Oh, God.
But you know how long that would take. That's like get a ladder or something. You know what I mean?
And so to Doug's point, what ended up happening, they disconnected the scoreboard, and they tell everybody, okay, so on either end of the floor, they have scoreboards with times and stuff. Those are working. But the big one up in the air isn't going to work. It all goes dark. And then like 2 minutes later, it starts to light up again because it seemed like they just unplugged it and plugged it back in.
It's the universal solution to half the engineering problems out there.
Yeah. But good God, the pressure that had to be on that poor soul that has to figure it out.
Is indeed. All right, Red Wing hockey coming up. A bunch of feedback coming in on the Red Wings. Tyler Myers is a terrible defenseman. He's no better than any of our third-string defensemen. He would be a horrible ad for free and gross to pay a second-round pick. That's from an unnamed texter. Doesn't seem to like Tyler Myers. I think his abilities as a defenseman has been grossly overstated by this texter. Terrible?
He's not terrible, but
if the only thing you value is throwing size around, I could see you thinking he's terrible because he doesn't throw his size around.
For somebody that big, he doesn't do what you want him to do. But would he be an upgrade over one of the defensemen in the bottom pair?
Mm-hmm.
Probably is. But I'm not totally enamored with him either. And if the rumored price was a second-round pick, I got to believe that you can find better value for a second-round pick than Tyler Myers.
Well, I'm not sure if you can or you can't, but I think you think a person that thinks he's terrible would want somebody who's more physical. I think the McClellan comments just point to the effort and inconsistency of the team. That is what's holding them back. They aren't just bringing it every night. I'm sure he recognizes Yzerman will be looking for upgrades regardless. That's from Tony in Tampa. Look, Dylan Larkin, who was a heart and soul guy for Team USA, can't like it either if they don't think that the effort and consistency is there. And look, I'd love to see names attached to this and find out who exactly they believe fits the category of not doing nearly enough. Rasmussen has been dead weight for years. That's it. That's the whole text. I'm assuming you want to get rid of him. Or you think that's what he's talking about. Next text. I'm getting sick of this woe is me roster. It's a bad attitude from Todd. Nobody forced him to take the job. If he doesn't like this team, he can leave.
What?
If he doesn't like the team, he can leave.
I think it's a motivational tactic.
Yeah, I think it's a coach.
At the very least, he's trying to light a fire into these guys, which he's done periodically.
And look, you try a lot of things. It is something when you go to the media. When you decide you're going to air this with the media, it's another way to try and get something out of this roster. Regarding the David Montgomery trade, and if you're just joining us today, a 4th-round pick, a 7th-round pick next year, an interior offensive lineman, Juice Scruggs, coming back from Houston. For Lions running back David Montgomery, when you're about to pay Gibbs $22 million as your primary running back, anything sooner than a 6th or 7th round pick for RB2 would be a reach. Need O-line depth to support your running back 1, or it's wasting all kinds of resources. That's from Dave in Redford. Okay, you realize that before the 6th round, I think they have 6 draft picks. Maybe it's 5. So all those picks,
2 fourths, and first and second.
all those picks have to go to offensive line. You can't take a running back before that. I don't understand. How many offensive linemen do you think they need to draft? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 draft picks before the 6th and 7th round. And you think if you use any of those picks on a running back, it's a reach because they got to restock the offensive line?
Offensive line can get restocked with a free agent signing and with a draft pick.
That's 2.
and they just got one in the trade.
Yeah.
That will add some depth and perhaps maybe even compete for a starting job.
Obviously, Monty was a fan favorite, but he's easily replaceable. There are plenty of holes to fill on defense compared to backup running back. That's from an unnamed texter. All right, there it is. Thanks for being with us. Red Wing Hockey is coming up next. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.